contact.
No. Which
So,
spell are we talking about?
do you mean like physical proximity to the individual?
I'm assuming that it's something that they launch and then it makes physical contact and inflicts damage. Am I correct?
No. So in this
Okay.
case, like the distinction would be like aura. Aura would be the best way to think of it. So whereas Goku might have incredible strength and speed, we're talking sheer brawn, like stats absolutely maxed, but his like soul stat is 0, right? Soul stat 0.
Yeah, because he never existed in the universe where this stuff,
Exactly.
where this stuff happens. Okay, so here's the
in
thing
this
though.
case,
Even
with
still,
just like if
maybe he
but
can't
if
win the
soul
fight.
is attached directly to someone's life and mortality, and someone even has soul energy like 1, they're gonna be slightly better. And if you can't be touched because death doesn't apply to these people, then number 1, Goku can't win either way because death doesn't apply. There's no way for Goku to destroy them, right?
Yeah, I was just saying I don't think Goku can win in these circumstances, but I also don't think they can kill him.
But they can, because their
don't just
entire
come back to
power
life.
comes from their ability to manipulate life and death.
Okay, so but you said it requires
So
proximity.
I guess hold on. So I suppose the question would become, is Goku entering their world, or are they entering? Sorry, is like Ichigo entering Goku's?
This is where
world?
all of
Because
these conversations
if we
go.
enter Goku's world, maybe soul energy doesn't. What's it soul level soul energy? What's it called?
I think it's soul energy.
It's called
Soul energy.
it's called Ryatsu.
Ryatsu. So like if Ichigo enters DBZ land, does Ryatsu cease to exist, or is it just a new like quantum thing that no one was aware of?
Probably no
so
one was
in
aware
this,
of.
yeah, in this case, I would be assuming that we're meeting in both worlds. Both worlds are one and the same,
Okay.
and that Ryatsu is just not an aspect that Goku or anyone in his sphere of influence,
Hasn't
because
covered.
like the amount of characters inside of the multiverse that exists within their world is really small. Like it's like a cast of like 30 individuals in a multiverse, which is like cajillions of people. So it makes sense that maybe those specific like individuals who are obsessed with the physical realities, none of them have even bothered to study or even broached the subject of like soul.
Yeah.
Okay,
or
so here's the
Ryatsu.
thing though. You have to so if we imagine that it's going to be a situation in which both universes clash and they both are the one and the same, then I would say if that's the case, there's a potential that Goku has interacted with soul energy. Like what would you consider like? Do they use the term ki in DBZ?
I haven't seen Dragon Ball.
Hold on. I have
Yeah,
I have a
I'm-
radical take here. I have a radical take here, right? So I don't even like Death Note, but like Yagami, BTFOs both Saitama and
No.
Goku, even though he's
Yes.
a frail
Immediately.
nerd, because he just writes their name in the book, and then Ryu plucks their soul out of existence,
Not
or like
even.
in the hell or whatever.
Mate.
Which is kind of
Yeah.
like this is cringe, but true. I think no matter how you slice it.
I don't know if that's true either, though,
Lelouch
because
does the same thing because he sees and manipulates the future, and Goku is honestly kind of dumb.
Wait, are we
So-
saying that frail soy boys are more powerful than all
Whoa.
shonen antagonists or
Whoa.
protagonists?
They can big brain their way to it. Yeah.
We are streaming right now. We don't call soy boys out like that, okay?
I call soy boys whatever I want. Just kidding.
So wait, do you guys know about the My Hero Academia like thing that happened in the latest season?
Is
No.
it gonna be a spoiler? Because I'm streaming this, and I'm sure there's
So-
somebody
yeah, I
who
was
does
gonna say,
not
side note-
want me to
Yeah,
spoil
why
it.
not?
Kyla's streaming now, so everyone best behavior.
Okay, so basically there's something that happens where he's able to. Never mind, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But
Are you gonna
I
spoil
think
it?
That Deku, I
Spoiling.
think that Deku is really strong. Because they're.
Well, is it like if
I can
he-
message you if you want.
Deku is like fighting Goku or Saitama, we would have to say, okay, it's really strong, comparative to the other characters, but if Goku and Saitama can level multiple planets in a single attack, the power levels are probably drastically different to the point where
Okay, yeah.
compared to
I haven't
his
seen either of
sphere.
them, so I don't know that. Like, I didn't know they could level.
Okay, so what are we calling the things that
Right.
that the people in DBZ use outside of basically it's
It's
effectively
become a
magic,
very
right?
serious conversation. Like it started at like a meme conversation, and now it's like a full-on deep analysis.
Weed answers for Star Trek.
Well,
Star
we
Trek.
can call it something, but isn't the energy, whatever it is, isn't the effect of it not metaphysical, but a like physical propulsion? It's kind of like a projectile, right? So it's just an extension of physical
Okay, so you're saying
force.
it does basically, if we want to put this in video game terms, it deals kinetic damage, not magic
Yeah,
damage.
it does kinetic damage, not like psychic damage.
Okay, that is
Yeah.
fair. I just like when I think about like the soul thing. There's a whole big arc in the original DBZ. I'm sure you're aware of it, where they use a spirit bomb, which is collecting spirit energy, which I guess maybe you could say that's like demonstrably different from soul energy, which. I mean, I don't know. It seems.
Yeah, we would have to compare the effects of the two.
Yeah. So the other thing I would say about the Death Note thing is, first of all, we have to assume, if we assume that the guy's just strong enough to just straight up kill Goku outrightly with him not being able to do anything about it, then yeah, I think he just loses.
Unless we're bringing in the aspect of speed, because if any one of the Brawn characters that we mentioned, like even Deku, knew about that in advance, depending on their proximity, especially if we're talking about like Goku or Saitama, there is nowhere on Earth that if Goku knew that in the next like 2 seconds, like in the 2 seconds that it would take, or no, even like half a second that it would take for
Light to right.
Light, yeah, to write that, Goku could be there and like flick him and he would die.
True. You know, interestingly, I actually think Goku loses to Superman.
What?
I agree, but
Yeah.
like which
Depends what-
Superman?
Yeah.
I mean,
You
it
did
depends
it-
on what canonical version of Superman you're considering. But basically, the gotcha people try to use is Superman's Ultra Instinct would actually make it. So people assume that he's physically equal. That's one thing that we can talk about later. But then they try to say that Superman is just faster. But most of the time they justify this with a very loosely canonical, maybe offshoot version of the comics in which Superman is more than just fast. He's literally perceiving like forward several seconds in time, which Goku just straight up can't do. At no point in the DBZ canon is Goku capable of that. So if that's true, then yes, Superman just straight up wins.
Also, there's the whole like Superman enters Sun, win.
Yeah.
Fucking stupid.
Well, I
Well, I
could
don't
be
know about
incorrect
that,
on this as well,
because-
but I think there's an iteration of Superman that literally can create alternate universes and make his own universe.
Yeah, well, if
So
you're talking about
that's,
comics
that's like
or
cosmic level power, which is
yeah, if we're talking about
very
superhero
different.
fantasy, altering reality always wins. That's
Yeah.
just how it is.
So like
No.
Doctor Strange versus Goku, Doctor Strange wins.
What about Ant-Man
Depends on which
with
Doctor
his
Strange.
like special shrinking powers?
Yeah, going into the dude's butt. Yeah.
Well,
I
you can
like
consider the
that one.
quantum realm
Wait,
an
can you-
alternate dimension.
It's
Yeah,
not
can you-
mine.
Can
I'll
you
totally.
explain like how you would use it?
I mean, I'm definitely just stealing it from a chatter. I mean, I guess he could do as Tyler suggested, just shrink. Go into an orifice of any form, and then
Oh, no.
re-expand.
If you assume that Goku is
Yeah,
made of
and
normal
explode from
atoms,
the inside.
if you assume that Goku is made of normal atoms, which I don't know, seems like a strong assumption in the first place, then yeah, I think Ant-Man could technically win.
I don't know. I think Goku would feel Ant-Man starting to crawl up his ass, and Goku would
Poop him out?
fucking like prostate exam that guy right out of there.
You
I
think
don't know,
Goku
because
would
if he's-
prostate exam himself?
Yeah.
Oh, of course. He'd stick that finger right up
It
there.
depends on how small he goes. Because if we're
Whoa.
assuming,
Whoa.
Well, wait, where does the like energy, like where is the source from where like the energy comes out when Goku does like Kamehameha or like does his like and then he
I think it's
power thing.
described. I think it's described as like the energy. It's like an energy exertion that's based on, I don't know, because it's like it actually is based on your physical strength. We know that, so I don't.
But
I don't
does
know.
it like is it from the cellular or is it at the quantum level? Like can Ant-Man get down
You guys
far
taking
enough
this so seriously.
that
Holy
he
shit.
gets past Goku's ability to create that field and destroy him from within?
These are the real questions.
Is it possible for him to slip through whatever like key defense system is in place?
Do
mean,
DBZ
maybe.
characters actually have a key defense system?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would assume so because they take blasts without like putting their hands up and just stand there and they're fine.
I just assumed I assumed that just had to do with their like physical like resilience basically or whatever. I didn't know that it was the key shit that allows it.
Gee.
Well, isn't that what they use to like make the soul bomb? It's that
Gee.
collected energy that they're using.
I don't know if that is the case. I'm not sure.
I also don't. I haven't watched a lot of Dragon Ball, but
I don't think this is
That's
ever
what I thought that
clarified.
was.
Basically, all of DBZ boils down to, okay, this guy beats Goku for now.
For
Join us
now.
on the next
Literally.
episode.
Did you guys actually watch Dragon Ball Z though?
I did.
No,
Like some of it.
I
Nope.
didn't.
Whoa!
No.
You guys were talking
I
about
haven't seen
Goku
all
and you
of
don't
it,
even
but-
know?
I'm not talking about Goku.
Well, I have.
One of my best friends is obsessed with Goku, and I have this conversation with him at least 2 to 3 times a week.
That's so sad.
That's a lot of Goku.
Yeah, and it just eventually falls back onto this. Can't nobody beat Goku, and that's just the final line. Like you can give him all of the explanations that you want, but you know, it just is what it is.
Yeah, I think with the problem with DBZ is.
What about like God from Full Metal Alchemist? Would he even say that like God from Full Metal Alchemist can't beat Goku? Or she or they or whoever your friend is?
And in that case, I don't know. So, like, you would have to. In this case, I think the problem isn't okay. Have we adequately proved that this character can beat Goku? I think it's a matter of will he ever admit that that character beat Goku? Right? So it technically doesn't even matter if anyone else believes it. If he refuses to acknowledge it, then it's a perpetual stalemate.
What the fuck?
This is like the adjacent to Jacob's kill shot argument, which is I have not watched Bleach.
That was not my kill shot argument. I was
but,
asking for clarification.
it should have been.
Just essentially Black Knight it. Just like, oh, you cut my arm off. I'm still fighting, but your arm's off. Cuts off the leg. Come back here.
Mhm.
I'm not done yet.
Okay, so what's everybody's favorite anime?
Good question.
Oh my
Always
gosh,
tell
that's
us
where we
name
started.
and answer the question.
Mine is Shinsekai Yori.
I do not know that one.
It's really,
What is
really
that
good. It's really good. It's really dark, but it's really good.
You should watch
Can you
it.
like can you give an unspoily synopsis?
I cannot. I'm like
Fair
morally
enough.
opposed to synopsis and summary and things.
Can you post
The English name
in
is
chat
from the
so
New
that
World.
I can read it?
Yep. The
Oh,
English name is from the
oh
New
my
World.
gosh. Yeah, I've seen that one. I love that one.
Okay.
It's so good.
Excellent. Let's see.
I refuse to answer the question because I'm not well versed enough to not say something that's going to.
Coward. Coward. Coward.
I already gave my top 5.
I would list
Yes, you
an
did.
arc from like Naruto, legitimately, if I had to answer this question.
Wait,
Not the whole
you're
show,
telling
just
me
like an
Ark
arc.
Survival Evolved is your favorite anime? That's brave. That's a brave take.
Brave and based.
Out. Get out of the refrigerator.
Tamon LZ says that your mic is picking up your breathing. Erudite.
It's ASMR, okay?
Maybe get on that, okay?
Maybe stop
Thank you.
breathing so heavily, I suppose. I
Maybe
guess I
stop breathing in a video
I
game.
could turn down my input. I don't think that would help though. It's the sensitivity of the mic.
Yes.
Which I feel like is too much. Don't you guys want to hear me panting when I'm getting stressed out in the conversation? Just stop breathing.
I honestly never heard it.
The music with all in a Goku conversation, yeah. I have very like thematic music on right now.
So what are we waiting for the stream, Mr. Girl?
Mr. Girl.
Just waiting for Mr. Girl. He said around any time now. So I'm just like running some ads so that we have like the least amount of ads during the actual conversation. And yeah, towards my
All
neck, like this. Is this Tam?
Your-
Tam is
your
at
microphone.
VIP. We haven't given Tam a VIP yet. We need to give Tam VIP. Yako, do you want to give Tam VIP? I guess I could. I would literally just.
Listen, I've told you this 4 times now. I cannot do that. The editors and mods can't do it. It has to be you.
I have not listened. Wait, does that mean you can't mod people either?
No,
Rough. Okay.
I cannot.
Okay, hold on. Put your mic closer to your face. This is too far away.
Okay, how about now?
Sounds good. I would just be aware, just like, we'll just tell you if people are saying that we hear you breathing again.
Can I say I'm a heavy breather? I'm a mouth breather.
I don't know if this one is my favorite one, but this one is one that I would definitely recommend. Kizneighbor. It's one of my favorites. So I think that one's
Kizneighbor?
really, yeah, Kizneighbor. That one's really, really good. I can give like the general idea of it because it doesn't really ruin things. Okay, fair enough.
I can mute if you
Can
want
I
to.
give the genre?
Yes.
So the genre would be combination between slice of life and drama.
Okay.
That would be the combination.
Alright, if it ain't got action, it's not worth watching. I'm just saying.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go chat with Mr.
I didn't say
Girl,
that it
so
didn't have action.
I'm gonna
Ooh,
dip out
bye.
of here. Bye, guys.
Good luck. Have fun.
Okie dokie. We're calling him. Just waiting for him to pick up. There we go.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay. Let me just give me like 2 seconds to get set up on my end.
me too.
Perfect. Just gonna pop out.
Do I have an idea when the video will be out? I think Tuesday, but I don't know. It depends on what depths I have to sink to get professional opinions. Do I have an explanation you can provide framed to my specifications so they know what to expect? Yes, the explanation is this. I'm making a video criticizing pseudo-therapy performed live on YouTube. And to bolster my arguments in that video, I want to ask therapists kind of bedrock ethics questions about the basic principles of therapy, why, what they are, and why they're important. That's my explanation. Okay. percentage of my audience supports me in my war with Dr. K? I don't know. Let's find out.
I'm just fixing, apparently my chat box is right over your face, so I'm just gonna fix that, and then just let me know when you're ready and I should be good to go.
Yeah. Take your time.
Beep, beep. I have a lot of like noob streamer problems.
Me too. I've only been streaming for like a week longer than you, so.
Oh really?
We're in the...
But you've been doing
Yeah.
YouTube for a long time, right?
Yeah, but I never live streamed.
Oh, I see.
So I never used Twitch, so I don't know how any of this shit works either. Okay. All right, I'm gonna do a quick Twitch poll.
Okay.
And see what the answer to this question is, because to be honest, I've been wondering it myself.
Yeah.
Manage poll. New poll. Do you support Mr. Girl's war with Dr. K? Responses. Yes. No. Start poll. So far we're at 100% no. Oh, 73% yes. 77% yes. 70, yeah, holding strong at 70, 76, 75, 72. Ew, it's not ideal.
74
Alright,
are in support of your endeavor right now?
70% are in. Do you support Mr. Girl's war with Dr. K? Is the question. 70% have said yes.
Okay. I mean, you use like the strongest language possible, so that's pretty good.
Well, that was the question asked, by my chat. So.
I was gonna say, I bet you if you change the language to like rather than war, like his like accusations, I was wondering if that would change the amount of support that you got.
I would imagine
69%.
69%.
It's the researcher in me
Ooh.
coming out.
Yeah. I know it's not a perfect study. I think my graphics card is freezing her. I think I gotta close DaVinci. Oh, and I gotta close this. Okay, now I think we're gonna be good. Okay, are you all set up and stuff?
Yes, sorry.
Oh,
I'm all good to go.
oh,
Sorry, I got distracted.
Okay, yeah.
People
No,
were
it's
sending
fine.
me in some questions and stuff. Yeah, I'm good to go whenever you are.
What is your chat? Oh, are we gonna look at our chats during this or not?
Yeah.
Like to establish that.
What would you prefer?
You want to keep an eye on your chat. I don't care either way.
So for me, I like to watch my own stream on OBS because so my camera is obviously a virtual cam. So if I watch on my Discord just your face, it's actually really, like it looks to me like everyone's a robot, like slowly jumping around. Whereas if I tab out to my OBS, everything's smaller, but your face is clean, so I can like get real time body language feedback. So it's kind of whatever you want.
I understand, but
I can even X out my stream on OBS so that I don't see my chat, I mean.
I'm just asking if you want to keep an eye on your chat or not. That's all.
I think I'd rather just talk with you. So why don't I focus on that, and then if there's anything like glaring that my mods need addressed, like my mic or something is really effed up, they can DM me on the side, and I'll pay attention to my Discord DMs from mods on the side. Does that work?
Okay. Yeah. Do you know how to put a compressor on your voice?
Right now?
Yeah. Do you want me to walk you through it?
I can try. I don't know how well. So my computer struggles a fair bit already with the virtual camera.
You're using OBS, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in OBS, right-click on the mic bar.
Mic bar.
Like the monitoring. You see, when you talk, there's like a sound level, right? In
Yes,
the middle
okay.
it says mic.
Do you want me to hit the cog?
No, right click on the bar.
Okay.
Click filters,
Okay.
and then click the plus in the lower left.
Okay.
And
Compressor?
then click compressor. Yeah.
Okay. Is that going to keep me from topping out, basically?
Yeah. Basically, when your voice gets above a certain threshold, it starts reducing the gain.
Okay. Sweet. Do I need to change anything in the ratios, threshold, stuff like that, or should I? Is the default?
I don't think so.
settings
You
pretty good?
can, but I would yeah, just try the default for
Okay.
now. I think it should be okay.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. And then I just did that. Is that better audio than on your side now as well, or are you just
No, it
helping
won't
my
affect me.
stream?
It's
Okay.
it's just the stream. It won't affect me.
I'm sure my
Oh, you sound
followers
fine to
appreciate
me.
that. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. I'll turn my compressor on too. For you. Okay. Nice. I'm gonna turn this light up because you're a little brighter than me. That's not fair.
Yeah, it's gonna give me a halo effect like immediately. People are just gonna think that I'm smarter because I'm got more light behind me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I don't want.
Wait,
that.
so then should I not do glass? I'm just kidding.
Oh, Oh, you want to go? You want to fucking go? Let's go,
Ooh,
motherfucker.
I guess we should. Can you poll and see which brand of glasses people like more? Do they like the big, whatever these are? You have
Those
more
are
of
like
a square.
librarian glasses.
Yeah. Hence the smart vibes.
Yeah. Mine's like J.J. Abrams vibes. Mine's I ruined Star Wars vibes, so I don't know. I don't know how much that's
That might
gonna
go
help.
against you, actually. Well, it depends on how your viewers feel
Yeah.
about Star Wars, I guess.
My viewers think that your glasses are better. Okay.
Oof. I guess. Where do you want to start? How are you feeling?
I'm angry at you.
That's fair.
Yeah, your stream pissed me off
Yeah.
when I watched it. It was I'm not gonna say infuriating. Well, I'm already furious is the
Right.
problem. So
Yeah.
I have a theory. The way I think of emotions, that's not my theory. I'm sure lots of people think of it this way. But people always want to figure out like what the cause of your emotion is, right? But if I'm mad at Dr. K, and then you say some stuff that would have made me mad anyway, it's gonna make me more mad
Yes.
because you're defending someone I hate.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes
Right.
sense, right? And so
And-
some of that anger towards
so-
him is going to shift onto me.
Well, I don't think it's really at him or you. I don't think it matters. Like, I think people are too invested in trying to figure out the true origin of their anger.
Mm.
And it's not an answerable question. I don't think we can really parse out how mad would I have been if you had said these things anyway. It doesn't. I don't think it matters. I will acknowledge that I was already mad.
Okay. That makes sense. And now if kind of what you had said before, it feels to you like I'm an individual defending somebody that you really, really dislike. Like kind of stepping in between.
Right, and I only dislike him because he breaks rules that are sacred to me.
Mm. Okay. Maybe I'll start by telling you how I'm feeling about the conversation. I feel like that's always a good place to start.
Oh, sure.
Okay. So I'm feeling a mixture of like I was feeling super nervous probably earlier today. Did some self-care because I realized that going into something like overly nervous probably isn't super helpful. And I really wanted to figure out like why precisely I was nervous, right? Because like when you're nervous, that means like to me it means like I feel something's at stake. So I was trying to figure out like what do I feel like is at stake in this conversation, right? Because like this is our first actual like quote unquote face-to-face conversation. So like what am I worried about here? And I think I figured out what it is, which is that trying to find the right words to explain this. So there's something that you do that I really, really value. Even though I don't always agree with your positions, you engage in basically radical authenticity, right? That seems to be I could be wrong, but it seems like that's a big thing of yours, right? Like you just want people to be like authentic and honest, right? Like not like controlling or like putting up on a certain mask or face in front of people. Just actually say what you think and feel. Am I correct in understanding that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I really, really value that. And it's not even at like a philosophical level, because there is that. The reality is like that's not why I have like these feelings, right? The reason why I value that is actually like that's something that I've really struggled with my whole life. Not because I'm not a very authentic person, but I was like a deeply, deeply authentic person, and I got bullied quite a bit in high school for it, like for who I was. And so like my way of getting through high school to like kind of come out alive was to like figure out ways to like minimize my personality. But the way I think I did that is I like killed off certain parts of it that were like the best parts that like high school kids just thought were weird, basically. Like I was like really silly and really like quirky and stuff before, and I still have those aspects, but I can't tap into it as like automatically. And what I really appreciate about you, and I think like why I've been like, why, like I want to be friends with Mr. Girl, but why? Like why do I want to be friends with him? Because that matters, right? And I think it's because I'm like, it's very rare to meet somebody who's authentic in like the purest sense, and that's like literally what they strive to do. And I think there's a part of me that's like, maybe if I'm friends with him and I like talk with him enough, maybe I can figure that out again too. Not that I'm like a deeply fake person. Like I don't want it to sound like I'm fake, but there's like parts of me that I think I'm still afraid to show people sometimes, right? And it seems like you don't get like, I don't know if I would say you don't give a fuck, but it seems like you show those parts anyways because you think that the authenticity of showing it matters more, and you've received a lot of flack for it. And yet despite like when I receive flack for being really authentic, I kind of like cowed, I think, a little bit, whereas it feels like for you've actually like come out almost above it of being like, fuck you, I'm gonna stay authentic. You can cancel me, you can like bully me, you can demean me, you can do whatever you want, but I'm still gonna try to like be really honest. And yeah, I just really value that. And I think that's why I'm nervous mostly, is because I know that you're angry at me, and I think we're fundamentally going to disagree about some things. But part of me is like, I genuinely just actually appreciate you, I guess. And so like what's at stake is like the potential of whatever. Does that make sense?
You think that's going to impede your ability to be genuine or authentic in this conversation?
No, I'm going to do my best to strive to be as honest as possible.
Okay. Why do you think that friendship is at stake in this conversation? Because I'm angry?
In part, yeah. I think like friendships can be ruined by like anger that isn't managed well, right? Like if you like take out your anger and you say things that can't be taken back later, that could ruin a friendship.
I see. You're afraid that I will say something that makes it so that you no longer like me.
Actually, the inverse. I'm afraid that I'm going to.
Yeah,
because you're more.
You're afraid you'll lash out.
Yeah, because if I'm being honest, I'm not very emotionally invested into Dr. K one way or the other. One way or the other. Like.
But you feel like I'm gonna drag you into it somehow.
Well, it's obvious to me that you're emotionally invested into it, right? So like the stakes are higher for you, in my view.
Yeah, but why would you lash out at me because I'm mad at you?
I'm not worried about lashing out. I am worried about saying something that like upsets you, that causes you to like either like not believe me or view me as a bad person, I guess, more or less. Which like necessarily you're unlikely to like pursue and actually have a friendship with somebody who you think is a bad person.
I think you have a bad understanding of therapy ethics.
You think I have a bad understanding of therapy ethics?
Yeah, but I don't think that makes you a bad person.
Right. That's fair. That's just how I'm feeling.
Okay,
like I'm not saying that I'm
I guess
convinced
I'm trying to figure
either
out
way.
how you think that the anger in this situation whoever it belongs to, will be mismanaged? Like, literally, are you saying that I'm going to mismanage it by freaking out about something you say, and then I won't like you anymore because you made me too angry?
Something like that, yeah. Just the potential, like it's not. I wouldn't say it's like this deeply concrete thing, right? It's like it's an anxious worry. Anxious worries I find are oftentimes kind of anamorphous. It's just like a worry of being like, is something going to happen that like derails the capacity for a potential friendship? In my view, before it really gets explored, right?
Okay, and part of why you want to be friends is that you feel like I can help you.
I like you. And the reason I like you is because of this thing that you're really good at that I suck at. So I respect it.
It's not just that you like it, though. You also want it.
Yeah, to a certain extent.
Okay.
But you can't give me it. I realize that. The most you can do is just like be yourself. And I'm like, okay, how does he do that unabashedly and like continue bravely despite, basically? How does he do that? And then I can just ask you how you do that, and you can give me an answer. I can be like, oh, interesting. I wonder if I could do that. Probably more importantly, you remind me that I can do that too, probably.
Mm-hmm. Unless it's fake.
Unless it's fake on your part or my part.
My part.
I suppose unless it's fake on your part. Is it fake?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I believe you.
Well, that's good. Okay, so how do you want to discuss Dr. K? I think I've laid out more of what I think than you, maybe. So you can respond. I don't know how many of my viewers have watched what you have said.
Yeah,
So
I
can
imagine
summarize and I could summarize and respond, or you can respond to what I've already said. I think my viewers already know what I think at this point.
Yeah. Maybe what would be helpful for me is just to clarify, because it seems like as I've watched some of your content on this, your position on Dr. K has somewhat morphed over time.
Yeah, so at first it was that he's a bad therapist.
Yes.
Projecting and putting okay, maybe my viewers don't know, so I'll summarize.
Okay.
First, I thought he was a bad therapist because of his conversation with Melina, where it felt like he was inserting his own values about monogamy as though they are fact. Then I watched a couple other random clips of him, and then I thought he's a bad therapist because he does that with everyone. He doesn't actually listen to anything anybody says. All of his questions are leading, and it feels like he's on a track. He kind of railroads the person through the conversation, which I really don't like for a therapist to do. Not to me. I just think it's wrong.
Right.
Then some people told me that Destiny had compared me to Reckful, and so I knew that Destiny had this friend who had died. And then I found out he had committed suicide. Then I found out that he had talked to Dr. K. Then I found out that he had talked to Dr. K 6 times. I think that's more than anybody else has ever talked to Dr. K. Then I watched his sessions with Reckful. Oh, I watched the Slush video. And, you know, the Slush video, I'm not a huge fan of. I think it's distracting.
With like the music and stuff.
Not even that, but like the actually, I'm okay with the music. Like that's fine to me. Distracting in that I don't think that Slush has a good understanding of which of these things are like illegal, and which of them are bad therapy. And so my view of this like keeps escalating as I look into it more. I'm like, oh, now I think Dr. K is a criminal. So the Slush video points to he told Reckful said he was suicidal, and Dr. K said, well, you're just going to get reincarnated if you kill yourself without fulfilling your destiny or something. And that's like sure, that's kind of irresponsible, but it's not. I would not try to tie that to somebody's death. I don't think that that's like a major. It just seems like a very superficial. I guess that's my problem with Slesh's video. It feels like he has a pretty superficial understanding of psychology and therapy, and that it's he didn't quite connect the dots, and certainly didn't connect the ethics dots at all. And then the other thing is he told Reckful that he would try to love him for 2 years, and then he took it back in the next session, which is it is horrible. It is a horrible mistake, but it is also the kind of human mistake that a therapist would like. Therapists make mistakes, and like the ability to admit that you made a mistake. I don't think he really owned the consequences of that mistake, and I don't think he did any of the work necessary to clean up the mess he made by doing that.
Right.
But he did admit that he shouldn't have said that, which is the only time I've ever heard Dr. K admit that he did anything wrong in any way. So, that again to me felt like it's a problem, but the context around it is much more of a problem. So then I watched all of the sessions through, and I've watched all of them now, and so now my view is he's breaking foundational ethics rules and laws in the very framing of the relationship. And so people keep asking like for a smoking gun, and so I've realized that I don't have any special. I mean, the only secret information I have about Dr. K is that he was consulting with Reckful's friends up until the day Reckful committed suicide, and that he asked for this information to be concealed. He asked his name to be removed from any discussion of this going forth, and he has never admitted that he was helping them make decisions about whether to commit him against his will or allow him to go to... he said he would go voluntarily, and he had basically agreed to this plan, and then Reckful committed suicide before... obviously, he didn't go.
Right.
That's the only, like, smoking gun, but that's... the problem with that, though, is not that he made the wrong decision or that he is lying about it. Those are like PR problems. Like, people keep conflating like Twitch drama with like breaking the law,
Right.
and committing serious ethics violations. So
Yeah.
the problem with that is he's still acting as his physician, providing medical input into his care. In a state that he is not licensed to practice medicine, and with none of the responsibility that you're supposed to have in a physician-patient relationship. So the main problems I have are he did not establish a therapy relationship with Reckful, ever. He told him their ongoing talks after they agreed to keep talking were for the explicit purpose of treating Reckful's depression. So at that moment, whether he says he's doing therapy or not, legally he is his physician. And legally he is practicing medicine in a state he is not licensed to practice medicine.
Right.
And then 4 sessions later, he's still saying, I want to be your friend, but I want to be your therapist. Which you cannot say. You can't say that to your client. Or your patient, I guess, in this case.
Right.
Yeah, it's against the rules and it's against the law. So, those are my... and there's some other things in there too, but the confidentiality, doing it in front of people, diagnosing him casually with BPD, then saying borderline personality disorder, then saying maybe you don't have it, maybe you do, maybe I'm your doctor, maybe I'm not your doctor. You can't do that. You can't diagnose people. You can't even say that you think like Trump has narcissistic personality disorder or that Biden has dementia or whatever. You can't, if you're a licensed professional, you're not even allowed to do that. Much less tell somebody, I'm not your therapist and I'm not your doctor, but I'm going to publicly diagnose you and publicly disclose this diagnosis without your consent to thousands of people in real time while taking donations. there's just so many problems with it. It's almost like he's breaking so many rules at the same time that it gives people the impression that they somehow don't apply to the situation.
Okay. So maybe, just so you know, I was taking notes just because I wanted to get your full understanding and then address things like separately.
Yeah,
I guess
I know.
just some questions to clarify your position. When you say breaking laws, because you've outlined some ethics, right? The standards of, maybe just clarify me which laws, because there's criminality, right? And then there's ethics. So which laws do you feel like he's broken, and then which
It
ethics?
is illegal to practice medicine without a license
Okay, that's what I thought was the law.
in every state.
Okay.
It is illegal to provide mental health services in Texas without establishing a patient-doctor relationship.
Okay.
This is my reading of the law. I have not interviewed a malpractice expert yet, and I am looking to do that. So this is my understanding.
Okay. Yeah, no, and it's probably more robust than even mine. Like I'm Canadian, so I'm distinctly unfamiliar with certain practice
Well, this is
laws.
just me. This is just me googling. But my
Yeah.
understanding is you can't practice medicine with somebody who isn't your patient.
And just to make sure, is it considered like criminal, or is it just considered
Yes.
like it's a criminal offense?
It is again. There is a law. It is a criminal offense.
Okay,
Yes.
just clarifying that, because because there's certain things that you can be sued for that aren't criminality, which I'm sure you know.
Yeah, exactly. My understanding is that if your only license is that you are an MD, then anytime you practice therapy, you are acting as a psychiatrist. So you are also practicing medicine.
Interesting.
So if every time Dr. K asks somebody, so you have imposter syndrome, tell me what it was like for you growing up.
Right.
If
That's
that
therapeutic,
question is if that's a therapeutic question, if he's rendering care or aid to that person with the explicit purpose of treating a psychological or psychiatric symptom,
Mhm.
he is practicing medicine.
Right.
And through talking about this or screaming about it, whatever I've been doing, I've found that not that many people disagree that he broke the rules. It seems that most of his fans don't really need to be shown that he broke the rules. They may be surprised at how many of them he's broken and how many times he's broken them. But it's clear to me now that what's missing is an understanding of why the rules are important and what can happen if you break them. And so my video is becoming more a primer on therapy ethics and how Dr. K is not following them, and why why the disastrous implications and outcomes of this.
Okay.
And so I think people need to kind of be walked through why your therapist can't, why your therapist shouldn't ask you to go to a movie or ask you to travel to Europe or ask you make a joke about grabbing your balls or tell you, I could keep being your therapist, but maybe if I was your friend, we could do all this cool stuff together. Tell you that they're going to love you for 2 years. That just like why. I think another problem is people are in a bit of denial. The rules have negative implications about all of us. Nobody wants to be told this nice person who you really like could actually do long-term psychological damage to you by, by saying, I like talking to you. Let's go for another 20 minutes at the end of your therapy session.
Right.
Let's keep going. I'm enjoying this story. I'm having fun. People don't understand why they themselves need to be protected from behavior like that, because I think they don't want to believe in like that kind of psychological fragility, that like the idea that we all need to not have that happen to us. So I think I need to kind of lay out the foundations of that, and then make my case that not only did he break the rules, but the rules matter. And so that's why I'm looking for experts. And I'm having a hard time trying to find people who are willing to speak about this on camera. And then you fucking come along, and then you say, well, technically it's unethical, but it's not immoral.
Yes.
And basically saying the exact thing I'm afraid that this is my fear, is that I think his license is fucked. Every person I've talked to, their reaction has been, oh, holy shit, did you report him? And then, no, I will not go on camera and talk about this.
Right.
So in the professional world,
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I'll give you that one. The professional world is decently cowardly in that regard.
yes, but you agree with me, they take this shit pretty seriously.
Oh yeah, they do take it.
So-
It mixed. They take it seriously, and then you go to an ethics board, and then ethics boards take it seriously. But the likelihood of like disbarring in any professional field, I could be wrong about Massachusetts specifically, but it's very hard to fully revoke somebody's license. So, and that's not me
Massachusetts-
saying that you're wrong to file a complaint or whatever. You're fully within your purview. to do
I
that.
think his license is done, but that's just my impression. The
Yeah,
closest
and-
thing I found in the
yeah.
last year was a physician gave a woman breast implants, and she expressed a romantic interest in him, and he said that would be inappropriate.
Mhm.
She then emailed him saying hello and sent him a non-sexual picture of herself. And he didn't respond to the email. But because he did not respond saying, don't email me, he got a reprimand on his license.
Yeah, they'll do reprimands. It's
But
just
that's
like
just
the
one person. We're looking at over 100 violations all over the country. I don't, and she didn't kill herself.
right.
So
Okay.
I mean, even what you're saying now is infuriating to me. I really there's this weird thing where it's like, well, because Reckful killed himself, he was gonna do it anyway, or like everybody keeps saying like I'm in no way blaming, and you said this too. I in no way blame Dr. K for Reckful's suicide. Well, I do.
Right.
I do. Your job when your client is suicidal or patient is to stop them from killing themselves. That's like your only job. And like it's inevitable if you're working with like severely mentally ill people that you are going to fail sometimes. But if in the process of failing you have not established a therapist-client relationship, you have exploited this person for clout and allowed them to exchange. Oh yeah, gift exchanging is also not allowed. You've allowed them to give you their platform. Gift exchanging, bartering is only allowed if the arrangement is not exploitative to the patient.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't tell me that Dr. K and Reckful's relationship was not exploitative to Reckful. So that rule is again shattered. That you're going to tell someone you might have borderline personality disorder in front of a crowd, and if you know anything about borderline personality disorder, then you know why in the same fucking breath telling them, but also if you let me off the hook of having to be your physician, maybe I'll travel to Japan with you. Then you know why that is probably one of the most destructive things you could possibly say to somebody. Like, you want to be friends, don't you? You want me to like you, don't you, buddy? And then that is said in the same breath as, I have to stop streaming with you every week because we got to make room for other people. So if I was trying to get someone with borderline to kill themselves, that's what I would do.
Okay.
So
There's a lot. So I guess where should we start is probably because I'm basically outlined there's certain positions. There's some I actually will agree with you on, and there's some that I would push back on.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. The equivalent to me is like, if you are like you're like EMS and you're rushing to a scene to resuscitate somebody, and you fail. I'm not going to say it's your fault, but if you trip and fall and like break your wrist or something, and then that's why you didn't get there, and then it turns out you were drunk, and then it turns out you like weren't you actually had already had your license revoked, or like you weren't supposed to be there for some reason. Like these things,
Right,
it's
like
not that
stacking
it's not
flags.
that it's your fault the person died because they were dying anyway, but your contribution to it then becomes your fault.
Okay, so like a negligence argument, basically. It's like we're not directly.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. Negligence, malpractice, to rising to the level of criminality are these are all things I would say. So
Okay.
people keep saying like, I would say he's culpable in Reckful's suicide.
Okay.
I wouldn't say he's to blame. I mean, obviously Reckful killed himself. I don't think you can say anyone else is more to blame than the person who kills himself, but he is culpable. Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
So for me to get full understanding, there's just a couple more like questions I want to ask you first before I like push back, because I just want to make sure I fully understand you. Because I think there's nothing more annoying than debates where like literally people just start talking past each other the whole time.
Okay.
So okay, so you said trying to decide which question I want to ask first. Because I wrote a couple down. So at one point you were kind of talking about like no one wants to be told that this nice guy that they really love is damaging, and how these relationships, when therapeutic client relationships get blurred, that can be really psychologically damaging. Precisely for you, what damage do you see when these therapeutic relationships get blurred?
There's a few things that are, I would say, like, kind of fundamentally important to therapeutic relationships. One is boundaries. So you have to know that the person you're talking to is not going to try to have sex with you. They are not going to try to be your friend. It is not a two-way relationship. It is a one-way relationship. The only way that it is two-way is that the therapist gets money. And the reason you pay the therapist, and the reason you have to pay the therapist, is to ensure that the relationship is only one way.
Yeah,
and
that's
the
the tit
therapist
for
is then
tat.
right, and the therapist is supposed to, in exchange for the money, not have conversations with you that are for them. The relationship is not for them. They're supposed to look out for, is this just to stroke my ego? Is this supposed to make me feel good? Do I have a savior complex? Am I steering this in this direction because I find it more interesting? And they're supposed to do like countertransference and look into themselves and figure out like, in what ways am I injecting my own shit into this, which is inevitable, and then how do I try to manage that or reduce that? You're supposed to know that the therapist is going to be there for you during this period of time. So if you have therapy once a week at 1 p.m. every Wednesday, then the therapist will be there from 1 to 1:50, focused on you. Now, Dr. K shows up with his chat. He's looking at his chat. He's taking donations. He's thanking people. And he's trying to keep the conversation interesting because it's live, which is not for you. It's for him. And it might not even be for him. It's for the audience. The session ends when he feels like, you've kind of run out of steam, or he is bored or wants to do something else. These are all things that you really need to be protected from. So, I mean, I would be furious at a therapist who lets the session run on after the agreed upon time, just until they get bored or they feel like they're done. It's not about them. The boundaries are like a third party that are there to protect the client or patient, if it's a psychiatrist.
Okay.
And people, I don't think people understand or really want to admit how damaging it can be to have a therapist who allows you to suck up to them.
Okay.
And who's actually using you to make themselves feel better about themselves.
Okay. So the damage, when you said like no one wants to admit that this nice guy who seems super like nice and helpful or whatever could be psychologically damaged, the main damage you see is basically for the individuals that come on, they're not getting the protection and safety that's offered within a traditional therapeutic client relationship.
Absolutely. Like he the conversations are okay. Just because someone's making you feel good doesn't mean they're not abusing you.
Right.
And it doesn't mean they're not harming you. So Dr. K makes people feel good. There's just no argument about that, at least in the short term. And people think that if you're singing his praise, like, if you think your therapist is hot, and they like start having sex with you in the middle of a session, like that would feel good, right? Like anybody would enjoy that. I think most people have had fantasies about their therapists or their doctors or nurses or whatever, right? But just because you would like that in the moment, that doesn't mean that it's good for you.
Right.
It's actually really bad for you in ways that are kind of subtle and hard to explain. And that kind of betrayal takes a long time to unravel and even understand that it happened. And
Okay.
so,
Okay, I think I'm understanding now. So
yeah, so the argument that Dr. K is good for you because you feel good while you're talking to him, or because it feels good to watch him talk to people, that is not relevant to whether he is actually helping people, and it's not relevant to whether he is harming people or breaking the rules.
okay. Okay. So
It's the exact reason he's able to get away with breaking the rules.
so to summarize, essentially the harm that that you kind of are concerned about and foresee is essentially it sounds to me like you're saying like there's a sacredness to a relationship with a therapist and a client, in that obviously the therapist is essentially giving boundaries for safety for the client and unconditional support.
Um,
Those are the two I wrote
I would
down.
say
Is there
I
more?
would
Is there
say
more? Yeah.
reliable support, not so much unconditional.
Okay.
Because the therapist has boundaries too.
Right. And they need to challenge
there's
them at times too, which I think you're aware. And like you could argue that that doesn't feel conditional if they like challenge you on an idea or tell you, "Hey, you're trying to
No, I
pursue
mean
me.
that's
I
what
have
that,
to end this relationship because like if the client
right.
pursues a
If you
therapist,
show
they
up
should end
outside
it."
your therapist's house
Yes.
more than once or twice, I assume they're going to end the therapy relationship, and like that. So the therapist has boundaries too, and they need to be protected as well. Absolutely. So yeah, I don't want to say unconditional,
Okay.
but reliability,
Okay.
reliable support, confidentiality, a safe place to be yourself, to feel your feelings and express your feelings, knowing that there are not onlookers and that no one else is going to know about what you are saying. Because you don't know what you're saying. You don't know what you're going to say, and you don't know why you're saying it, and you don't know what the implications of what you're saying are until much later. And that's why it has to be confidential.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm understanding you
And
there.
these are things that uh, you can you can in writing waive your right to confidentiality if you agree to do like a session as like a part of a demonstration or something. But a mentally ill person like Reckful cannot meaningfully consent to that. And
Yeah.
you can't consent to a half therapy relationship. The state won't let you. The
Right.
law won't let you. The ethics board won't let you. You're not allowed to no matter what you sign, you cannot have someone sort of be your therapist. And so the counter arguments here are like, well, they had a really complicated relationship. Like you don't know all their history. No ethics board wants to hear that. It's either is this person your patient or not. And
Right.
if there's an answer that's longer than yes or no, you're breaking the law.
Right. Okay. Um, I guess second, this is more just from my understanding, I think, of you is trying to understand like why specifically, because like you've kind of said, like you're not a mental health professional or anything like that, but obviously like this topic matters a lot to you, and normally you'd expect to see like some other mental health professional kind of take on the banner because it's their field, right? You're going to be more invested to protect your own field because I'm invested in my field, right? What for
I'm
you?
very invested in this field.
Yeah. So I guess
Yeah.
what for you has caused you to be like so invested in this Dr. K situation?
My grandfather is a psychologist, or was till he died. Dr. Carson, with a K. My father is a psychologist, Dr. Carson, with a K. I have a bachelor's in psychology. I was raised learning about just clinical psychology, like around the house, principles. I edited my father's book on therapy when I was in college. Um, yeah, I just grew up with it. I guess it's like the family trade. And so like I didn't go into the field myself because my artistic impulses to like divulge stuff about myself and express myself very publicly made it so that like it wouldn't really work. Like you can't have like a rap album and a porn video and be an effective therapist.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's a mess. So I don't want to do that. But and then I was a personal trainer for I guess I still am. I have one client left. But I was a personal trainer for like 5 years. And a lot of that was basically doing therapy. No rules and no boundaries other than the ones that I wanted to set. You're allowed to date your clients if you're a personal trainer.
Yeah.
And be friends with them. And so I had different relationships with different clients. But I would say that some of those relationships, especially with like kids, were super therapy-like. With me being like, you know, just making space for them and doing as much as I could to not inject myself into the relationship, and it was a way to most people who want a personal trainer need a therapist.
Yeah, that's what
So
I've heard from. I have friends that are personal
yeah,
trainers
they
and
just
stuff,
want
so-
to talk about their lives, and like most people don't know why they can't stop eating, and like you have to. It always has something to do with boundaries, and so like just like teaching people how to set boundaries, and finding out like what the relationship structure in their life is like missing to help them figure it out.
Mhm.
Do I have any other connections to therapy as a I mean obviously I've been to therapy, but a lot of people have. I don't think they feel as passionately
Yeah.
about it. I mean I've had these rules hammered into me since I was
Yeah, I was gonna say the family trait is
since I was a
huge.
child. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. It's interesting that you had therapy-like relationships. So, because one of the big questions that I've been struggling with this whole topic is what is therapy? Because it's actually a pretty like not well-defined thing, right? There's definitions online, but it's an issue that I think this situation with Dr. K highlights to me that our field is woefully unprepared for answering that question, and we need to figure it out in the face of like technology.
Okay. I disagree.
That's fair. Um, I guess the reason why I would say that is because as technology has essentially shrunk the world, the idea of having like clients within and without of state creates these like really strange situations where you might be the best qualified, you might be the person that a client prefers. Even in situations, say if you have a client that is I'll use Canada, in your province, and then they move, they have to be referred out to somebody else, which has been, when I've been talking with psychotherapists during COVID particularly, this has been a really, really strange experience because they're like, we're doing online therapy. Nothing about the setting has changed at all, but they moved states because of COVID. They like found a job elsewhere. And so this client who I've had a really strong rapport with, especially when you get those clients that have been like pretty resistant to therapy, and for whatever reason they just click with you, and so it seems to motivate them. I think a lot of therapists really struggle with like, how do we pass this off, and like, do we need to find more like federal level colleges to be regulating therapy rather than like state level?
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I can see your argument for with COVID, especially for um, allowing their licensed therapists to practice with a client that has moved. Like, but that's not relevant to Dr. K.
yeah, COVID doesn't. He's been doing this before COVID.
Yeah. And your question, I just so strongly disagree that it's hard to define what is and isn't therapy.
I would say as somebody like in the field, it's actually really difficult to define because
Well, I think that's problematic that you're saying that.
that's fair.
I think I think that you are probably breaking ethics rules just saying that.
Probably not.
I don't think I don't think you should be in public. I think you're damaging the field, and I think you are potentially damaging your clients if they hear you in public saying, I don't really know what is therapy and what isn't therapy. Your job is to shunt. Every person you talk to needs to explicitly know. And we're talking about your feelings, right? So at the beginning of this conversation, am I your therapist?
That's to be honest, that's part of the issue, right? Is
If you don't know if you don't know whether I'm your therapist or not, then I think you've got some serious fucking problems with your understanding
I
of
don't
how
think
therapy
you're my
works.
therapist, right? That's
But
not.
are you sure? Like you need to
Yes.
be sure that.
Yeah,
Are you sure I'm not your therapist?
yes, because
Okay,
I
you
think
just
there are
asked me,
some things that are very clear that make things therapy, right? There are certain
but
things
you
that are
need to
very clear.
manage all of your relationships
Yep.
so that they are clear. And if they
Yep.
are not clear, then if they're not clear to you, then you shouldn't be in them.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very, very, very clear, right? Just to be clear, I don't want to have like assumptions made about like my practice based on like just a couple of statements, just because the reality is like you don't actually know anything about my practice.
Your statements affect your practice because you are in a
Absolutely.
public forum.
But you also haven't heard the full form of my statement, right?
It doesn't matter.
Sure, it does.
No, it doesn't.
I would say it does, right? Because the question of what is therapy is a conversation that I have with professionals at professional conventions regularly. Because
It doesn't matter.
yes, it does. It does matter what is therapy, right? Because we
Not
have to.
not the criticism I just levied at you is that your clients could hear any snippet of this conversation.
Mhm.
And
And
I think it is damaging to your practice for people to hear you say that you're not sure when a relationship is a therapy relationship or not.
that's not what I said, though, right?
Okay.
I
So
posed the question of
okay,
what
so
is precisely therapy.
okay, so let's back up. My criticism of Dr. K is that he has relationships where people do not know if it is therapy, and that fact
Yes.
is a violation of the ethics.
Right. Right.
You are now changing the subject to something that sounds identical but is actually completely unrelated of defining when in therapy begins and when it stops.
I'm actually defining a key word to the conversation. Is what is therapy? Is it a
It doesn't matter.
contract? It does matter.
It's not it has nothing to do with the conversation.
I would say it's like fundamental. I mean, we can bypass it, but I would say it's fundamental to the conversation.
The reason it doesn't matter is because if somebody thinks you are doing therapy with them and you are a therapist, you have to either stop what you're doing or become their therapist.
S-
If I start saying, wow, this feels really good to talk to you about why I'm so angry about this Dr. K thing. Like it feels so good to really talk to a professional about this.
Mhm.
You are professionally obligated to end the conversation if I say that.
There's definitely nothing in the ethics that outline that clearly. You are professionally obligated to outline to them, I am not your therapist. We are not engaging in therapy.
But do you think after that you can then say, but tell me more about your family business?
No, I think you need to say, are we clear on that? And there's something with Dr. K that I would agree with you on, that his DTRs
So
need to be more
think
clear.
wait, you think if I say I'm so glad to talk to a mental health professional about my anger at Dr. K because it's really been bothering me.
Right.
And I say this is great therapy or whatever in an offhanded, or I say, oh, this is therapy. If you say, just to be clear, this isn't therapy. If I say, oh, okay, yeah, it's not therapy, you think you can then continue to say, but what were you saying about your father?
That's a good question, actually.
You are positing that if you can convince a
I'm
mentally
just
ill
wait.
person,
Can I think
wait,
about it for 2 seconds? Because you give me a hypothetical, so I want to answer this from what would I do as a professional first, right? Like what would I do? And I'm just taking a moment to like think and like run it through my head of being like, have I ever experienced this? I've never experienced this situation, because I'm very, very clear with my boundaries around things like this. So if I was talking to somebody and they said, I really appreciate that you're doing therapy with me. And I was like, hey, just so you know, this really isn't therapy. Would I continue the conversation? And they said, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Would I continue the conversation being like, and now tell me about your father? I probably wouldn't prompt a continuation, right? I would probably leave it at that of being like, just so you know, this isn't therapy. And then they might be
okay.
like, oh,
So
okay.
then I say, yeah, it's not therapy. But anyway, I want to talk more about my childhood and how it's affecting my. I'm having a really tough time now, and I want to talk about how that's affecting me.
I probably would start posing questions, being like, why do you want to specifically
There's only
talk about
one
this?
type of healing.
Right? I'm going to
That
start,
is a therapy question.
and this is the line of like, when is it like, right? Here's this issue of
So
like, if I
can
talk
give
with
you the
somebody,
answer. I can tell you the answer.
I don't think you can, right? This is the issue of like
Well, do you want to
professionals.
hear what I think? You want to hear what I think the answer is? And
Sure,
my
you
stupid,
definitely can.
untrained naivete.
That's not at
Okay.
all what I'm saying.
The answer is that it does not matter what the client or patient thinks is happening. You getting them to say whether something is therapy or not has no bearing on the ethics of what you are doing. It is irrelevant. Them saying that they think it's therapy is a signal to you that you are in murky water for sure.
Yes,
But
absolutely.
them saying it's not therapy has no bearing on whether what you're doing is ethical or not. It is your job as a licensed therapist to determine whether what you are engaging in is therapy or not.
Absolutely, and which is an absolute critique that I think is valid towards Dr. K.
So,
I don't think he does enough.
People keep saying that he has a disclaimer.
He does
The
have a disclaimer.
disclaimer does not do anything.
I don't think that that's true. I would argue it doesn't do enough, right? I think this is the
It doesn't
gap
do
between
anything.
like there's
Telling
best
somebody
practice.
it's like if you grab someone's ass and say, "I'm not sexually harassing you," and they're like, "Oh, well, thank you for saying that. Good. I'm glad. I agree you're not sexually harassing me." And then like somehow that makes grabbing their ass without their knowledge beforehand, if you can talk them into it afterwards, then
I
that
guess
means
like
that you didn't do it.
this doesn't right like talk them into it, right? Like it's like you're trying to like manipulate them into it, which isn't. I think the issue is like to what extent do we give our clients?
Your intentions don't matter.
They absolutely do.
No, they don't.
To some extent, intentions
No,
absolutely
to
matter.
zero extent. Your intentions do not matter whatsoever. In the topic of ethics in therapy, your intentions are completely irrelevant.
With an
honestly
ethics
think
board, with an ethics board, absolutely. However, I would
Yes,
say
that's
that
what we're
what you're
talking
bringing
about.
up,
that's what we're
is
talking about. So my
absolutely murky because there is a disclaimer, and at that point, if the client still consents, it's in murky water of are you
how
required
can
as a
they? They're not even.
professional?
If there's a disclaimer, then they're not the client.
I'm using the client language because like I think that that's apt. We can use a
Consents
different
to
word.
what?
If they consent to
you can't- you-
say, if the contract in your relationship that you negotiate is, we're going to talk about feelings, we're going to talk about stuff, but this isn't going to be therapy and I'm not your therapist. And then that person says, I agree to that, right? That's the contract that you've established between you two.
No.
Absolutely.
No, that's ridiculous. By definition, a mentally ill person cannot consent to. They're going to just say yes to whatever. A people pleaser like Reckful rented out an entire apartment in his building just to get his friends to live there for free. You think that motherfucker's not going to agree to whatever fucking weird arrangement you present to him? The ethics rules are there to prevent things like that from happening, to prevent the exact thing that you are proposing from happening, where we're going to have a relationship where we talk about your feelings. And I am a therapist. You and I have no other relationship other than these conversations where we're here to talk about your feelings. But do you agree that I'm not your therapist? The only reason to have that conversation is to protect yourself, which is against the rules. You cannot do that. You can't say, I'm going to have all the good parts of being somebody's therapist. They trust me. They like me. They want to give me stuff. They worship me. People think I saved them. People think I'm a good person, but I have none of the bad. I have to have all these rules. It has to be in private. I can't talk about it with anybody. I can't exploit them. I can't take gifts from them. Oh, and if they fucking kill themselves, people are going to look at me and kind of investigate what exactly the fuck was I doing with this person.
Right.
You cannot set a relationship up with a mentally ill person or potentially mentally ill person like that and say that just because they consented to it, it's ethical. No, the rules clearly forbid it, and this is why.
So
You can't do that.
when it comes to intent, If we're trying to establish that he's a criminal, intent absolutely matters for criminality. It's an
No,
important.
no.
Yes, it does. It's
No,
an
it-
important
no,
part of
it
criminal
doesn't.
proceedings. Intent is actually very fundamental to.
Do you
criminal
want to read the
proceedings.
law? It's an important part of some criminal proceedings.
Yeah.
The law says it is illegal to render professional mental health care or aid to somebody if you are a physician and you are not licensed in Texas, and if you do not establish a patient-physician relationship.
Right, but if you establish that it is
You
not a
you
patient
didn't
client,
mean to. Oh, I thought she was 18. I thought it was legal to drive drunk. It is well established in the United States of America, and I don't know how they do things up there in fucking Canada.
prove
But
malicious
if you-
malpractice, though, you're going to have to prove a certain level of intent.
No,
I would say so.
no. Dr.
That's-
Dr. K wanting to be a good person does not protect him. You don't get to keep your license if you're fucking killing people, but just if you I thought I was helping him. I thought offering to travel to Europe with someone with borderline personality disorder was going to help him out. I didn't know. No,
He
that is
didn't-
not how it works.
Yeah, so to be clear, he didn't have borderline personality disorder, and Dr. K was explicit in not diagnosing him with BPD at all.
Incorrect. He said.
I wrote
okay,
it down
so
verbatim.
answer me this: if Dr. K was explicit in not diagnosing him, why did he say, "I'm not saying you have BPD, but there's research that shows that people with BPD can be cured if somebody loves them for 2 years. And you know what, Reckful? I'm going to try to love you for 2 years." You're saying that is not at all. You're saying that is very clear. You're saying that's as clear of a non-diagnosis as if he said, "Hello, Reckful. I like your couch." Both statements are a total non-diagnosis of BPD, or would you agree that maybe one is kind of getting a little bit murky into the waters of it? It kind of is a diagnosis, but he's saying he's not diagnosing him because he doesn't want to, break the law.
See, that's the problem with all of Dr. K is that there's lots of murkiness. His explicit
Will you answer
verbatim.
my question?
Yeah, I'm
Will you
going
answer
to.
my? Do
I
you
will.
agree that it is a murky? It is a semi-diagnosis.
No. He
think it is
explicitly
as
said,
clear
"I
as
am
day?"
not going to.
Yes,
I
I
am
know.
going
I
to
know
tell
what he
you
said.
about BPD.
Do you?
I
Okay.
am
Do you
not
think that?
diagnosing.
Do you think that?
The reason
Do
why
you
I
understand
think
there's
this
a
is
difference
relevant
between
is
saying you're doing? I don't want to move on from this topic.
I'm not moving on from this topic.
You are.
How so?
Do you understand that there's a difference between saying you're doing something and doing it?
Of course, there's always a difference. However, I think that
Okay.
when we're parsing
So
out
you
the
think
words,
it was clear?
the
You think it was
verbatim
clear
words
to?
matter, right?
I don't care. Do you think it was clear to everyone in the audience and to Reckful himself and to you and me that Dr. K does not think Reckful had borderline personality disorder?
I would say it was decently clear.
Decently
it was
clear.
decent. I already told you that there's lots of things about Dr. K that are murky. I'm not saying
I'm
he's
not
at
asking
best
about
practice.
lots of things. I don't care about what you're saying. I don't want to change the subject.
I'm not
I want
changing
you
the
to
subject.
answer-
I'm saying there is
you
best
are.
practice, there is murky, and then there's impermissible.
Everything
and we
you
need to
say
figure out if
has
there are
to either be a
impermissible.
diagnosis or not a diagnosis.
No.
You are. It is illegal, or at least unethical. I think it might also be a law to say something, or I guess if you're across state lines in this case and someone's not your patient, it is illegal to say something that is sort of a diagnosis.
I'm pretty sure that it's not illegal, right? If it was illegal, to be honest, there would be a lot more There are so many therapists who quasi-diagnose other people's partners. It happens all the time. If you're working with a client who's got a pretty shitty partner, they'll often be like, "Wow, it really sounds like your partner might have BPD." It really sounds like this happens a lot in therapy. And we could also have the discussion of, is that appropriate in therapy? But it's not criminal.
You're changing the subject. Do you agree? Do you agree with the premise for this conversation that in the state of Texas, you can't practice medicine unless you have a license, and you can't practice medicine or mental health care with somebody unless you are their doctor?
Yep.
Do you believe that?
Yeah, that seems to be the
Do you believe that when
the
Dr.
mandate.
K renders a diagnosis, that he is practicing medicine?
I am disagreeing that he is rendering a diagnosis.
Do you agree that if he rendered a diagnosis, he's practicing medicine?
If he rendered a diagnosis, I think absolutely there are grounds that you could go to the ethical
Just yes or
board
no. Do you think
and
if
claim.
you
I'm
diagnose
not
somebody
giving you
as a
yes or
doctor,
nos. Because there's a
You-
couple
you-
of things
wait,
where
wait,
you,
wait,
where you
I can't.
attach a
I don't
sentence
think
and then a
if you
question.
can't answer this question, I don't think I can continue talking about this with you. I need you to be able to answer this. If a doctor diagnoses somebody, and I'm not talking about Dr. K, if a doctor tells somebody, I am diagnosing you with diabetes, I am diagnosing you with a personality disorder, I am diagnosing you with Alzheimer's. If a doctor provides a diagnosis to somebody, are they practicing medicine? If you can't answer this, we're going to have to change the subject.
I said yes to that already.
Okay, my next question. If a doctor tells you you don't have Alzheimer's, if a doctor tells you you don't have diabetes, and if a doctor tells you you don't have borderline personality disorder, is that doctor practicing medicine?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so you think a doctor can, if you have a friend who's a dermatologist, and they
Okay,
look at a lump on your arm, and they say, "Oh, that's nothing. You don't have cancer."
Okay, yeah, no, I'll back that
well,
up.
hold
Yes,
on.
that would
Let me
be
finish.
practicing
Let me
medicine.
finish. Then the cancer spreads, and it turns out it's now spread to your brain. You don't think that doctor is at all responsible for telling you you don't have a diagnosis?
Okay, if you're gonna pin me on stuff, then we have to like stick to this stuff because this is now an extra addendum. So if a doctor also says to you, you do not have this diagnosis, I'm going to change that and say, okay, yes, that would also be medicine. The problem is that Dr. K said neither of those statements. Dr. K explicitly said, I'm going to tell you about BPD, but I am not diagnosing you. So he didn't say you don't have BPD or you don't have bipolar disorder, right?
He said, okay, so if a doctor says to you, I'm not telling you that you have diabetes, but here's a diet that I would recommend to somebody who does have diabetes, and I want you to follow that diet.
Well, he didn't say I want you to follow that diet in this case. Like in the analogy. Yeah, in the analogy
Okay.
transfer over to what Dr. K did,
yeah. In therapy, the relationship is the prescription. The relationship is the treatment. So I would say that it is a perfect analogy because he's saying, I'm going to have the kind of relationship with you that cures BPD.
I would say relationships are definitely part of the prescription. I wouldn't say therapists prescribe that though. That's
My
the
point is
nature
that
to
I think it's a good analogy. It's a good analogy to show that while I agree with you, he is making disclaimers to make it seem like he is not providing a diagnosis. He is saying, I'm going to do for you the thing that would cure somebody with borderline.
Okay, so when it comes to the statement about, okay, I'm going to be there for you, I'm actually behind you 100% that was really problematic.
Do you agree that that is connected? You're not addressing
I'm not agreeing that that's practicing medicine.
I don't care if you agree. I just want you to address this. Do you see why I think connecting?
Oh yeah,
saying,
I totally see that. That makes sense. Like from your
okay.
Yes, yeah, I can see why you think that. I disagree.
You see that Reckful could leave that conversation thinking, oh, he's doing the thing. What we've already established is Dr. K winks, says he's not doing something, and then does it. So we already know Dr. K is not doing therapy. He's not acting as a physician right now.
Right,
he's
which
not
is why
practicing
I said
medicine.
Yeah, and that's why this is all murky.
Now he's not diagnosing me. So do you see why I think that could constitute, in the eyes of an ethics board, providing a diagnosis?
Oh, 100%. I think that's the issue, though, is that it's going to kind of depend to the ethics board, because when I look through the ethics, I would say it is murky to say firmly whether it is or isn't an actual client.
If things are murky, you are already fucked. It can't be murky.
Not necessarily, not with ethics, right? There's best practice, and then there's and then there's impermissible.
I just completely don't agree.
That's
your
fair.
Your bar for saying he broke a rule is he has to say, I am illegally practicing therapy in a state where I'm not licensed with someone who I have no professional obligation or liability to, and I am now hereby announcing that you have this personality disorder.
So I guess my issue is, why is it illegal? Why is it illegal to practice outside of your state? What's the harm risk?
this because each state does not agree that every other state has the same standards. Each
Right.
state sets its own standards.
Right, which is why these things get murky. The purpose of ethics boards is to distinctly deal with cases where things are murky, right? That's precisely what the purpose of an ethics board is to investigate situations where obviously the clinician is going to say, I didn't do anything wrong, right? We're going to assume that they're mostly going to say that. And it's up to the ethic board to evaluate and go, did they, right? They have to evaluate because there are many
but
things in ethics with mental health that are murky.
You're way too focused on whether he thinks he did anything wrong.
Not
Then
entirely.
That does not matter.
I'm willing
it
to
doesn't
shift.
matter.
I'm willing to shift out of intent and like have more like kind of like is the actions by themselves problematic? But I'm still saying
Okay.
it's murky. I went through the ethics pretty closely and like tried to evaluate. And I flagged, if you want, I can. There are certainly ones where I'm like, probably he's going to get a slap for that. I imagine he will, but it might not be malpractice to the extent that
all
they
these
can
are
push for
multiplied
criminal
by
charges.
time. A lot of them are multiplied by times 100. So
Right.
I don't know what the equivalent of 100 slaps on the wrist is.
Well, that's again,
plus-
that's up to the
plus one
ethics board.
suicide.
Are they going to count it as like all these separate instances? Are they considering it as one set of pattern behaviors where he is murky on one consistent ethic across the board? They might treat that as like one, right? And I don't know.
Okay.
Like, I'm not the ethics board. That's one where I'm like, to be honest, like, I don't know what the ethics board is going to decide. That's why they're there.
My other problem with your approach to this is that you think the ethics rules are not aligned with your morality.
I don't think
You
I've ever
said- you
stated
said it-
that.
you-
Do you want to explain what you mean by
You
that?
said you said it's not you said it's unethical for him to practice therapy with someone who's not his client, but it's not immoral.
Right.
You compared it to somebody driving without a license to try to bring food to somebody in like another country.
Right. Yeah.
And that just makes me think that you don't understand that the ethics rules are to protect the client.
To some
That
extent.
is why
To some
these
extent.
rules are to protect the client. And it makes me think you don't understand the sanctity of the therapist-client relationship.
So there's no implication about me here specifically. Like I guess like if I'm moving now to like a meta level of like Kyla to Mr. Girl, I'm just gonna ask you like I'd prefer if you don't like make a bunch of assumptions about my practice. I can understand why to some extent you would, but like I'm not here defending my own practice, right, at all. We're talking about Dr. K.
I cannot make statements about it, but I'm making assumptions about it.
That's fair enough. I just like I don't want to have like a large streamed conversation that becomes just about me and my practice because it's like my practice isn't under question at all right now.
I'm not trying to talk about your practice. I'm trying to talk about your
My understanding. That's fair. Like I might be a big dumb loser, and that's totally fine. I'm fine with you feeling that way.
I
It's
don't
just
think
you
you're
saying
dumb. I just think you are
a bad mental health
probably-
professional, like unethical,
no.
unethical.
I think you are used to, based on what you've said about your practice, situations where you need as much protection from the client as, or maybe more than they need from you. But that is not standard.
So I don't feel that way at all.
Okay.
I've had long-winded conversation with professionals about the purpose behind ethics in like ethics classes, and this isn't again before I like go on, I apologize if it ever sounds like I'm trying to be like I'm the professional, you're the layperson, you dumb I
You
smart
are.
smart, you listen. That's
No,
not
that's
at all
fine.
what
You
I'm
are the
saying.
professional. That's fine.
Yeah, I would
I-
never me being correct has nothing to do with me being a professional. A professional can be wrong. That's literally what we're talking about with Dr. K, right? So I just don't want to be using like some like sneaky
Dr.
appeal to
K knows
authority.
he's breaking the rules.
I would agree. He knows he's breaking some like ethics. Yeah. Or liability.
He
Liability
stated it
specifically.
explicitly.
Right, but the issue is that liability might not necessarily become an ethics breach. It's probably going to be murky, and an ethics breach might not become an immoral action like a crime.
This is why I'm saying I don't think you understand the purpose of these rules.
So ethics is to protect the client, but it is also a necessary relationship with practitioners and the insurance companies that offer us protection from suits, right? And certain rules around
but all
ethics
of
are
that
to create
ultimately-
limits that insurance companies are no longer liable for, because insurance companies say that behavior is so extreme we don't want to cover it. There's too much risk, and we're just going to say it's not okay in the practice to do. And when I say
Yes, but
when we're getting
ultimately,
there, it's
even
not necessarily immoral.
it is ultimately all in service of the client.
The practice is, but the ethics actually oftentimes are both. They are both there to serve the client and to protect the practitioner.
Okay, sure, but to protect the practitioner from an accusation in court that they harmed the client.
Right, because sometimes clients get really disgruntled and they make false accusations against practitioners. Right, that would be
That's
one
fine,
example
but
where
the whole
liability comes
system
in
is
and
in
protects you.
place. All of this is in place to protect the client at
And
the
the
end of the day.
practitioners. It actually is for both. Absolutely it
Um,
is.
I don't think. Yes, okay, I agree that some of it's to protect the practitioners, but the rules we're talking about, framing, like, you have to have established a therapist-client relationship in order to practice therapy. That rule is there to protect vulnerable people, not practitioners.
And insurance companies from liability suits. I would argue it is both.
I think it is such a damaging thing to say. I can't believe you're saying that. It is so bad for people to hear that.
Why is that?
Because the people's negative opinion of therapy is that the therapist just wants you to come in and sit there and twiddle your thumbs while they take your money.
Okay.
And when you talk about people breaking ethics rules as though the main problem with that might just be that the insurance companies won't like it, it makes it sound like you don't care about the client.
It's not at
And it
all
makes it
about
sound
not
like
caring about the client. It's the fact that I have
that's how
serious
it's
issue
what
with
so
insurance companies arbitrating
I
what
can
practice people
tell
do
I
and
can
limiting
I can see,
care.
I can see that. But I think this chip on your shoulder about insurance companies is distracting from what are bedrock principles of psychotherapy
I don't
and
think insurance companies care about clients.
I don't care about insurance companies. It's not what I'm talking about. Bedrock principles of psychotherapy. You and the sanctity of the therapist-client relationship, the sanctity of confidentiality and reliability. You are like it's just completely unrelated to insurance companies. And you brought it up on your stream too, and I think it is such a damaging message to send that to put yourself out there as a counselor saying this message that the ethics are not really there to protect you.
I've never said that.
They're not even to protect. I know, but the implication is there, and I think it is very damaging and destructive. And it's part of why I am angry hearing your take on this.
That's fair. I think we might just be at a place of like fundamental disagreement. I think people find it I think it's important to be honest as a practitioner about everything, right? I think that honesty is a really big thing for me.
I completely disagree.
I want to be fully clear with a client about details and boundaries and all these things. And when I'm psychoeducating people in part on like what's going on, the reality of some ethics is absolutely because insurance companies don't want to be liable for certain things.
You are sending. I completely disagree. This is not a situation where you should be honest. Because the problem isn't that you think this. The problem is that you're saying it. It's fine
Yeah,
if you
no,
think this,
I hear
but
that.
you should not be saying this to the general population. Oh, you know, it's really the ethics board that doesn't want us to go to a movie after the session. If I could, I would. It calls
That's not what I'm saying.
It calls every boundary that is being held into question. The implication is, if the ethics board let me, I would do all kinds of shit that break the rules.
Right. And so I guess, so again, this is like where I'm struggling because it's again shifting into this is now about me again, right? In large part as a practitioner and as like a mental health
But you're
professional.
out here saying this shit. I'm not trying to say that you break the rules. I'm saying that you are implying that here's the exact thing I'm worried about is that Dr. K's fans are going to think these old 60-year-old fucks who don't understand the internet and don't understand gamers and don't understand how much Dr. K has helped me personally are going to come and ruin this thing that is so important to me. And so I am trying to provide a context for why this is or may be happening, why Dr. K may not be able to continue doing what he's doing, certainly in the way he's doing it. I want to educate these people so that they understand, no, it's not just because Mr. Girl hates his father. No, it's not because he got canceled. No, it's not because Reckful killed himself and Mr. Girl has a chip on his shoulder for some reason and has inserted himself into this Twitch drama. I want to provide a foundational explanation of why these rules are actually important for protecting the mental health of the populace, and you're here implying that, well, maybe. But, you know, if it weren't for these damned insurance companies,
So this,
maybe things would be a lot looser.
yeah.
And I think even bringing it up is such a damaging message to send. It's such a terrible idea that
That's
I
fair.
condemn you for doing this.
I guess I need to clarify that I don't think that we can equate the moral weight of an ethics breach that is there to protect the client, because I think those are most important and those are the fundamental purposes of ethics. But there are other purposes behind ethics as well, and we can't
I don't
equate
care.
we can't equate the moral weight of breaching an ethics that is there to protect a client with the ethical weight of breaching an ethics rule that is there to protect insurance companies from liability.
I am clearly on a moral crusade. Do you not see that?
No, yeah, you definitely are.
Okay, so I'm not bringing up any of these rules. Just obviously, I'm saying he is behaving immorally. I think what he's doing is wrong.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to make arguments of like there's no point at which I'm saying like, well, when the insurance company hears about this, they're not going to be happy, are they? Looks like you done fucked up, Dr. K. That's not my tone here.
Yeah.
My tone here is that you are hurting people.
Yeah.
And one of them is dead.
Right. I want to be really careful in talking about the Reckful situation specifically for a couple of reasons. Number one, I didn't know him, and so like the tragedy of the situation is not lost, I think, to either of us. I didn't personally know him at all, so I want to be like,
I didn't know him either.
okay, I have no idea.
I didn't know he existed until a month ago.
Right. I think the concern that I have is that, do I think that there are ethics breaches that are going on here with Dr. K? Absolutely. Do I think there are certain behaviors that he's done that are immoral? I actually would say yes to a couple. We would agree on a
Like
couple
what?
of those.
Then let's try to agree on some stuff. Like what? I don't. Why are you making like? Do you not want to say? Do you not want to criticize Dr. K?
No, I'm totally willing to criticize Dr. K. Like I said, I'm not emotionally
you're
invested.
fucking trying to have it both ways.
No.
You're being very like middle of the road here. So
Sure.
What do you think?
Yeah, do you
Why
want me
don't
to
you
give
just say
like
what you
I'll
think?
go like meta and explain like kind of why I'm pushing against certain ideas in the way that I am, while I'm saying like, but I do have critiques when all I've said is, as you can say, all I've said is defenses of him, right? Do you want me to like kind of explain why I'm pushing back in this specific way? Like what my goal, I suppose, is with like the
Sure,
narrative
whatever
that
you
I'm.
want.
Yeah.
I will listen to whatever you want to say.
Okay. So basically, my concern is initiating a witch hunt against an individual where potentially ethics breaches that are ethical and liability related are being conflated with moral breaches. I am concerned about instigating a witch hunt against a practitioner that I'd broadly say, if his Twitch streams are similar to his actual private practice as well, I'd say he's pretty decent, right? You might be like, he's not the
Jesus
best.
Fucking Christ. He's terrible.
I would say he's
literally stupid. He's a terrible practitioner.
I would say that
I
that's
think he's like probably the worst therapist I've ever seen practice therapy.
That's fair, and that might be because you don't prefer his style, but I really disagree with you on that one. Like, I think
Okay,
he's
that's
actually
fine.
pretty good, which is fine. We don't need to get into like whether he's a good therapist or not necessarily.
No. Okay, so tell me about the witch hunt. What makes something a witch hunt?
Trial by media, which in COVID times and with like Twitch and everything happens really readily, right? Let me think. Gamergate is a good example, right? You had this thing born out where a kind of a disgruntled boyfriend who had some shitty situations kind of raised the flag of being like, hey, there's a lot of like indie game. Do you know much about? I don't want to explain Gamergate if you know the like details of broadly what it is.
Well, you can tell the audience.
Okay, sure.
If you want. I know the details.
Okay, so like you basically have an allegation.
They probably know too, honestly.
That's true. They probably know more than I do. But right, we have this situation that started with, to be honest, a legitimate issue that was going on, which was that there were a bunch of kind of indie game competitions that were happening. There were individuals that were sleeping with judges and winning these indie games that arguably they maybe shouldn't have been winning. So it was kind of this issue where indie game competitions are really, really important for game content creators because that's like how they get out there. So it's just like stacking the game against them, which just fucking sucks. Like it's slimy, right? So this was kind of whistleblown. There was an ex-boyfriend who knew that this was happening with his ex-girlfriend, and he kind of outed her for it, and it took off. And the problem is that the ex-boyfriend just had a critique of this, but it exploded eventually into the creation of kind of the alt-right and like this whole kind of crazy world, right? Where a bunch of like, there was women getting harassed. There were some really bad situations that came out of Gamergate with like women getting harassed, death threats, all sorts of things. When it's like there were women getting harassed that had literally nothing to do with any of this, that were just like part of the gaming community. That to me is where something starts in a legitimate area. I think you have some legitimate critiques of Dr. K. I actually think that you raise really important things that as a field of psychology specifically, we need to address. And I actually don't think we're addressing it well in modern times. And I think Dr. K is pointing out these issues of that. And I would say and he's overstepping lines a lot.
Okay. You're conflating, and I want you to explain the difference to me.
Sure.
Or if you think they're the same. I obviously don't think it's a witch hunt.
Not yet, no.
Okay, so what are you worried it will turn into, I guess?
I'm worried it'll turn into that witch hunt, right? That there will be a strong sentiment. So I don't really have problems, to be honest with you, like submitting
a strong
claims.
Sentiment of what?
Of basically an anti-Dr. K sentiment that results in situations where perhaps thousands of people send in these reports that don't know anything about the situation. They've just read one Twitter headline, they send in these reports, and then an ethics board makes a decision about ethics that impact all practitioners because basically they felt pressured by people that were sending in these reports.
I say fuck that. He did this in front of hundreds of thousands of people. And so I agree. If there was some therapist local to my area that I found out about who broke all these same rules in private, I would never make a video about it.
Right.
The problem is that Dr. K did this purposefully. Again, even if it was just somebody who got one is on a viral video, who got dragged into the public sphere. Again, I would agree with you. They don't deserve a dog pile. Dr. K did this knowingly, purposefully, exploitatively, for the purpose of growing his business. And I agree that underneath this there is some urge to help people. I'm not saying he's evil,
right.
But he pronounced himself innocent in the court of public opinion.
Mm-hmm.
People already have opinions about him in the court of public opinion. I don't think you can call it a witch hunt nor do I think you can call it a witch hunt when someone criticizes me.
Right.
Everything about me, I like. It's not like I privately recorded a Cuties review and somebody found out about it and then then everybody got mad at me. I put it out there, and he put himself on the world stage.
For sure.
So,
I'm not saying no criticizing. That's not what I'm saying at all, right?
So then what the fuck are you... what is the practical application of what you're suggesting?
Sure, yeah. I basically, if this explodes, right, and there's a bunch of people that get behind the movement that honestly barely even listen to what you have. They don't even listen to the nuance that you add to this situation. They just hear a couple things. You get like a bunch of streamers that get on, because here's the thing, like you're giving at least like, you have some pretty intense views on it, but they're at least deeply nuanced. They're thought out. You've outlined, you understand the situation deeply. The problem is that if it catches on, there's going to be a bunch of people just tweeting about it for in what social media does, right? People just tweet about it to like jump on the bandwagon, and it grows. The problem is that the mob could compromise the ethics board's ability to make proper decisions. That's my concern.
What is your suggestion?
It's a good question.
you
I
have
think so. I think you're submitting a concern to the board because of like your position on his work. You should be submitting something to the board. That's completely.
I did.
Yeah, I know you did. And so I'd say like, yeah, that's totally fine. I would definitely like discourage people from jumping on the bandwagon and submitting it unless they've actually like done the work to think about it.
I did not tweet out a link to.
No,
submit a
I know you
complaint.
didn't. That's I would just mean like if you start noticing some movement towards that, it might be worth being like, hey, just to be clear, at least this isn't something I'm encouraging, because a lot of people are going to be looking to you as like,
I don't. I think if you want to watch Dr. K's sessions with Reckful and then submit a complaint, sure.
Yeah.
If you genuinely have a complaint,
right.
but I don't think you should submit a complaint just because I did.
Yeah, and I agree with you, right? The issue is that like professionals are kind of cowardly. That's why none of them are willing to get on stream and stuff like that. That's why, in general, like the mental health sphere, I think is like it's so hard to navigate because there's such this like massive need and et cetera, right?
Yeah, there's a small, only a tiny fraction of people probably are as intimately familiar with these rules and the justification for their existence.
Yeah.
And who are not professionals who have nothing to risk by going after him. So that's probably why you haven't seen somebody go after him as pointedly as I am.
Mm-hmm.
I know Slush made his video, but I don't think Slush understood.
Yeah, it wasn't great. Yeah.
I just don't think he has a good enough grasp of like clinical psychology. And again, I know I'm a layperson, but like I think I understand the damage being done to somebody, even if they're smiling and laughing and saying, "Oh, Dr. K, I love you." I don't think he quite gets the like how the guardrails are being just like driven over.
Yeah, like the impetus
in
of the
those
situation. Yeah.
interactions.
Yeah, my main concern is like as it stands right now. Obviously, I think
What do you want from me? What do you want me to do?
What do I don't want necessarily anything. I want you to be careful of recognizing your fans are necessarily somewhat parasocial. They are going to feed on your anger. And if other people get caught up because it's trending.
Rage.
Righteous rage, yeah. If other social media people jump on board and begin, because this is what happens with major movements, is that the actual intelligence of the conversation gets diluted.
Yeah, I get what do you want me to do?
I think probably
I understand your concerns.
End it at where you've had it so far, which is you've submitted your concern to the ethics board. So now it's up to the ethics to basically, they have to decide they actually have to have that conversation. What is therapy? Is he having therapy? Is his disclaimers enough? Like they have to decide all those things. And that's just up to the ethics board to decide. And I trust them to know better than me, obviously, because they're literally professionals in psychological ethics.
What do you think's going to happen? What do you think's going to happen if I don't okay, can I push back on what you're saying?
Of course, yeah.
This is why I need to decapitate Dr. K's image in front in the town square. Because if he loses his license and no one can explain why in a compelling, concise, educational way, mildly unhinged, then Dr. K's fans are just going to say, okay, well, fuck the ethics board. He doesn't need a license to do anything he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, like
he's already built.
Criminally charged.
He could just stop doing he could stop doing interviews. Yeah, he could be criminally charged. They could charge him with a crime. But even if he's convicted, I don't think he's going to go to jail. So, and even if he does go to jail, it'll be for a month or two or something. It's not going to be like 10 years or something. So worst case scenario for Dr. K, all this shit happens. But with no one speaking about it on Twitch and on YouTube, or at least no one with like my kind of nuanced understanding of it, or my education level in psychology, which admittedly is low, but like I think I can put together a kind of decent explanation and make it compelling, and it will be heard.
I mean, you're way above just like lay interpretations. You lived in it, and you have a degree.
So you're gonna get your slushes saying like, oh, what the fuck? This seems kind of weird. But Dr. K can kind of outmaneuver them pretty easily in the public sphere.
Right.
So so then Dr. K just stops doing the interviews to be safe. And he's already started
He's
scaling
kind
them
of
back.
yeah. It seems like he doesn't do them much anymore, anyways.
And he doesn't ask people about their childhood. He doesn't try to get people to talk about like their rape and shit, like the shit he used to do. He scales it back, and then he just keeps doing his coaching business, and nothing will happen. I mean, so people will say, okay, he technically lost his license, but that's because people don't understand Twitch.
Right.
People don't understand gamers.
Yep.
So, is that a satisfactory outcome to you?
Potentially. Like I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that the ethics board will cause him to lose his license. I'm not convinced that I think he needs
No,
to
I'm
lose
saying
his license.
this hypothetical.
Yeah, that hypothetical situation. Yeah,
Like my
it's
problem with it is that millions of people go away not understanding that he has hurt people and that one of them is dead.
right.
And he's never held accountable for that in like the world of social media and journalism.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to like Reckful's death, I don't think it's fair to ever hold him accountable for that. I think that that's a really, really dangerous line to go down.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Because I would say like it's at minimum a leap to put culpability on Dr. K.
Why?
Because he was like one of the few people in his life that was like as much as possible trying to help him.
By breaking every fucking rule in the book,
But
manipulating
so
him, playing into every single insecurity that Reckful had. It's like he like found his wounds and stuck a fucking knife in them.
But that's not what Reckful felt at all. Like that's kind of my issue.
I don't give a shit. Reckful killed himself. I don't fucking care what Reckful was crazy. I don't care what he said. I don't give a shit about what Reckful thought was happening.
I guess like maybe that's where we differ. Is like I
don't rely on fucking suicidal, mentally ill people to tell me the people. You know, Reckful's mother made a suicide pact with him.
Yeah,
the
I
year
heard
before
that.
he died.
Yeah, I heard that.
I'm sure he thought he had a really good mother too.
I don't know.
care.
I have no idea what his position was. I don't know if they went into his mother much.
He didn't say anything bad about her.
I think he said
was
like we're
yeah,
not
my mom
super
made it.
close.
My point is that I don't care what people think of their abusers. There's no relevance to whether or not I think they're being abused. Dr. K abused him definitionally for months, and then he killed himself. So I think that it is preposterous that you're saying it's a leap to try to hold him accountable for that.
Yeah.
I think if I'm not saying if you're a clinician or a therapist or whatever, and one of your patients kills themselves, and you are breaking the rules and psychologically abusing and exploiting them publicly, yeah, I think you have to be held accountable. Absolutely.
So he was in your mind. It's not is it the ethics that he's breaking that makes it abusive, or because you think it's exploitative?
It is abusive to tell a vulnerable person who is has become dependent on you for mental health care that you don't know if you want to be their friend or not. And you might be their friend, you might be their therapist. I'm not sure what would be more fun. If you think that person has a personality disorder that would make them more clearly Reckful is mentally ill. I can't think of a better definition of if you kill yourself.
Yeah, we can totally agree. I think no one is questioning that Reckful was mentally
ill. Okay, but I want
to
talk about the way he was mentally ill.
Sure.
You rent out an apartment for an expensive apartment, just so hoping that your friends, basically that you can pay your friends to be your friend.
Yeah.
The intersection of that specific vulnerability and somebody saying, well, I guess I pretty much got all the followers and subscribers I'm going to get from you. So I guess we're done with our mental health journey.
My understanding is they continued contact weekly after the videos ended, that they decided to stop going public, and they began up a private relationship that was weekly. Now, obviously, I don't have receipts or tickets to prove.
Did he do a official intake to become his physician?
I have no idea. I have no idea. There's no way I can know that.
Okay, my point is that based on what happened publicly, they had a blurry. Like it doesn't matter if he did something ethically after this. It's not relevant.
For the
abuse,
care of the individual, it probably does.
No, it doesn't. You cannot be someone's mental health provider after you have done these things. Ethically, it doesn't matter.
Right, and I would say like
you can't have a quid pro quo of I abuse you publicly for 2 months, but then after that, I'll clean up my act and be a good provider.
What was
to you for a
specifically
couple
abusive?
months.
Like, do you think that basically like
I just
Dr.
told you.
Yeah.
Telling somebody that you don't know if you want to be their therapist or their client for the purpose of weaseling your way out of saying that you're their therapist is abusive.
It's definitely
telling someone you're not sure if they have this personality disorder is abusive. Telling somebody that, having sessions that are public for your own gain is abusive. Establishing a bartering deal where he wouldn't fucking do this. You think he would have done this for Reckful privately? No, he's only doing it to make himself famous. Abusive and exploitative. Knowing that Reckful is a people pleaser who will pay people to be his friend while doing these things, abusive. Telling him, oh, if you feel suicidal, just DM me.
I guess my issue is like it feels like now intention does matter because we're assuming a certain intention for Dr. K.
No, it doesn't matter.
You just said,
oh my
would he
God,
have done,
you are so fucking naive. It doesn't matter what his intentions are.
Well, you just said you assume that he wouldn't have done that.
Do you think it's okay to fuck your clients?
No, obviously not.
What if you think it's good for them?
No.
What if you think you're helping them?
It's explicitly malpractice. Explicitly. In fact, there are a ton of addendums to it. True love exception doesn't count.
Yeah, what if it's true love? What if I really think I'm helping my clients? If I'm a therapist, why can't I fuck my clients? I didn't know I was hurting them. I'm not intending to be abusive.
That's not
not?
That's not analogous to this situation at all, though.
Why not? It's breaking a boundary, transforming the relationship into something that is for me and not for the person who is in desperate need of my help.
But that's assuming an intention.
Exploiting their vulnerability. So why can't I just fuck them? We agree that those things are happening when you fuck your clients. Aren't they also happening when you establish or when you hang out with your clients?
He didn't hang out with his client. Like, they didn't go to Japan together. He didn't agree to have psilocybin with him. The biggest issue was that he gave a disclaimer. It obviously wasn't enough.
Okay, you're arguing as though they had an established therapy-client relationship. Everything they did was just hanging out.
If that's the case, then nothing is unethical. If all they did was just hang out.
No. You don't understand. You can't. He's breaking both sets of rules. It's not that he's breaking neither. Every rule of not being his therapist, he broke. You can't provide care to somebody who is not your client. And every rule of being his therapist, he also broke. You can't tell your client, let your client believe you might do drugs with them and you might go to Europe with them.
Right.
He's breaking all of them. You can't have it both ways. Explicitly in the rules, you cannot have it both ways. Anyway, you asked what's abusive. It is abusive to to confuse somebody who is mentally ill, or anybody really, into not knowing if you are their mental health provider, and allowing them to publicly boost your image and provide you with gifts of fame and money in exchange for your services in public. Everything about it is abusive. The entire relationship from top to bottom is abusive, and almost everything that happened in it is abusive. So I can explain why, and I'll explain it in more of like a clear, delineated fashion in my video. But I think we're off on a big tangent. So
there's only
my answer is
type of eel.
The whole thing is abusive. I think if you are in an abusive relationship with somebody, and you are a psychiatrist and they kill themselves, you have to be held accountable publicly if that relationship was public, and this one was. The publicity was the exchange. So I cannot let him just get away with that. So I want you to tell me what you want me to do, but I want you to understand why I feel that the court of public opinion does need to hear this case.
I could definitely understand from your perspective, right? If you believe genuinely that he was abusing this individual, and you also
Do you
genuinely
believe that I believe that?
you've said that you believe that. So I'm going to give.
People
I'm just
say
going
shit
to.
they don't
Only
believe all
one
the
type of
time.
deal?
Yeah, but we already kind of established like you're a big authenticity. I think if you're saying it and you're kind of going in a crusade where you're against all of Dr. K's fans, like I imagine like don't you believe what you just said?
I'm not against his fans.
Sorry, I was right as you said that. Somebody gave me a phone call and I had to shut off my phone. Could you just say that again?
I'm not against Dr. K's fans.
No, I know. My question is, you just asked me, do you think I believe that? And I said, you just stated that you think Dr. K engaged in abuse with Reckful.
Yeah.
And you asked me, do I think you believe that? And I said, yes. I imagine
I know
if
I
you
said
said it,
I'm not
you
asking
believe
if I
it.
said it. I'm asking if you think that I sincerely believe that.
Yeah, I believe you.
Do you think that I'm confused? Like do you think that I think I believe it, but really I'm just mad about something else?
No, I believe you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So given that I believe that,
I
what
think
do you want me to do?
So here's the thing. I believe you that you believe that. I think that your reaction emotionally to it makes sense based on what you believe. My concern is
What do
that
you want me to do?
honestly,
Given that this is my reaction.
mostly I want you to be like, I don't know if this is an entirely accurate perception of what's going on. That's the thing I'm questioning. I don't think it's abuse.
Okay, so you think I am confused.
No, I think that we probably. I'm not sure like exactly because we like it's tricky because it's like 12 hours of interview. So like I understand like me saying give me precise examples. The issue is like some of the examples you gave me. I'm like I don't know if I'd call that abuse. Like abuse is a really extreme word.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I think this is in terms of things that are not like the therapist punches the client in the face or like rapes them or something. This is it's emotional statutory rape. So in terms of things where the client will agree to go along with it, emotionally, I would say this is pretty much as bad as it gets. I mean, yeah, obviously, there's always worse cases like the therapist next door story where the guy like moved into his house and took over his
like
finances.
therapists who like actually have sex with their clients and yada yada.
Yeah, but I think this is just as bad, if not worse. And said and done in the exact same. Oh, we're not supposed to be doing. The ethics board really wouldn't like this. The insurance companies would really not like me doing this, but we know better. That exact sentiment is what protects Dr. K from his fans, and Twitch in general, and YouTube. So, okay, so you're saying I should. What if every professional I've had a conversation about this with has said, "Oh my God, send me some clips of this," and then they say, "I couldn't finish watching this because it was too fucking disturbing. I'm going to pass this around."
What would I say?
What if yeah, I'm telling you that I've had my view of this validated by probably 10 psychiatrists and psychologists at this point.
Right. And I guess like the issue is like, is it possible that if I went on like a bit of a campaign to defend him, which I'm, to be honest, not really interested in doing, would I be able to find 10 psychiatrists who agreed with me?
Okay, so given that that's been my experience, what should I? Well, I'd be curious. I kind of want you to do that. I'd be interested in you asking around if you know.
Yeah, that's fair. I've been approached by a couple of people. They also said like I don't want to be on camera, which is super fair, so I'd never name names. But yeah, I've been approached by a couple of people as well within the field who basically have said similar perspectives to me. But that's like the problem is like that's selection bias, right? Like it's quite likely.
A similar perspective saying what?
basically that like, yeah, there's definitely some like ethically questionable stuff here and here where I've like outlined that I'm like, this is definitely like not great. And then I've been like, do you think overall though, like it's immoral enough to revoke his medical license? And most people have been like, no, like definitely not.
How much of his stuff have they watched?
I haven't asked them personally. They approached me, so I'm presuming probably some of it.
Okay, here's what I want. Are you willing to do this experiment? Or are you willing to
Potentially.
do an
I
experiment?
can't commit.
Before
I
we
won't.
talk about what the experiment is, are you willing to do a experiment?
I'm not. I don't really commit to things that I'm not like aware of.
No, I mean, are you open to hearing about?
Oh,
an
for sure.
experiment
I'm
that we-
totally
that
open
we
to
could
hearing
do?
anything. Yeah, I just won't commit unless
Okay.
I like. Yeah, you know.
Okay, I'm gonna send you a 20 minutes of clips that I've compiled that I've been sending to concerned or whatever professionals. Just Dr. K and Reckful. And if you are willing to, this is an unlisted video, so I don't want you to send it to any like YouTubers or journalists or
For sure.
whatever.
Yeah.
I'd be interested in you sending this to anyone.
This is the clip that you send to people?
Yes. This is the stuff that people can't get through because they find it too disturbing. I'm
Okay.
interested in you sending this to any therapists or psychiatrists.
The question
that
is
you
it
know.
cherry picked of like some of the things that you think are the worst possible?
Yes. It's the
Okay.
worst stuff.
So like that's kind of like my concern though, is like if you poison the well by showing them like only the worst available, like an ethics board is going to be like kind of quantitatively looking at like all everything, right?
Yeah.
So like like I could submit it to people, to be honest. If they don't respond that it's really negative,
Just
yeah.
people you know, like people who you know, who you have a rapport with already. I don't want you to submit it like willy nilly. Just anybody you know personally. Like I don't know if you have how many like colleague therapist relationships you have, but if you have people like that you could say like, hey, would you be willing to look at this? If they say yes, then send it to them, and then just see what they say. I'd be curious to see what response you get. And yes, the clips are cherry picked, but the cherry picking doesn't really matter to me in this case because the rules, there's no amount of context in my mind that can be added to make any of this okay to do on a stream. There's certain things you can never say or do with a client.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Like, yes, obviously.
So are you willing to try this experiment or no? Or do you want to think about it?
It just feels like an incredibly biased experiment. Like, sure, I could send it. Like, again, I'm not super motivated. The thing is, like, I guess my concern here is that, like, you're kind of, I'm concerned about like
well,
the fact.
Why don't you watch it and then let me know?
Sure, that's fair. I can watch it. I'm afraid of rousing an angry mob. That's what I'm concerned of, and I'm unwilling to participate in that.
I see.
Yeah.
You don't want them to turn around and start. Well, if anybody starts going like, you're afraid they're gonna.
At me?
Okay.
No.
I guess I would only send it
concern.
to people. I'd only send it to people who you feel you can trust to not like publicly distribute it.
Yeah, that's true. It's not so much. So here's the thing. I'll watch it for sure. I am concerned that like important context is missing because a lot of like people making claims against Dr. K, when I look at the actual like clip that they're talking about, as soon as you add context, it's way different, right? But like I said, I'm willing to watch it. My issue is not that I'm going to turn a righteous mob against me. That's not my concern. My concern is that like I am concerned about like emotionally inflaming a righteous mob against Dr. K that is going to cause the like licensure board to change the way that they decide. And I'm not comfortable being part of stuff like that.
Okay. So then as you see fit, just let me know what you decide. And I'm curious to see if people you know in the field would have a different reaction from the people that I know.
Right. That's fair. Yeah, That's fair. I'll think about it. Like I said, I'll watch the clips. There's not much more to do. Like, who knows? The clips could change my mind for all I know. Part of why I'm being distracted is I had somebody like passed on to me that mentioned that they're medical licensing. They work for like an ethics board, an IRB, which would be. So I'll just read you what they said. I work for an IRB, and I am on a board, not as an expert in a specific scientific field, but as a regulatory compliance specialist. I just want to be clear that when you or Mr. Girl are saying ethics board, you're referring to a medical licensing board or an institutional review board for research ethics. They are different. I think we're obviously referring to the licensure board.
Medical.
Yeah.
Medical licensing board.
Basically said if it is an IRB.
I'm even going as far as trying to be a little vague about how I refer to the board because I don't want to direct people to it unintentionally.
That's fair. Which I think is actually like wise of you and in line of kind of like what I'm asking. I just like my main thing is I don't want you to like drive this bus. Like I understand that it's emotional. I don't want all of the decisions that you make around it to be only fueled by emotions because I think that it could fuel a mob. That's my concern.
Okay, so I want to turn public opinion against Dr. K. I want people to know that what he's doing is wrong, harmful, and that he's to some level culpable for Reckful's death.
What if
now how would I go about doing that without creating an angry mob? This is an interesting question.
I don't know if you should. I think, to be honest, we should like try to use like when it comes to like violations of like practice, I actually think that what we should do is like refer to the institutional system first, right? I think pushing public opinion is.
But I've already explained my problem with that. I don't want there to be there's already a knowledge gap between the rules, the professional rules, and the audience's understanding of them and why they're and like what he's really done. So in my experience, the professionals are like, oh Jesus Christ, he really harmed this person. It's unbearable for me to watch as a professional. But when normal people watch it, they're like, oh, he tried to help him. So I want to bridge that gap, and I want lay people to understand why that's not what I see. I want them to understand what I see.
What if the ethics board decides against your position?
Then I probably just start attacking the ethics board.
Okay.
I think. I don't think the ethics board can convince me that he did not seriously wrong this and abuse this person, especially given the strong confirmation I've gotten from like professionals that I know.
Right. So you're saying like there is no way I could be swayed on this, even if like all the way up the IRB decided nope, this isn't an issue.
It would probably shake my foundations a little, and then I would need to reconcile that with the professionals that I know. They could start me down a path of changing my mind, but
would that be the only?
Again, it's like if you're telling me like if the ethics board like told me this wasn't a lens cap, like would I believe them? Like how many people would have to tell me this isn't a lens cap before I believe them? And like I probably a lot. Like eventually, if enough people tell me that this is actually like a coaster and that I'm mentally ill and that I just think it's a lens cap, there might be some number. No, I don't think so. I mean, like, this is one of the things you like about me, I think, that it doesn't matter how many people in suits with degrees and the mob and whoever can all surround me in a circle and tell me that this isn't a lens cap, and I'll just never say, unless I really believe it, I'll never say that. So
yeah, to be clear, I don't like you because you like bury your heels and you don't change your positions. I appreciate you because you're just authentic about where you're at.
Yeah, and I'm trying to be authentic here. I'm saying, right. So there's two questions. One is, what would it take to get me to say that I don't think he abused?
Yeah, like what's the point of credulity? What weight of evidence? Because like, to be honest, I'm not saying there's no way he abused. I'm saying that takes a high level of evidence. I don't think it's there.
Yeah, I just think
not
it's
convinced.
Plain as day. I think it's plain as day.
Right. And so,
And
like,
so
what
that
level of
makes me think-
credulity do you have?
My only response to this is that I think you don't have a subtle or nuanced enough definition of abuse. And I'm
Sure,
like,
like,
it just makes me put you in the camp of like some of the viewers. Like I know you know the rules, but I think that there's a level of psychological manipulation and abuse happening that it seems to like be going over your head. And so
what
I
level
want
of
to educate
abuse?
you.
What do you think I'm missing as far as like, what do you think is missing
Your
in
point,
my?
you're saying things like he liked it, but he was smiling. He said Dr. K helped him, and just the fact that you'd even bring that up makes me think that you don't understand like abuse dynamics in relationships unless they're super explicit. I know if he punched him in the face, you'd say he abused him, but if you bring up Dr. K's intentions or Reckful's explicit emotional reaction, that makes me think that you are not thinking on a subtle, unconscious level
I
to
meant,
understand
yeah.
like
So what am I missing? What do you feel like I am missing?
abuse victims often enjoy their abuse.
Right.
So that doesn't matter. And
Okay.
abusers often don't know they're abusers.
I don't
think
think
I guess you're missing
saying
like
you're
my
not diagnosed with something is abuse. It might not be best practice, but I don't think it's abuse.
it's the constellation of behaviors and the picture of their whole relationship that makes it abuse. There's no one individual moment that, taken in total isolation, if the rest of the relationship, except when he's saying, well, do I want to be your friend? Do I want to be your therapist? I'm not sure like what role we're trying to figure out what role I'm playing in your life. That is on its own abuse, no matter what happened before or after that. You cannot think out loud about whether you want to be somebody's therapist, especially 4 sessions in. There is no context you can add to make that not abuse. There's nothing you can do to make that not a serious ethics violation. And there's nothing you can do to make it not against the law. There's that on its own requires no context. The other things, you do kind of need to draw a through line. And well, the other things become abuse with that as like the foundation of what set the relationship up to be abusive, which is that it's in public, it's exploitative, but most of all, Reckful doesn't know if he's his therapist.
Right.
That sets the stage for the abuse, and then everything else is a little more subtle. And the fact that you're bringing up Dr. K's intentions, so I'm not making the charge that Dr. K is a like evil sadist. I think he has some moments of sadism, but ultimately, I think his goal is to
What you
help,
think that
his goal is
he
to help people.
brought Reckful on for his own personal gain? Would you
There's
say
only
first,
one
or
type
at
of
least
heal.
just
No.
the same?
No, he doesn't know he did that.
Dr. K
I think
doesn't know that he brought Reckful on for that purpose.
No. Here's what I think Dr. K was thinking. No one's talking to these kids. No one cares about them. No one cares about gamers. And no one's talking about mental health on social media. In order to demonstrate the power of mental health care and therapy, I'm going to do some light demonstrations where I will help people out a little bit in the way that I can in an hour or two. And that will just show people that a therapist really can make a difference, or even a coach, somebody listening to you, and it'll be a place where I can showcase some of my techniques. And my techniques involve talking about anxiety, talking about depression, and then giving people meditation and breathing exercises, and giving people kind of a new frame for looking at their problems. So I'm going to teach them some like Hindu words and spirituality, and they're going to learn just a completely different frame for looking at their lives and looking at their feelings, and basically give them a totally new lens to look at their problems through, and then see how they feel. And if you want more of that lens, you can download my guide, which is this series kind of presented like a video game upgrade tree, where you go through and you watch different videos, you learn different techniques, and it helps you improve your life. And if you want somebody to talk to, you can talk to me. I'm a licensed psychiatrist, and then as the business grows, you can't talk to me, but you can talk to my coaches. It's too confusing with licensing and with money and liability and all this shit to have licensed therapists. So I'll have this coaching business. And again, these conversations, I will do my best to help these people. It will help the audience. I will show people that I'm not afraid of people expressing emotion directly and openly in front of me. And yeah, and I think so. He started out with Reckful, and he ignored some or didn't catch some kind of subtle signs that Reckful is really not doing well because he's Reckful comes across as a cheerful but lightly troubled person the first time you talk to him, and then I think by the end of the second time, he's saying, "Oh, I think you might need serious help." And then he came to a crossroads where he's saying, "Reckful, do you have a therapist?" And Reckful says, "No, I've never enjoyed talking to anybody but you." And that is his whole narcissistic like view of himself, is that nobody wants to talk to anybody but me. He probably is thinking of his colleagues who don't understand gamers. They don't understand gaming addiction. They don't understand streamers. They don't understand the loneliness and they don't understand the horrors of being a streamer and having this chat saying these awful things to you that make you want to die all the time, the way that we understand it, and now you understand it. And so he was thinking, well, shit, if I refer him to, one of these over 55 psychiatrists, they're not gonna understand him, and it's gonna take them a year to even fucking grasp what this guy's life is like. If he's saying, of course you didn't like going to therapy before. So it perfectly fits in with his like, I alone can fix it view. So he knew he was breaking the rules, and he said, well, I'm going to do what I can. So he starts in with some sessions with him, and I think in the fourth one, I think he started to after he found out, I guess the second one's where he learned that Reckful's father is and was suicidal. And he already knew his brother had killed himself, and he found out that Reckful had also tried to kill himself. I think by the fourth session, he was starting to feel like, when he was learning that Reckful sends his friends walls of texts and pushes people away, he wasted a lot of time in the first couple on breathing exercises and kind of just monologuing. I think if he had really listened to him, he probably would have figured this out a lot faster. But I think it took him about 4 weeks to understand Reckful was in pretty serious trouble. It was not... A new way of looking at things wasn't going to help. I think he mentioned, Reckful, you're going to have to talk to your family about your brother's suicide for the first time. And I think he saw a dead end there, that Reckful was like not close to being ready for that conversation. And I think he started to realize, you know what, I'm not going to be able to make a meaningful difference with you in 4 weeks. I've bit off a bit more than I can chew. And part of him wanted to throw himself in fully and say, I'm going to try to love you for 2 years.
Yeah.
I wonder if he had a conversation with his wife afterwards. Where she was like,
that's kind of what I'm
about?
wondering, right? And I would agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Don't make promises that you can't make, and if you make them, keep them. Especially as somebody who like has endeared yourself to a mentally ill person to such an extent.
But so at this point, to me, he's already committed crimes, ethics violations, and abuse that make me think he should never practice medicine or therapy ever again. But from his point of view, I can understand how he's rationalizing every decision he's making. I'm not saying he's evil or that he's trying to hurt anyone. I understand why he's making these decisions, but what the layperson doesn't understand is that in order to make each of these decisions, he is knowingly breaking a rule that has been hammered into his head year after year after year after year.
Yes.
Hammered into his head as these are bedrock foundational principles of protecting the patient. You cannot do this. And he is knowingly breaking those rules, and I understand his rationalization for doing so.
Mm-hmm.
But he did it, and the guy killed himself. So I'm not saying that he wants to hurt anybody. Absolutely not. I'm saying he is out of control and very naive. and has a very incomplete, simplistic view of human psychology. He doesn't seem to understand how damaging these little subtle things he is doing could be, particularly to somebody like Reckful.
Right. So I guess maybe a couple things to clarify.
Okay.
Do you think that the ethical breaches specifically increased Reckful's risk of suicide?
Yes.
How so? What evidence do you have to claim that ethical breaches are going to increase the likelihood of a client who is mentally ill with previous attempts to attempt again?
I think most people who kill themselves believe that they are too much of a burden and that nobody wants to deal with them.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of at the heart of a lot of, at least the suicidal people I've talked to, that seems to be at the heart of their loneliness. And the combination of telling that person, well, in 4 weeks of breathing exercises, like you're never going to have to express all that anger and sadness. And you don't have to bother anybody with those feelings. You can just disconnect yourself from them by meditating. You'll just be calm. You'll find inner peace.
Right.
And simultaneously telling him, well, you're also going to have to talk to your parents about this. Like, you realize that, right? And then when he clearly freaked out internally at hearing that, he's like, you know what? We're going to back off the confrontation stuff because I don't want to deal with you. We're just going to do breathing stuff.
Right.
That sends a message and simultaneously telling him, like, I'm the best person who can help you. I'm the best at what I do. I'm the expert. And the expert telling you that the best you can do is try to stay calm, try to detach from your feelings. It'll pass. I see a deep thirst for real intimacy in the way Reckful speaks that he never got from anyone, and he certainly didn't get it from Dr. K. He was told he was getting it, which is even worse to me than being told you're not getting it.
So do you think that meditation is a valid way of disarming people who are distressed enough to commit suicide? Do you think that meditation is an invalid thing? Not acutely, but somebody who is passively suicidal kind of all the time. Do you think meditation
I think you have to be really, really careful about, are you disarming this person because they're a danger to themselves and others? Are you disarming this person because you want your audience to see somebody go from almost immediately suicidal right then to being reasonably calm and show them that you can provide the tools to get them to be there?
Which do you think it is
or
on Dr. K's part?
It doesn't matter, because the fact that there's a question of it is the reason why you can't do this in public. Dr. K doesn't know the answer, and neither do we. And that's what makes it abusive. It has to be in private, and the therapist has to be firing on all cylinders, thinking clearly. They can't be glancing up at the purple hearts passing on the chat scroll. They have to be looking at you alone, sitting with you in your feelings, and making, with the full power of their brain and their heart, what they think is the right decision for you. And you can't do that when someone's throwing donations at you, when the audience is throwing donations at you, when they want to see Reckful cry. They want to see a show. They want to see an interesting conversation. They don't want a 5-minute pause. Reckful is the kind of client that needs to be allowed to have a 5-minute pause.
So I guess what I would argue is that teaching people how to ground themselves in acute emotional distress is one of the most fundamental skills to be teaching to clients with suicide history, because it's the best way to it's a really effective way to keep them safe, right? Because there's major predictors of suicide, right? With suicide risks, previous attempts.
Would you do that on a live stream?
I'm not talking about myself, right? This isn't about me. What I'm saying is you're kind of outlining that
can be done. Do you think you can ground yourself on a live stream with 5,000 people watching?
What you outlined was a series of treatments that he offered that are when we talked about meditation, it felt like it was this kind of weak, limp-wristed thing that he offered somebody who was seriously, you said he didn't even realize the scope of it until 4th episode of how seriously mentally ill Reckful was, which may or may not be true.
It's a short-term solution. It's a way to, yes, you can immediately calm yourself down, and control your feelings for a moment.
Yeah.
But Rekful's problem ultimately is that his feelings were too controlled. So, in one sense, yes, it keeps you alive for another few days, but it doesn't solve the problem that you are a bomb waiting to go off. And I think that you can use these two things in conjunction with each other. I'm not saying that meditation is that he shouldn't have taught him meditation. I'm saying that what he did not provide Rekful with the intimacy that he needed, and that he would get from a real therapy relationship with someone who's committed to him and able to have conflict with him, able to let him get mad at him.
So,
or-
from
or-
my
or her,
understanding,
whoever
it
the
was
clinician
pretty clear that Rekful was absolutely unwilling to go see another therapist because he had had kind of some situations. From my understanding, basically, previously he had had a psychotherapist who basically like committed him, I believe, is what happened. So he had a very strong resistance of not getting treatment.
That doesn't matter.
So Dr. K would have better off not trying to help in any way at all, in his way, as non-therapeutically as possible, right? But to try to intervene in some way, teaching him some meditation skills, getting him to like express certain emotions that he needs to express.
No. I disagree with everything you're saying. You want me to say what I would have done if I were Dr. K?
No, I don't think that that's helpful, right? Because that's a post hoc thing, right?
Well, no, I can tell you what I would do if somebody, if I were a psychiatrist and someone told me they were suicidal on a live stream. He told him in the first live stream.
Okay, what would you do?
I would say, let's talk offline for 20 minutes. I can do a 20-minute consultation with you. I'm allowed to do that, even if I'm not your doctor. A 20-minute consult is within the scope of what's ethical. And then I would spend 20 minutes asking him why he's resistant to treatment. And then I would try to, I would do what I do on my advice show. I would try to convince him to seek treatment. And I would tell him, you tell me what went wrong, and I will pull some strings. And I'll get you a name of somebody who I will personally vouch is not going to do that to you. Or I would say, if you want my help, here's what we have to do to make that happen. I guess if he's in Texas, I would say, like, if you're willing to come to Massachusetts for a couple months or 6 months or however long it takes, if you want to move here and do some like intensive psychiatric treatment, then I'll treat you.
Right. I'm not really sure if a private consult wouldn't also breach like being like basically outside of his scope, because then you are like actively working as a practitioner, right? That definitely might have been like a healthy alternative.
You can't do a consult. You can't do a consult with somebody in a different state.
Usually not. Usually you're supposed to refer them to someone within state.
Okay, so then I would just have a private conversation with him and say,
probably shouldn't
I'm going to
have
talk.
a private conversation.
Well, I'm not going to do it on a live stream. I would say we're going to have a conversation about me referring you to somebody else. I'm going to talk at you, and I'm going to I want to hear like what you're looking for in a practitioner.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm going to
Okay. Yeah, like a conversation,
not a
not a
20-minute
consult.
conversation about your childhood.
Yeah, no,
but,
not a consult.
20-minute.
Yes, and that definitely, I would agree. Actually, that probably would have been best practice. The problem is that we don't throw the book at people who don't meet best practice.
Didn't meet best practice is to me a gross mischaracterization of what happened. But you already know that I think that.
Yeah.
I think he's a systematic abuser, and he needs the book thrown at him as hard as humanly possible.
Right.
But yeah,
I guess like my issue when I'm like hearing you talk about this is it feels like you jump between, like, you kind of have these two possibilities that you're open to, which is that like Dr. K is either like arrogantly ignorant, resulting in abuse, or he's malicious, resulting in abuse.
No, he's not malicious. No. I've never said he's malicious. Not at all. He thinks that he knows better, and that is what makes him break the rules.
You think he's arrogant. And in his
think he's
arrogance, he commits like abuse.
I think he is narcissistic and also very naive. I think his view of human psychology is extremely oversimplified. I think this is the result of his own emotional problems or
Okay.
psychological problems.
Right.
But I know you're not going to talk about that, and I don't think you should.
About which, sorry?
But I think about what is wrong with Dr. K. I don't think you should comment on that. But
I
I'm
have
free to.
I have critiques
So-
of Dr. K, absolutely.
Yeah. But I mean, in a clinical sense, I don't know. I think as a counselor, you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, I know when I've watched some of your content, I definitely get the vibe of saying Dr. K is malicious. He's a malicious harmer.
No,
Okay,
not at all.
that's fair. And it's probably good to clarify because, to be honest, like I watched a lot of it, and I genuinely want to be like steel manning your position and giving you the benefit of the doubt. And I definitely got the interpretation.
Do you
that
think
were
Hitler
implying.
was malicious?
Hitler?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
Hitler
that,
was
yes.
no more malicious than an exterminator.
No, I disagree with that. I think like Hitler absolutely had like a bent to him that like desired absolute annihilation and destruction of an entire
Not
race
absolute.
of people.
Yeah,
As
but he didn't
absolute
see
as
those
he
people-
could,
But he
as
didn't see.
As good
But he
as
didn't
he
see
could.
those people as human. He didn't see those people as human
That doesn't make it not malicious.
any more than an exterminator sees rats as human.
Okay, but I would argue that dehumanizing people is malicious, whether you like feel malicious or not.
He's not doing it on purpose. That's just what he thinks.
I don't know.
So
There's
to
just
Hitler-
no good like
to Hitler-
logical justification to like
to Hitler,
justify that
to
Jews
Hitler,
were
or to-
Germans. That
to
Jews
Hitler?
were vermin. Sorry, not Germans.
to Hitler,
Yeah.
the rest of us are like vegans.
Okay, I
We're
can't.
like, oh, don't kill the. We're like, oh, don't kill the Jews, and he's like, why not? They're Jews. I don't think that's malicious. It's evil.
There's no
It's not
way
ra-
that
it's not-
Hitler was
it's
making
not-
a rational claim. There's no way that you can rationally like work your way.
I don't
into
think that
convincing
Dr. K is
yourself.
rational. I don't think Dr. K is rational at all.
If you are actively
I think he's
dehumanizing
fucking.
people,
I think he's fucking nuts.
there's maliciousness there.
I-
You think Dr. K is crazy?
No, you don't choose who you dehumanize. It just happens to you. It's not you're not deciding to dehumanize people. Who would decide that?
Okay, I feel like now we have to talk about like the Hitler thing and then go back into the Dr. K because I feel like the right, not because I'm like trying to be inflammatory, but I think like extremes are important because they set principles, right? And if you want to be consistent, you want to do your best to like apply the principle across the board.
I'm
And-
saying the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Right. I think that the comparison between Hitler and Dr. K is disanalogous.
It's perfect.
It's
No,
very
that's perfect.
disanalogous.
No,
There's no way you exterminate like millions of people without malicious intent.
I disagree. I think he was
Uh,
trying to do. You can hear his speeches. He clearly, I believe what he was saying. He was trying to bring about the paradise for the Aryan race,
Do you think
which
you
he
can
thought
have
was the most, which he thought was the most righteous thing he could possibly do.
he might have been
disagree.
benevolent for the Germans, but he was malicious to the Jews.
I wouldn't call that maliciousness. I
You
just
don't
don't. I guess
think-
I just don't think. I don't. I'm bringing up Hitler because I don't think anybody. Only there. I think there are certain psychopaths who, like serial killers, who do know that they want to hurt people.
Yeah.
And who enjoy it and who don't care. Most people, Hitler included, regardless of the amount of evil that they do, think of themselves as the good guy main character of their story.
But
And
that doesn't mean
Dr.
that they're not
K
malicious.
Well, I guess that I don't know what you mean by malicious.
Okay, that's fair. Maybe we should define malicious. When I say
Okay.
malicious, I mean intending harm. Regardless of the reason, you
don't-
absolutely intend harm, oftentimes to the extent that
I
you're
don't
willing to harm
think
yourself to harm
Hitler
them.
defined the Holocaust as harmful. Any
I
more
don't- I
than
don't
an
care.
exterminator.
I
Any
don't
more
care
than
what-
an exterminator. Do you think an exterminator defines killing all the rats in your house as harm? No, they define it as curing your house. They're helping you. And I think that is how anyone committing genocide thinks that they're doing a good deed.
I don't
Because
think
they
that you
don't they don't have the same definition of harm or even the same definition of as human as you.
Right. I don't think that you can make like a valid claim that Hitler came to a valid conclusion. around the Jews, right? And that there wasn't any level of like malicious, emotional.
Validity has nothing to do with intent.
I'm saying that your conclusion isn't valid. I can't see how you can try
You said
to claim.
maliciousness is the result of intent. I believe that Hitler, an exterminator, Dr. K, and me all have the same intent. We're all doing things that other people think are fucked up because we want to make the world a better place.
So who can be malicious then? Who is malicious?
I just said a serial killer who has enough self-awareness to know that what I'm doing is wrong. I have a sick urge to want to strangle people in parking lots. I know this is wrong. I shouldn't be doing it, but I really enjoy it. And I'm going to fucking do it anyway. That to me is malicious.
So there's like 2 people on the planet that are malicious. Why doesn't he
think it's
just
like 1 in
dehumanize
100.
them
I
like
think it's
Hitler? Why
about-
doesn't he just like
I think
engage
it's
in being
about-
like, there's a reason why I'm killing these people. It's a justified action. They're not really human. They're cockroaches. They're dirty sluts, right? Whatever
I'm
he's
not the
going to
one
use to
who's-
describe them.
I'm making the point because I think that your appeal to proof of maliciousness is dumb. I agree. You can't really define that many people as malicious, and you should stop talking about it. That's why I'm saying it. Because very few people have malicious intent.
I think I think we have to patently disagree here because I think that that's absurd. I think many people
Okay.
have malicious intent, and then after they do it, they engage in self-justification for their behavior. But absolutely, there are unequivocally people who basically show up. They basically they try to harm you because they want to harm you. That's their goal,
don't
which
agree.
I would say is malicious.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. I don't think people just want to harm others.
It's just
I think
frustrating
that
because you
it-
like
it's
told me that I was
usually-
naive around abuse, but then you're saying I don't think people maliciously want to harm others, which is like
This is what
that's
what
fair.
makes you naive. This
no,
is what makes you naive.
absolutely
is be-
not.
Well, this is what my personal opinion is, that the thing that makes you naive is that you run all
There's only one type of
accusations
heel.
of abuse
Okay.
through a filter in your brain of like, well, but does the abuser think they're being abusive? When that is the last fucking most irrelevant question you could possibly be asking, and it seems to be the first question you ask. And it's going to make you define some of the most abusive, destructive people on the planet, even Hitler, as like, well, he thought what he was doing is right, so like, why, I don't know. So Dr. K's opinion on Dr. K does not matter. That's why I keep saying I don't want to talk about it any more than Hitler's opinion on Hitler matters. It doesn't matter. I don't care what Hitler thinks of Hitler. Do you?
No, but it's
There's nothing. There's no bearing on my view of whether he's a good person or not.
but you just said that because Hitler thought what he was doing was justified, then his actions aren't malicious. And I said I don't really care if Hitler justified his
Maliciousness
actions.
Maliciousness is a statement of intent,
Yes.
and I think that malicious is a
Intending
slur.
harm.
Yes, I think malicious is a slur that applies to almost nobody. It's just a way to discredit somebody, or in this case, give somebody undue credit by saying they're not malicious. Well, almost nobody's malicious. I just don't think it's relevant.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe we'll have to like this feels like a weird semantic game, but like, and you maybe don't want to use the word malicious, but I would say it's obvious that Hitler intended to do harm to some, regardless of whether or not. To some extent, like then yeah, could we say?
I
like,
already responded to this.
Yeah.
Hitler did not believe he was doing harm.
I don't care.
You
what
do not
Hitler
have the
believes.
same definition of harm, and you don't have the same. Well, you just said he intended, so you do care what Hitler thinks for some reason. Why you keep going down this road, I don't
Because
know.
if
and I wish you
people
would stop.
post
But
hoc
since you said
justify
it
their
again, I will.
actions-
Since you
if
said it
people
again, I
post
will
hoc
respond
justify
again.
their actions to deem it
I don't
not
care about what
malicious
Hitler
later.
thinks of Hitler. I don't care what he would think looking back. Hitler does not have the same definition of harm. He does not have the same definition of human.
Right.
So, what Hitler's intent doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Dr. K does not have the same definition of harm
As you do.
as me, or as an ethics board.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's obvious that Hitler intended to do harm to Jews, right? Regardless of whether
Yeah,
he dehumanized them, he still intended.
yeah, I
You could argue
understand.
exterminizers
Okay.
intend to do harm, right? Dr. K is obviously intending to benefit basically everyone. That's his goal, including himself.
Yes, I don't care what. Okay, do you believe that I don't care what Dr. K intends?
Yes,
Great.
sort of.
So,
but you bring up his intention sometimes, so it's
Like when?
unclear to me. Well, you
Okay,
like
let's
when
talk
you
about that
outline
then.
two
Let's
situations, you said he's either being ignorantly arrogant, right, or
Mhm.
he's being malicious, which is just make an assumption
I
around
don't
his
think I said
intentions.
he was being malicious.
What do you think that you said? He's being an
In
abuser.
this conversation, I think he's an abuser.
Right.
Yes. I think most abusers do not think they are abusers.
Yeah.
And Dr. K is no exception.
Okay.
It's normal, totally normal abusive behavior to abuse people and think that you're not being abusive. Convince and charm everybody around you, charm their pants off, make them think that you're not abusive. Absolutely. That's totally standard abusive behavior. It doesn't matter what he thinks. So I don't think I've made much statement on his intent. I think the only thing is that occasionally people say, like, do you think he's trying to be like this? And I'm like, no. Absolutely not. I don't think he wants to hurt anybody.
Right. That's
I think
fair.
I said if I were trying to convince somebody to kill themselves, I would do something similar to what he did. But I wasn't trying to say that that was his intention. I was trying to say he fucked it up so bad that you almost couldn't like do a better job of building up this flimsy foundation for a mentally ill person to climb on top of and then yanking it out from underneath them. It's slightly hyperbolic, but I think he
Right.
fucked it up real bad. But I was not trying to say that he didn't know. Clearly he wants to make the world a better place. I know that.
Sorry, I thought that you said like the promise that he made to him was like a human mistake that anyone can make. Like, and
The
that he didn't own
promise?
it enough.
Yes. When I say yank the rug out from underneath him, I'm not talking about the moment where he took the promise back. I'm talking about getting Reckful over the fear of seeking treatment by offering treatment that is not defined as treatment. You can see why he was tempted to do that, because by Reckful's own admission, that might be the only treatment he would accept. And Dr. K found it unacceptable to just say, like, maybe you can't do anything for this person.
Right.
Or maybe the only thing you can do is try really hard to get him a referral.
Okay. Do you think that the fact that Dr. K has scaled down these like live sessions and whatnot is like proof of like potentially like, hey, maybe these ethical lines are too many and I might not be like the wisest necessarily, so I'm gonna like scale back potential risk of harm.
I think that Dr. K still believes that he could help or save these people, but I believe that most likely his wife, who I know very little about, but I'm assuming, behind every great man, I'm assuming somebody is telling him, hey, you tried it. It didn't work out. You're exposing us to people like Mr. Girl and like lawyers and lawsuits and shit. You got to stop. I assume that's why he scaled it back. And probably it's painful. It's probably really painful to try to help somebody, especially so publicly, and then have them die. I mean, he obviously was really broken up about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's all kinds of reasons he would scale it back. Some are practical, self-protective, and some are. But no, I don't. I still think that he thinks he's above the rules. I just think at this point he is realizing that it's not smart.
Right.
But it's too late.
Do you think that you can? I'm really caught up on this malicious thing. Maybe I should just move on. But like, do you think that you can do something malicious, but also for a good reason, or like do something not for a good reason? Sorry. Do you think you could do something malicious and have that result in benefiting someone?
Yeah, sure. I could like break your windshield with a golf club, but it turns out that you needed to replace your windshield anyway, so then you get like an insurance payout.
Okay. So going back, right, like if you can benefit somebody
playing God.
Me?
Yeah, this ends justify the means shit scares me. I don't think it has a place in therapy.
Yeah. Do you mind if you give me like a couple seconds to think? Because the malicious stuff, like the fact that it seemed like we had such a semantic
Yes,
disagreement about
I
it.
can stop responding to your facial expressions out loud.
Okay.
That's fair. My chat is saying in all caps, call her licensing board. Okay, now I'll stop talking. They're just kidding. I didn't mean for it to be mean. I thought she would know that you were kidding.
Oh, I'm genuinely, I'm just thinking. So to be honest, I'm just like not
I'm talking to
super
my
closely.
chat.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm just not really paying
Can you
attention,
stop
just so know.
eavesdropping?
Excuse you.
This
You're
is a
in my
private conversation.
you're in my space right now.
You almost said office, but then you realized that you shouldn't say that. I'm just gonna talk to my chat. Hey guys. Hi horses. Mr. Girl here. Let her think. I am trying to. The Hitler analogy made no sense. Thank you. Be angrier. It was more fun. I can't control my feelings. This is a really good talk. Hitler's act of malice was not going to therapy. True. This is a sad attempt to bait Dr. K into an interview. I think once I started saying I think he's breaking the law, I would say it would be very stupid of him to talk to me. I don't think he should do that. Tons of gifted subs. Oh. That's good. Gifted subs are good. Yeah. Oh, Nightbot. Wow, there's a new auto message. Do not defend Mr. Girl by DMing other chatter streamers. We will ban you if you're harassing people here or on any other platform. Man, you guys take this shit really seriously. I didn't write that message, but I endorse it fully. Yeah, don't
Okay.
defend me. I
There's
don't need
only
you to
one
defend
type
me
of
to
meal.
anybody.
Okay.
I'm like a fucking asshole. So
Okay.
everything
So
that happens to me is my fault.
all right. Hi.
Oh hey.
I'm trying to figure out. I was trying to figure out precisely why this analogy is like rubbing me so wrong.
Yeah, I have some theories.
That's fair.
They're a little personal.
Dr. K didn't abuse Reckful to help him, right? This is just analogous because Hitler maliciously harmed the Jews with the sole intent of benefiting Aryans.
I don't. Well, in the analogy,
Right?
Hitler is trying to help like people. I guess I'm making a broader analogy of like, are you trying to do good? And Dr. K. So there's one way we could say like, well, Dr. K is willing to sacrifice the streamer for the good of the people, but I don't really think that either. I think Dr. K was trying to help Reckful specifically.
Right, but
But
you
I guess the
can be
analogy is-
malicious in order to do good, right? You can intend to do harm to others with the goal of doing good.
I don't think Hitler thought he was doing harm to anyone. Anyone that mattered. Like if somebody,
Because he dehumanized people.
Well, he also like racist people believe that they're acting defensively. So if somebody like tries to kill me, and I shoot them,
There's only
I'm not being
one
malicious.
type of eel. Okay.
and I think most racist people believe that they are being threatened by the race that they hate,
Right.
and it's a defensive action to prevent harm to themselves or their people. They are going to fight back. You know, like lynching. It's like we gotta teach y'all a lesson. so that you will stop, raping our white women. It's usually, I think, seen by in our minds, the aggressor or murderer as an act of defensiveness. So even something as like obviously abusive as a lynching, the people doing it probably don't think of themselves as being abusive through a combination of dehumanization and rationalization.
But if you're intending harm, even if you think it's for a good purpose, that's still malicious.
Is it malicious if you're an executioner working at a jail, are you malicious every time you throw the switch?
I guess if you're intending to harm them, yeah, a little bit. Not as like there's extent.
I think that's okay. Then I think your definition of malicious is like too broad then, because I don't think a hangman is malicious.
So a hangman isn't intending harm, right?
Right, and so he's enacting. A lynch mob isn't either. They think, well, you got away with it. You need to be punished. You need to be held to account. And so it's just like to us, we're just holding a little court.
Okay.
You were found guilty and your punishment is death. But that the lynch mob believes that the person they're killing deserves to die, and that if they don't die, then more harm will come. I just don't believe that anybody sees themselves in a negative light, except like the most fucked up people on Earth.
Okay.
And Dr. K is not one of them.
Okay.
I don't think he's that fucked up.
Probably just need to get off this. I think like getting into semantic battle is like not worth the time. Not worth it because it detracts from the major point, because it's like you don't care about his intent either way. So you don't care if he's malicious or not.
Okay.
Yeah. Not really sure where to even go back to.
Take your time.
Well, I guess where do you want to go back to? Because I like we're just going to keep fighting tautologically. So do you feel?
Where we were,
so you were basically.
Here's.
Sure.
You want to go, or you want me to go?
You can go.
You were telling me what you think I should do, and you were saying part of what you think I should do, given how I feel, is think about it until I feel differently, which feels like a bit of a sidestep. And I can't control that. So given how I feel, and without arguing with what I think, or predicting or hoping that what I think will change, and I think I've outlined what I think pretty clearly, now what do you think I should do?
Okay.
You see the predicament of, I'm not blowing him up. He's bigger than I am.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So he's already out there sending messages that I believe are directly harmful to people getting mental health. The exact opposite of what everybody thinks he is doing.
Right. I think you should veil your anger more in what you're putting out there.
Okay. Can you explain why you think I should veil my anger?
It's going right back to like my concern about like trial by media and witch hunting. I think like there's a parasocial relationship with followers. If you are engaging in lots of anger because you have lots of emotions around this, you could incite a lot of people to do a lot of rash, silly things where they jump on the bandwagon, whether they agree or not. And the problem is that these claims can escalate and grow, right? You might be having your reaction, like I said, to how you feel about things is at least it makes sense, right? I disagree about some of the conclusions you've come to, but if I was feeling the same way you were feeling, I wouldn't say that your decision to like report him to the medical board is disproportionate based on what you think has happened and transpired, right? My concern is that your anger is going to give rise to a mob who is going to utilize your anger as fuel. And the problem is that these things are often going to get out of hand, right? They're going to go beyond you. They're going to quickly become out of your control. So the goals of what you want can explode if trial by media engages. And I genuinely think we're at the brink of it, right? You've got another streamer, Chud Logic, who kind of jumped in as well. After seeing your stuff, he probably would have never even thought about Dr. K until after that, right? I want you to be able to be yourself, right? And I enjoy that, but the problem is that sometimes the viewers are going to hijack your energy, right? And where they go with it isn't always conscionable, right? Where they go with it might be beyond even what you're asking for, right? What if they, rather than reporting him to the medical board, they start doing things like harassing his family, harassing his kids or his wife, things like that, which is definitely within reason of where this could go. And that's my concern, because we've seen it a ton, right? Like, I mean, I think like most major streamers have experienced some form of harassment where people come after their actual family members, and I think that
But
that's
isn't there usually a person like obviously I don't want anybody to harass anybody. Isn't there usually but okay, so streamers will say that, but I think that when I say it, people believe that I actually don't want anybody to harass Dr. K.
I don't know if that's true. Because like I said, I was doing my best to give you the benefit of the doubt, and I like you. Even after this this conversation, I really like you. And I still
Okay.
thought you were implying that he's malicious. And you don't care about his intent, but a lot
Whether
of
he's
people
malicious
do.
or not, do you think that I want people to harass him?
No, I don't think you want this. That's not the point.
Well, but when somebody says, "Well, don't," I disavow anybody harassing Anita Sarkeesian. Do you believe that?
That what?
When streamers tell you not to harass the person they've been haranguing.
Do I believe
Like-
that? Do I believe them that they don't want people to harass them? Yes. The problem is that like that's not necessarily how Tri-Bi Media and Lynch
Like
Witch Hunts
after
go.
Vosh hung up on me, he said, "Mr. Girl fans need lead therapy."
Yeah.
I believe he wants his fans to harass me and my fans.
Okay.
Um,
What do you think about
but
that?
I don't think you should say things like that. But if he wants to say, "I believe Mr. Girl is unethically talking about Android underwear, blah blah blah," whatever he's mad at me about, then like that's fine.
Right.
Your Uber has arrived.
The issue is that like the mob at some point
guess
when it
I
gets
get-
to a certain size doesn't care what you
Yeah.
want, because especially if you're no longer being the talking piece for them, sometimes people just want to stir shit and they get like caught up on a cause for whatever reason, and it no longer matters what the original like whistleblower. That's the
And you
whole
think
issue
I
of
should
Gamergate.
Okay,
is the
yeah,
boyfriend
I
didn't want
fucking-
women to be
I know,
harassed.
I
Yeah.
get, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
You're
So that's
saying
my
that
concern.
You're saying I should compensate for this concern for Dr. K's safety.
I would say
Okay,
you've already
we
submitted
agree,
a medical.
We agree right now. Let me fucking finish.
Okay.
We agree right now that I am losing the PR battle. But we both also agree that I might swiftly win it in a sudden reversal sometime in the next like
it
week
could.
or two.
Yeah. If enough
Okay.
streamers kind of start to get on your side, right?
Okay. So it's possible that I will suddenly be the Goliath here.
I imagine, to be honest, if it just stayed with you leading it, that would be one thing. I imagine that
But it
somebody
probably- it
bigger
prob-
who's willing to say more extreme things than you could co-opt the leadership and then take it in a direction
Okay.
that you never wanted it
Well,
to go.
Okay. And you're saying that I should compensate for the possibility of this by being less emotionally authentic.
I think you should be careful about the decisions you're making of just being rooted in your anger, right? I
Do you
don't know
think
what
that
you need to do more.
Are you telling me to be less emotionally authentic?
I'm asking what more do you need to do based on how you're feeling about the situation. You're going to come out with a video.
You're not asking it. You're not asking it.
Okay, I am asking it now. You've already come out with a video. Well, you're coming out with a full form video, right? You haven't released it yet?
Right.
Okay, so you've got that video, right? You've submitted a claim to the medical board.
This isn't a question.
So my
This is a
question is,
list.
what more do you need to do?
I'm happy to tell you.
Okay.
I need to make this video, which is a primer on education, an educational video on therapy ethics,
Okay.
complete with expert interviews. If anybody agrees to do that. Here are the rules. Here's how I broke them. Here's why they're important. Then I want to do a video about maybe a video about Healthy Gamer. depending on what happens after the first video, and maybe depending on what happens with the ethics decision, and I'll probably send the video to some journalists who are probably interested in this, and then see what happens. The next video would be about Healthy Gamer, and then I've been filming myself watching these Recful sessions and just like screaming at the camera. That would be the one that probably you're the most concerned about. The raw emotion video. And that'd probably be the last. Of me just like probably at my most like unhinged on camera so far.
Okay. This is going to be like an aside. It's just more, I guess it's more of like a check-in. Do you still feel like I am engaging with you in like good faith and being like honest in what I'm saying?
You're trying to.
Okay. Meaning like
Yes.
more
The good
yes
faith
than no?
means you're trying.
Right.
Yes, I think that you are being careful and probably have to be careful in a way that prevents you from fully. Well, also we're like on stream and you are a counselor. So I think there's some things preventing you from fully digging in, but I don't think you are being. I don't think you're being dishonest at all. I think you're being a little cautious, and my anti-cautious kind of approach to conversations is somewhat clashing with that. But I don't know that there's anything we can do about it.
Okay.
But as far as intentionality, yes, I think you're being good faith. I just think you have to be a little more careful than I do in this conversation, and we should just admit that.
Okay. So you don't feel like I'm bullshitting you or like actively lying or like anything
No,
like
no,
that?
no,
Okay.
not at all.
That's good. I just wanted to check and make sure. Because to be honest, like if you felt like I was engaging in like bad faith, like in my mind, I'm like, I don't know where we go now because there's no way to like rebuild
No.
that kind of trust. So that's good to hear. So hearing kind of about like what your plan is of where to take this.
Yeah, that's kind of like the vague outline, but I don't know what's going to happen, so it could change. But those are the things that are coalescing. The 3 videos that are coalescing, and then after that, I'm in touch with I think 5 Healthy Gamer coaches now.
Mm-hmm.
So like, that's like 10% of his coaches. So like, the number of people who are reaching out to me saying like, and then there's people who like gone to sessions there or who went on stream with him and felt weird about it, sending me like documents and contracts and shit and all this crap I have to like look through to figure out like what I think of it. And then so I don't know what's going to come up, but like, yeah, if I end up with like half the coaches saying like I want to talk to you about this, like probably doing a Healthy Gamer video would make sense.
Do they
And
want
then-
to talk to you about you like to like whistleblow, or they just want to like try to explain their workplace more to you?
I think it's both. I honestly think that they are more just like, I want to just figure out what's going on.
Right. And so I guess what I would
And
say, like,
I think they view me as wanting to just figure out what's going on. I don't think they think I'm just doing a takedown. I think it's like I think they actually believe that I am trying to figure this out. And I think part of the reason they believe that is that I am very forthright about how angry I am.
yeah,
I feel like that in a way makes me more credible because it doesn't seem like I have an agenda. I'm trying to be as transparent as I can. And you're saying that transparency is also dangerous because it can fuel people's anger and have them take it in a way I don't want. But like,
it's being mindful about it. It's not being about being dishonest.
no,
at
I
all.
don't think I will be. I don't think I want to be mindful about it.
I think once you're the head of a movement, you have duty of care. Because you already said you don't want this to end in like an absolute like situations where like wife, family, kids are being harassed, Healthy Gamer coaches are being harassed.
No.
Like you don't want that.
No.
And I believe you. And so I think if you are heading
I
up a
don't.
major movement and like a public campaign against somebody, you have duty of care because you're leading it. And here's the thing, like I think you have this anger.
Yeah, I just don't think admitting that I'm angry is I think that's actually more responsible. I don't think
So
it's
the anger
irresponsible
isn't
to
the
be
issue.
angry.
My concern is like sometimes the language, right? Like you tend to use like very strong language and stuff like that, which is fine by itself. But once you're at the head of an entire movement, so my concern is that like you have this authentic feeling, you have a deeply complex view. Here's the thing, like I could be fucking wrong about everything, and you've just like sniffed up to some nefarious shit that's going on that nobody fucking predicts. Like that shit happens. So I'm not saying like you're 100%
Yes,
wrong.
that's what's
I'm
happening.
saying
That's just absolutely what's happening.
I'm saying maybe. I'm definitely not saying for sure. Like I'm not fully agreeing with you, but it could be, right? I'm
It is.
open to that possibility happening. What I'm saying
okay.
is you've already reported to him to the correct authorities as far as his medical
Yeah.
licensure goes, right? Which is within your I think
think-
the
I think-
factual
I think
video
my-
that you're planning to make is an excellent idea around ethics around that
Absolutely.
because I think
The
I
thing
think
we're
this
talking
conversation
about
is
is it
so
irresponsible
important.
to express anger?
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Then tell me what you think is irresponsible.
You got to let me finish.
No, because I already know. You already said all this.
Yes, I'm restating things because I feel like you're missing the most important point. If they hijack your righteous anger, they could turn it into malicious anger that they have not earned, and they will use it for things that could be really dangerous. That's
Yes,
my concern.
I already know that, and I don't want that. My question to you is, how do you know that disclosing my own personal, like psychological roots and problems and unhingedness is going to add fuel to the fire of whatever mob forms rather than subtracting from it?
Why would your
Maybe it's
anger
better
subtract?
because people will see it as like this is very personal for Mr. Girl. It's not something I should be angry about. He's not angry because it's like obvious we should all be angry.
I don't know if people think like that because you have to remember that
I
a
don't
lot of
I
the
don't
people are
know either.
parasocial
I'm
with
raising
you, right? A lot of your followers are going to be parasocial. So because
but
of
that
parasociality, we tend to want to protect the things that we love and care about, and we tend to take on their emotions because we care about them. We broadly agree with them, right? But not everyone is going to take the care that you are going to of being like, look, guys, I'm not interested in harassing, right? That's the
I
problem
don't
is
know.
that these movements get hijacked.
I think I've done a pretty good job of messaging with my fans, even the most parasocial, that I don't feel the way I feel because I'm supposed to. My feelings aren't right. That's just how I feel, and and I'm not you, and it's not how you feel.
Yeah.
And I think in exchange for doing a good job of that I can responsibly express my emotions.
Right. I guess my issue is that not all of the people who are going to get behind the movement, who are going to feel the anger you have actually like essentially earned the anger that they might feel towards Dr. K because they probably haven't even watched all of the videos because it is 12 hours, right? It's a lot of time to invest to do like
I'm going to invite you to my
deep dive
Discord.
research.
Are you not in my Discord, are you?
I don't think so.
Would you like to join it?
Sure.
Okay. Before everybody starts spamming fuck Dr. K or whatever the fuck they're about to start doing, I want you to join and look around.
Okay.
Look in general, video discussion, suggestions, and research.
Yeah. And just to be clear, I'm not necessarily talking about your followers and viewers right now. I'm talking about the people who join angry, kind of like witch hunt mobs that follow after. Those are the ones I'm mostly concerned about because particularly, like, I'm not saying your fans are freaks who are just like, and they want to destroy. Like, I don't need to go through, like, I can join your thing. Yeah. I'm not trying to vet all your fans, especially when you're a small-time content creator. I find that a lot of times that people who follow you are going to be a lot more engaged. Like, I've been really, really impressed with even the people on my channel and stuff because they really engage with content because I'm super fucking long-winded. I don't have a name behind me. And so the only reason people are going to follow me or you to some extent consistent is because of something, right? Something probably a little bit more thoughtful. But if this moves towards more of like a movement and your name becomes like just kind of a name, right? Those are the people that now get involved. Those are the ones. I'm not saying that you're fans right now, right? I'm not saying that like right now you have a group of troublemakers who are trying to harass people and go after kids. Like, I don't think that that's the case at all, right? I wouldn't say that about any fan base. I'm not even talking about Twitch fan base
I don't think
followers
I don't think I
necessarily.
can do what you're asking as like an artist.
Right. I guess my issue is like there's movements and then they descend into something else, and that's where things like
I still think you're
felons
thinking
go to
it's like
riots more often than protesters go to riots.
Yeah,
and they don't care about the
sure,
movement
sure.
at all, right?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah.
I
That's
just
what
think
I'm concerned about.
Your ends justify the means thinking again just is. I think I just don't think that way.
Yeah. That's fair. I think if you're like going to take on like the mantle of like leading something like this, there has to be a certain level of duty of care, because I think you agree that you wouldn't want
I
to
know
see
what
this
you think.
ending
I'm saying
with
I don't
something-
agree with you.
Yeah, but do you
I
want
don't agree with you.
I think it's like you're an artist, you're avant-garde, and that's fine, but you're now
Yeah.
becoming a social advocate. You're moving into a new sphere.
I don't know.
I think you are. You're making an educational
I don't know.
video. Right?
Yeah.
You're advocating for certain ethics around therapy. Like, you're definitely moving into more of an advocacy
artists
education
do that all the
space.
time. Artists do advocacy all the time.
You want to convince everyone that Dr. K is bad.
I want them to see why I think he's bad.
Do you want them to believe you?
No.
What do you mean?
I want them to believe that I think it.
I think you do, because if they don't believe you, why would you, like, you want his license to be stripped? Correct? So you want the ethics board to believe you. The licensure board. I'm going to be more
I
careful
want
about
the
the
ethics
language.
board to uphold the rules. I don't want them to believe me. I don't want them to just do what they're fucking supposed to do.
Right.
I believe they. It's more. It's your thing. It's like backwards. I believe them. I was taught these rules and I believe them. They're
But
the
that's
one
like
making the
your
rules.
interpretation of the rules.
I don't think so. I think you're just wrong.
I think that fundamentally that's what everything is to some extent. Even the way when I'm analyzing this, it's fundamentally my interpretation of the rules. That's why these
I
boards
understand.
exist, is to be like, let's get as smart
Yeah.
and elected people as possible. Yeah.
I get what you're saying. I don't think the ends justify the means in general.
Right.
And not in this case either.
My concern is that mobs will want to punish Dr. K. Ethics
That's the
boards
ends.
are going to
Yes,
respond to Dr. K.
And those are the ends. And so you want to justify the means with the ends. I get what you're saying. I think the process that you are approaching, the way you're approaching this, I think is like inherently almost immoral. Like I don't think it's right to conceal my emotions or motivations, nor to suppress like artistic videos or emotional videos I want to make because I'm afraid of people misunderstanding them. I think that I should
Because
talk
you're an
more.
artist, right? And I think that that's a valid claim for an artist. Like, genuinely, the problem is that the moment you're going into education, you're asking, like, you're advocate, like, you're not.
Even
I
an
would say you're
educator,
advocating.
I think everybody should communicate this way. I
But
mean,
you
unless
want-
you have.
You said you wanted to publicly destroy his career. If you do that publicly, that means people are going to get behind you, right? The reason why the public would destroy his career, the reason why that would be a thing is because people are going to get behind you and say, absolutely, this is happening. And ideally, in your case, the ethics board will also get behind you and say that this is happening, because that would add a lot of fuel to what you're claiming. But I think I don't really know what to do with the fact that you're saying, like, I want people to believe that I believe what I'm saying, but I don't want them to believe what I'm saying, because it's like, then why are you like releasing all of this?
There are two courts. There's the professional court and the public opinion court. And the worst outcome in this case would be, and I am talking about the outcomes now, but the outcome aligns with what I think is right anyway, is that he wins both. Oh no, sorry, that he wins. It's like if Trump gets indicted and convicted of a crime, and the public, all of his fans, are not convinced that he should be. That's bad.
Okay. What if there are bad outcomes to what you're doing? Say what you want happens. His medical license gets revoked. The gamer coach.
Wait, let me finish. That does not mean that he should not be indicted if he committed a crime.
Okay.
If Trump committed a crime, he should be indicted. But I think it is the duty of journalists and whoever else, and artists, to try to explain in the most convincing, compelling way they can why that's happening to his fans.
Okay. So
and I feel like a duty to do that, to explain to Dr. K's fans, if I'm going to yank this like resource out of their lives, I feel obligated to also provide context to that, much the same way Dr. K, he's right about this. The professionals will not come explain it to you.
Okay.
And I'm fucking begging them to, and they won't. So I see why he started the company, because they just won't get on Twitch and talk.
Yeah. Because of liability.
I mean, you're here, but like, you know, the people who are like teaching and like psychology at universities won't come on Twitch. They won't do it.
No, they won't, because of liability.
Because they're cowards.
Yeah.
So I feel, so that's why I'm making the educational video. And so it's not that I want to destroy his reputation. It's I want to protect people from him and explain why I'm doing that.
I believe that.
And I want to be as emotionally transparent about it as possible.
I believe that. The problem is that I think like you're not being either like honest or where. So like my question would be of like where this could go and like what your duty is to it. So my question is, okay, let's.
Don't have a duty. I don't think I have a duty to control the behavior of my audience or of anybody else's audience.
So let's say let's like run out a situation and everything you want to have happens and nothing extra happens. There's no harassing anything. So it's kind of the ideal situation for you. Like
I fundamentally disagree. Okay, I feel like you keep asking me questions without.
Well, you're not letting me finish that question.
But you're not reconciling that I don't think that way, and I think it is wrong to even ask.
Don't think what way?
That the ends justify the means.
Right. So
I am not strategizing.
So if something really bad happened as a result, like 4 of the clients that are seeing Healthy Gamer coaches end up dying by suicide, would you still feel like you had done something good and like you would be okay with the actions that you had taken? Particularly when somebody's voiced like, hey, some of these things are valid, but I'm worried about other things. That would be okay with you.
Let's be clear. Are you asking me if it's okay with me if people commit suicide?
No one's saying that. I'm saying
would I feel horrible about it? Yes. Would I blame myself? Yes. Would that make me think that I don't do things that I think are wrong, particularly on my channel. Like when I have time to really think through what do I think is the right thing to do and the right way to approach this, I don't do things that I think are wrong. So if I do my best and something horrible happens, will that make me wish I could go in a time machine and like do something different? Like maybe, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to not do what I think is right.
Right. I guess an issue I'm having is it feels like you're blurring the line between artist and advocate, and I think that there are different levels of care that are.
I don't think there's a line. I guess I just don't agree that there is a line.
I think there absolutely is a line. Social advocates work very different than artists.
I think there's a lot of overlap. Maybe it's all overlap.
Right.
I think there's political art and social art and artistic advocacy. Like, I just don't agree with you.
Yeah. I think it is wrong to let people hijack your anger and convert it into their own and then use that anger that they have not earned for whatever means that they have. And I think you are setting up a situation, just like you said, like there's a recipe to like have some certain end. I'm concerned that you're setting up a recipe for some certain end. And I get that you said like the ends don't justify the means, but I think you still have to be thoughtful of where things can go. based on your actions.
I don't think you should be inauthentic or conceal or not speak because of that. I think if I were you, there are things I would not say because of my clients, for sure.
Right.
And that is, and I said, like, I don't want to be a therapist because I can't, because of things I've said and done. But I don't feel that way about my audience. I feel that my duty to my audience is to say those things and not hold them in because I'm afraid of what will happen.
Okay. I guess because you're not concerned about the ends, right? You're concerned with like principles. But you said
I'm very concerned. I'm just not making decisions based on that concern.
Yeah, I guess my concern is that because you're kind of taking like a deontological approach of saying like I'm cared about the principles and the policies, but I said, okay, well, what if the IRB, the like major head of these principles and policies, said you're incorrect? You basically said it would make me stop and think, but I'd probably continue anyways because I feel like if right, you did the whole analogy of like I'm pretty sure I know that this is a water bottle, and so if the board says it's not, then I'm going to take on the board too.
Yeah.
Similarly, I think it is wrong to let people take your anger, your righteous anger, and use it for their own ends.
I know. You said that. I'll think about it, but I don't. I just don't see how I can. You're essentially saying that at some point I'll get too big to be honest, too big to be emotional, and I think that I don't think that's acceptable to me for a number of reasons. So I think that what needs to happen is that need to be more. I need more disclosure about my anger and where it's coming from, not less.
It's not about you being too big. Your impact, it's not about you being too big. Your art matters, right?
Mm-hmm. You wouldn't be saying this to me if I only had like 200 subscribers on YouTube. I think it is about me becoming too big.
No, I think some art makes you an advocate.
Yeah, I guess I just don't agree. If we have to choose between authenticity and responsibility, I'm gonna go for authenticity at the crossroads.
I don't think that these things are mutually exclusive.
I think that you are doing some mental gymnastics.
How so?
I guess I just don't see anger as destructive as you do, or the expression of it. I think that you're explaining repression and like self-censorship in a way.
Okay. Would it maybe be helpful for us to talk a little bit about what we both agree on? Because I feel like this whole conversation has been like us kind of at odds with one another.
Whatever the fuck you want.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Go ahead.
Okay. Do you still feel like we are engaging in like
I've said a lot more about what I think than you have. You've mostly said what you don't think. So you want to go? Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Sure.
You already know what I think. So I can't say what I agree with you on because I don't know. All I know is what I disagree with you on. I disagree with this like emotional shit that you're saying.
So where we're probably going to agree is areas where I think Dr. K has misstepped.
Okay.
I imagine. I think one of the most important ones. So there's a lot of ethic gray, and I think ethic grays matter for two reasons. First of all, if there are ethic grays that are going on in a situation that maybe is object. So say we do a whole bunch of data, and in this world we find out not only is Dr. K helping people, but he's helping people as much as possible, and the ethics go against that, we probably need to look at how we manage these ethics, right? To make potentially what Dr. K is doing actually rinse and repeatable in a safe way. If it's true that I'm assuming, giving him the greatest benefit of the doubt, that he's doing the best possible work, right?
I will make it legal.
Yeah, basically making the ethics change, right? Because I think that there are absolutely times where ethics get behind technology, behind the world, and things need to change. So in that case, if we figure out Dr. K is doing not just good work, but immensely good work, we should probably rinse and repeat that, because mental health is obviously a major issue that needs to be addressed. And most experts would tell you, I can't think of a single expert that would disagree that we are not adequately addressing mental health in our nations.
100% disagree. Continue.
Okay. I would say Dr. K violated, so in the American Psychiatric Ethics, I kind of went through, there's one of them about providing competent medical care. And the first stanza of that talks about how basically that they need to ensure that the boundaries of the doctor-patient relationship are really clear. Right? We talked about this.
That's like the first paragraph.
Yeah, it's the first one. I agree that he violated this to some extent. I just don't know to what extent, whether it's like malpractice or whether it's this was bad, here's a consequence for you, because he should have defined the relationship way before episode 5, right? He defined it. So I would argue he did define it when he gives the disclaimer. And then it became abundantly clear, even within the first session, that the disclaimer was insufficient, because Reckful kept calling it therapy and therapist. He talked to Pokimane about how like Dr. K is her favorite her therapist and his therapist, right? So it's beyond clear that the lines were blurred, and the client was basically, they made a verbal contract, and then the client to some extent broke it, which I wouldn't put on the client. It's because I would say the practitioner needs to do more care. I don't think the DTR...
Wait, you're saying that Dr. K was Pokimane's therapist and
she claimed it. She claimed it.
In 2019?
I don't know the dates. I just remember... I didn't watch Pokimane at all.
That's in the first session?
I don't know anything about... Reckful claimed that Pokimane said this, so I'm not putting words in anyone's mouth.
Pokimane said that Dr. K was her therapist 3 days ago.
Reckful also talked to Pokimane in one of the videos where he was talking with Dr. K, and said that Pokimane had said that.
I'm establishing that it's possible that he's been her private psychiatrist for 2 years, or
yeah, it's a longer standing relationship than you first assumed. Is that kind of what you're meaning? Like you didn't know that, and I'm giving you new information.
And I don't think she lives in Massachusetts.
Right. Okay. So overall, I would say it is abundantly clear to me that this is not therapy disclaimer is insufficient. And I would say the fact that like he maintained just using that as his simple disclaimer, it wasn't enough. It obviously wasn't, because it wasn't just Reckful, right? Where you could say like, because you could try to be like, well, yeah, Reckful didn't understand it, but like Reckful was really mentally unwell. It's like, well, no, lots of people didn't understand it. And the reality is most people who watch it, they're like, yeah, it's not therapy, but it's therapy, right? That's the whole issue. Mm-hmm. And so absolutely the DTR needs to be more clear. And if he's genuinely saying that he's not doing therapy, he needs to make it more clear how he is not doing therapy. I don't think he's engaging in psychiatry, but he is doing therapy.
You agree. Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being it is clearly not therapy, and 10 being it clearly is therapy, where do you think that Reckful and the audiences, if you think they're at about the same place, where do you think that their understanding of what the relationship is at?
10 is very much so. It's therapy.
10 is therapy, and 1 is not therapy.
I'd say 8.
There's only one type of eel.
Okay, so you think that they are 80% of the way to a therapy relationship?
No, 80% of the way to the client believing that it's a therapeutic relationship, that it's a therapist-client relationship.
The client and everybody else watching.
Sure. I mean, I mostly mean I can't base it on just I have done a ton, but yes, sure. Let's just lump them. Sure. Okay. Yes.
Okay, and he's claiming that it's a 1.
I don't know if he's claiming it's a 1.
Well, he said it's not therapy.
Hmm.
Okay, if you ask Dr. K, what on a scale of 1 to 10, how much is this therapy?
There's
what
only
do you
one
think he would
type of
say?
deal.
I feel like he'd
Okay.
say it's a 3. That would be my guess.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Okay,
think he
so
knows that
that-
it kind of is, but he thinks the biggest risk is liability, and he's the
And-
one taking on the liability risk.
Sure,
So he's okay
that's
with
right.
that.
So,
Yeah.
and ethics-wise, it needs to be a 1 or a 10.
Once the ethics boards get involved, they will decide a 1 or a 10. Yes, ultimately.
And it's supposed to be a 1 or a 10. To follow the rule, it needs to be a 1 or a 10. That's
What
the
do
rule.
you mean? I think I'm getting lost in what you mean. Like, can you just explain that? What do you
The
mean
client
by
needs to know whether they're your client or not. Clearly, there can be no question if they are your client or they're your friend. There cannot be any question. For you to follow the rule, you need to. It's fine if a client, if you're a therapist and the client thinks you're their friend, but you're coming to therapy with them, that's fine. The problem is if you're not their therapist and they think you are, then you kind of have to withdraw yourself from the situation.
I'd say to a certain extent. For example, like if you have a client who's maybe like actually in an acute psychotic episode, and no matter what you do
I'm
to
talking
explain
about
it.
people who aren't your clients thinking that you are.
Right. But I think because of these
Can you talk to them? Can you keep talking to them about their feelings?
I think because of these ambiguous situations that can arise, like issues
I'm asking you a specific question.
I know, and
If somebody-
I'm trying to answer it if you let me.
I don't want to let you because I want you to answer my question instead of the new one that you're making.
There's
up.
only one type of deal. Okay.
If if a non-client thinks that you are their therapist, can you keep asking them about their childhood trauma?
No, you need to DTR.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can
So-
redefine it, renegotiate.
So with regard to this,
and
we're supposed
potentially
to
still
be going
talk
through
about
this
it.
quickly. So I just want to lay this out.
Why are we going through this quickly?
There's only one
Because
type
I don't
of
think
deal.
I think this is a binary thing. I don't think it is that complicated.
I think
because
ethics necessarily are complicated.
This one isn't, because if he is his therapist, he is now his medical doctor and needs to do an intake evaluation and have him sign consent forms, and he can't be doing it on Twitch.
He didn't do psychiatry, so he wasn't his medical doctor. He was acting as a psychotherapist for sure. He definitely didn't engage in psychiatry.
I don't think that someone who is only an MD
There's
can
only one
engage in
type of deal.
non-psychiatry
Okay.
psychotherapy. I think anything he does.
Hype train.
Also, he asked him how lithium made him feel. He's practicing psychiatry.
Right.
He's talking about medications, even if he's not prescribing them. I don't think he has any authority under which to practice therapy other than as a doctor. So, if he's his doctor or if he's his therapist, whatever, he can't be doing it on Twitch. He didn't sign any paperwork. He can't practice in Texas. He's breaking multiple rules and laws if he is his patient. If he's not his patient, then he's breaking the rule. As you say, he's at an 8 out of 10 in believing he is his patient. Then he's breaking that rule.
There's only
Likely
one
he's breaking
type
both.
of deal.
But
Okay.
Yes,
think-
I would agree.
I
Those
don't- I don't
lines are
see-
super blurry. To say like he's broken all of both, you could argue
Okay.
the individual's getting some benefits of both and some cons of both.
Okay,
And the blurriness, I'm
yeah.
fully agreeing with you. The blurriness is a problem. I think it's a problem that Dr. K has regularly. Absolutely.
Okay.
I think he needs to shore that up a lot more. And I think overall at this point, because it seems like he's not really I think he becomes so emotionally invested in people that he can't help but blurring those lines necessarily in the conversations, that he should be probably stepping away from some of these one-on-ones that are public, because it seems pretty obvious, regardless of what he's tried to do, that he seems to just keep blurring these lines more and more.
Yeah, okay. I want to hear what you think. I'm so angry at you that I can't stop talking. So why don't you just say what you think, and I'll just be quiet.
Sure. Okay. I appreciate that. I do want to have like a bit of a back and forth. So if you like get to the point where you need to ask something, please do.
If you have a question, let me know.
Okay. You want me to just monologue at you? And like, or do you
Yeah.
want, we
Yeah.
can take like
Yeah,
a
go for it.
5-minute like ad break if you
No,
want.
no, go for it.
Okay.
Wait, a 5-minute ad break?
I don't know. Just something to give you like 5 minutes to like cool down so that you can still engage, because I don't want to just be like monologuing
Every
at you. I can't.
word you say makes me more angry, so it's not going to happen. But I
Okay.
will just listen, and if you want me to input, you just let me know.
Okay. Sure. So I think that it's not clear to me if the DTR, so I don't know basically what the ethics board will decide, if it was a full violation of basically his duty to inform the doctor relationship client, or if they'll find it murky, or if they'll give him like a slap on the wrist, basically. I have no idea what they'll decide. And more or less, I will defer to them because they have way more experience than I do in this situation. And so they're also going to see more ramifications than I might even not be seeing, right? So I think that that is absolutely something that I'm happy to defer to the ethics board, but I'm not willing to make a claim firmly right now based on just the evidence, because neither you nor I have the private information, and the ethics board is going to have access to that stuff because he'll have to submit it, right? And so I'm very curious about what happens in these private sessions, because I think the fact that he went public and then into private made the conversation, the relationship so much more blurry. Like it just like, it went from being like, yeah, it's blurry to like, holy crap, this is really blurry. Sorry, I'm not used to like not having a response back, so I'm going. I took a lot of notes, so I'm also just going through and kind of skipping on to other critiques that I have. We talked a fair bit about him offering up the offer of being that friend for 2 years. I was really sick over that. I think this is where he actually did a moral wrong, quite strongly. I'm really upset by that, because he knew what it meant to Reckful, and that's why he offered it. He offered it because he knew. Sorry if you can hear my dog. I'm just going to shut my door. He knew unequivocally what that meant to Reckful. And Reckful wasn't even looking for it in that conversation. When they were talking, right, he was he was acting like he had a present behind his back, and Reckful didn't even fucking know that there was a present back there. He was like, well, yeah, it'd be nice, but like, I don't really have anyone. And he was brainstorming completely on his own options of how he could find somebody to be like a strong, constant support for the next 2 years, right? And my concern is that that is absolutely a situation where if Dr. K said that he wanted to be that person for him, he honestly should have tried to get licensed in Texas and taken him on as a formal client. If he was going to make that promise, which he did, right? My view with clients in general is if you're going to make like ridiculous offers, you should never. You really shouldn't, because you can't make offers to high vulnerable people. You can't make not just offers, promises. And not just a promise. He promised not just to be there for him for 2 years, but he meant it in the deepest sense. All Reckful wanted was family. That's all he wanted in life. And to be there for somebody through thick and thin, in basically most ways, is in a lot of ways a familiar relationship. That's why we pay, as you said, that's why therapists get paid to like more or less manage this relationship, to kind of to somewhat be a pseudo family. And it's not exactly a family, and I think most people who have therapists would agree. It's not precisely. I'm not going to like call them up on the weekend. He was offering more than that, right? And the problem is that if you're going to offer that, you need to follow through on it, which is why it's better to almost never offer it, because it is a huge promise, right? And I agree as well that in the next session, when they kind of outlined that he got like kind of over emotional, got a little bit like caught up in his feelings around it. They basically, he tried to so he owned and said, I shouldn't have said that. And then Reckful jumped into like, yeah, and we just talked about how like you got like a little bit too caught up in your emotions. And I'm like, did you though? Because the situation, like Reckful wasn't even looking for you at all in that situation. He was looking for others. You offered it to him. You offered it to him and it shocked him. It wasn't even on his purview. And not just you offered it to him, but then you talked about it with him for like 15 minutes, right? And then after that stream ended, Dr. K probably realized, oh shit, right? So I think he unquestionably fucked up there. He absolutely violated ethical bounds. And I think it was immoral because he didn't follow through on it, because he couldn't. And so he should have never done that, which is where he absolutely blurs the lines, which is why I would say there is probably space to say, like, if the say when you submit this, the medical board basically is like, you know what, we're going to temporarily suspend your license while we evaluate this. I think that honestly that might even be fair, because that's pretty significant, right? That doesn't mean that good practitioners don't fuck up. I think everyone would admit that good practitioners fuck up. The problem is that it still wasn't clear the entire time whether or not Dr. K was owning whether he was a practitioner or not in his relationship with Reckful, right? And taking that back, even though, like you said, like even though Reckful was like voiced like being okay with it and stuff, you could see like he was sad. It sucked. It hurt his feelings, right? And I think that that was really bad. I think that that was not good. And I think at that moment, Dr. K really needed to evaluate and probably shouldn't have done the last 2 streams live in general, even if Reckful really, really wanted to, because Reckful seemed to really enjoy the public part of it. So I think that that was a bad situation. The problem, like I said, is I do believe that practitioners, even really, really good practitioners, can fuck up, right? And that doesn't mean that you shouldn't hold them accountable for what they fuck up, and you should. It just means that, like, I don't know to what extent that the consequence should essentially match the crime, right? I don't think that the fuck up, though, puts him in culpability for like what happened with Reckful by any means, because I do think fundamentally he was actively trying to help him, and I do think based on like Reckful and reports of people who were around Reckful that even though Dr. K was violating all these ethical things, by and large Reckful was mostly improving with Dr. K's support. Yeah, that really made me sad. Yeah. It's not enough for me to say that he shouldn't be able to practice ever again, but I think that that's a really big issue. When it comes to the healthy gamer coaches, I'm a little surprised at the cost because they aren't professionals. I have no problem.
Did you look at the website? I think I misstated the cost. There's
it's
content
55.
Creator,
right?
55 an hour.
Yeah, for the smallest package of 12 sessions.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed with that. I think in general, people in psychology and in the field need to talk about group therapy more, because I think rather than like I genuinely think that like if anything, this coaching stream should probably be like sold as like a peer-reviewed talent search where it finds people who are really gifted at like working with people, and then it pays them and promotes them to basically go and get professionally trained, and then maybe even brings them back to run group therapy. So I'm not sure that I love the pricing, but I don't know exactly how their billing and stuff all works out. Do I think that peer pro-social like support can be helpful to mental health? I think like demonstrably that's shown to be true. I don't fully understand how they navigate the clinical issues that come up, like if somebody is severely depressed, right, or if somebody is actively bipolar, right? Those are things that peers can't and aren't trained enough to deal with. So I have questions around that, which I think is probably worth just being like assessed and analyzed, especially if it's going to continue to grow. And I would hope that there is a fair bit of oversight, not just from Dr. K, but that he's actually got like professionals hired underneath him that maybe don't directly work with clients, but they're actively checking up on like notes from their peer support group, and basically like doing some roundtable discussions with the peer coaches to like make sure that everyone's being ethical, that everyone's like engaging in a healthy way, that everyone's passing on individuals who are like way outside of their scope, stuff like that. Would you like to respond to anything about the coaching? Because we haven't really talked about that yet. And I know that you disagree with me on the first thing. Do you feel like you disagree with me on the second point?
The coaching point?
No, the second point, sorry, that I made about I thought it was immoral of Dr. K to promise and then take away.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. Do you have any like thoughts to add on to that? Or do you feel like you've said it already?
It's the same immorality as the entire relationship in Dr. K's entire presence on Twitch. It's the feeling that he wants to help. He can't help without breaking some rules. He disregards the rules, and in a moment of self-involvement and with an emotional swell, and the emotions are about himself, and he is not attuned to the people or person he is trying to help, decides to break rules and overstep boundaries in a good faith attempt to help other people, but ends up hurting them and doing more harm than good. And Reckful is the most easily identifiable case of the harm he has caused. Also saw someone in my chat earlier said that it's like wrong of us to talk about Reckful this way. I'm much more comfortable talking about Reckful because he's dead. There are other sessions that he has done with people who are alive, and I believe who might still be seeing him. And it's pretty weird to comment on somebody else's therapy relationship, but you fucking put it on Twitch, so it's kind of Dr. K's fault. But I don't think that you can if you're going to him for help, and he says, well, the way I help you is by advertising my services in front of your fans. I don't think that you can really meaningfully consent to that. So I am a bit conflicted about how much to get into his other therapy sessions. Reckful, the guy's dead. So he waived his right to privacy when he killed himself. I don't.
Is it kind of like there's less harm that can be done now because you're not like bringing up old
he's
stuff
like
for somebody who's still alive?
Yeah, it's like donating your fucking organs, or your body to science. I want to talk about Reckful to help people and to protect the next potential Reckful.
Right.
And if that means digging up his grave and desecrating his corpse, then fine.
Right.
And I accept that. I accept that that's disgusting, and I accept that you are disgusted by me doing it. But I'm going to.
Right. I guess I would wonder when I just can't know because I don't know the internal workings, but when I watch Dr. K talking with people, I think part of why these relationships get so blurry is because he is very attuned. In fact, he's highly attuned, and he really, really, really wants to help, which is causing him to blur these lines.
I don't agree that he's attuned at all.
Okay, how come?
I think he knows how to cause emotions. He does not know how to read them.
How, what would be, is there an example that you can think of?
If I say, tell me about your childhood trauma, and you tell me the worst thing that happened to you in your entire life, and then I tell you, well, that 9-year-old girl is still there, and you're trying to protect her, and you burst into tears, it will look like that I could read you, but actually I'm just asking you where your wound is and sticking a knife in it. And then when you cry, and if I'm okay with you crying, it appears that I'm okay with you crying because I'm very empathetic and making space for your feelings. Actually, I'm okay with you crying because I don't really care. I'm too self-involved and too detached from my own sadness and the sadness of other people to really be thrown off by you crying. So it can feel like you're crying on a strong person's shoulder if the person is not being strong because they're strong, but they're being strong because they just aren't really swayed by your emotions too much. They just don't feel that personally invested in them.
Okay.
That's how
fair.
I view him. I don't think he's that emotionally attuned to other people. I think he just knows how to push people's buttons and get you to where he needs to get you by the end of the 2-hour session, which is you were just crying, you've had an endorphin rush, you feel relieved, and now you're doing some calming breathing exercises, and of course you're going to feel better at the end. And of course, you're going to say you feel better because you're filming a commercial.
Right.
And there's immense pressure on you from thousands of people to say, well, yeah, that was good. How many people have ever looked Dr. K in the eye and said, that didn't really work for me, actually? I've never seen that happen. He's a master manipulator, which can give the appearance of being emotionally attuned. But I think it's more formulaic and more he's doing something to you than he's reading you. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if it's worthwhile for us to go into analyzing Dr. K as a therapist.
I don't think we have to. I just want you to know. I don't want to argue about it. I just want you to know. I get that I get why you're saying he's attuned and why you think he's good at reading the situation or reading people's emotions. I just want to make it clear that I do not share that view.
Yeah. That's fair. Okay. Yeah, we can bypass that. Do you want to talk about healthy gaming coaches, though? Actually, can I ask you one question before we launch into that, potentially? And again, this is going to be more of a me-you question. I'd be curious, and so, okay, I'm going to caveat this with, this might sound like a finger point and attack. It's more of a genuine question of I don't really understand, because you basically like talked about how it's bad for me, like me as an individual, as a counselor, to undermine the public's opinion of psychological ethics and their purpose, right? You basically said it's probably better for me to just lie and just say it's only about the clients.
No. Not to lie, to set a boundary.
And not talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Even if I feel like it's
Like
really important.
I have a boundary with my viewers that I don't talk about my body with them.
Okay.
And they ask me questions about my body all the time. I don't answer them. I'm
But
not
you think
lying.
it's
I just
right. And a
don't talk about
boundary
it.
is a boundary. You can just have a boundary for whatever reason. I guess my issue is I don't have that boundary. I'm completely comfortable talking with them. But you think that that's distinctly bad, I think, correct?
I think that's a bad idea. Yeah.
Right. Because of the ends, right? The effect of it. It'll cause people to
No.
like have different views around psychology and stuff like
Well,
that.
a projected or possible ends. Like it's like if you drunk drive, I think that's bad because of the possible ends. That's what makes it immoral. If you drunk drive and you don't crash into anybody, that's still bad. Even
Right.
if you like, so that's what I'm saying is
Because of the principle, but there's nothing that I'm ethically violating in any way to talk about like whether or not ethics, like what ethics are for, right? Number one, the clients. Number two, psychological practice as a whole. That's probably number three. Probably number two is the practitioner.
I think
the
there are
field,
some
and
subtle
liability.
ethical problem. There are subtle ethical problems with that I don't know.
Your
I don't know if
concern
anybody
could
would
get
ever-
blurred based on my relationships, right? Because my clients might hear that and be like, oh, the only reason that Kyla is not willing to do certain things with me is because big bad insurance companies. But you don't know whether or not that's actually happening, or if I don't address that directly.
It doesn't matter if it's happening. I think that I think it's unethical to say that. I think
Why?
what you said was unethical and that you shouldn't have said it.
Why?
Because the client needs to have the message that you are going to protect them from yourself for their safety. And if they get the message that the only reason you aren't sleeping with them, asking them for gifts, whatever else weird shit you would do, is because you would get in trouble, you have actually undermined a important part of protecting them.
Okay. So that's a consequence, right?
No,
That'll be a
I don't know that for
consequence.
sure. I don't know for sure that would happen. I don't
No,
know
but
that
it could be.
anybody's-
It's
I
a
don't know-
probable consequence, which is why it's unethical.
Yeah.
So I guess why do you think it's not bad for you to fuel potentially a hate mob that might pressure professional decisions around somebody's medical licensure, which is also a consequence?
Because okay. Okay, so first of all, anything can be a consequence of anything, right? Like I think what you're describing is closer to a I disagree with you in a few ways. Here's the biggest one. You have entered into a relationship with your clients where part of the relationship and the foundation of the relationship is that you will protect them from your own feelings and urges. You will
I'm not
use
practicing
them.
at all right now, just to be clear. Now that I'm on Twitch, I have 0 clients under my care. None.
Oh, okay. But still, future clients, if you have future clients.
Maybe. I might say I was talking about that at that time.
To me, you're undermining something. That's
Right.
what I believe.
Okay, but that's a
So
consequence,
if you have
right?
future I'm going to answer your question.
Okay.
A future client, you are telling them, I will protect you from myself. There are things I want to do that would be bad for you, and I'm not going to do them because my job is to take care of you.
Mm-hmm.
If they hear you talking about this, they can start thinking, well, are you doing that because you're taking care of me? Or if you could get away with it, would you start blurring the lines, cutting corners, and using me? Every therapist wants to use their clients. You're in such a huge position of power. Of course, you want to abuse your client. The question is, how do you avoid it, and what messaging do you send to them about that?
Right.
You can't tell the client like, I don't want to abuse you, because that's a lie and it's not true, and they know that. You can just avoid the topic altogether. But if the client asks you, like, you know, like I'm afraid you're gonna hit on me. This was something that happened to me with a therapist once. I told this story on my YouTube channel. I told a therapist that a friend of mine told me that I should keep seeing her as long as she doesn't try to sleep with me. And she freaked out and started over and over repeating, "I'm not going to try to sleep with you." And I think she handled it really badly. You can't tell the client, "I don't want to sleep with you," because then you're telling them, well, if I did want to sleep with you, then I would.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I believe that the
There's
most
only
ethical
one
way
type of
to handle
deal.
this is either to
Okay.
redirect and ask the client, well, why are you saying that? Or if they really corner you and you feel like you have to respond to this, say, it doesn't matter if I want to sleep with you. It's not relevant. That has nothing to do with me protecting you.
Mm-hmm.
I could, you know, like my job is to, whatever I feel towards you, that whatever impulse I have, my job is to stay in the role of taking care of you.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to show you that I can do that and do that like long term.
So
I don't have that relationship with my audience.
yeah, but they're so what you're
I
talking
don't have that
about.
relationship with Dr. K. I have not entered into a professional or a moral agreement with Dr. K not to make people angry at him.
Right, for sure. But what you're talking about, the reason why you're concerned about my ethics is because of the consequences, right?
No, that's not your. I don't agree with your framing. But
That's fair. That's fair.
I did enter
There's
into an
only
agreement
one
with my
type of
audience that
Okay.
I would tell the truth about how I'm feeling, and that I will tell the truth about why I do what I do. And you're asking me to break that promise, and no one would ever know I broke it if I don't say I'm mad and I don't act mad, then no one will know that I'm mad. But I will know, and I promised them that I wouldn't do that. I promised them that I would be as transparent as possible.
Right.
So I have to do that.
Okay. I guess I'm still saying like I'm struggling right now because I don't want you to ever feel like I'm doing where I'm basically like getting you to open up to me and then like using your words against you or anything like that. Like I think you would put it like in the conversation with Booksmart. He like stabbed you in the gut.
I don't think it's a good argument because we're not talking about just the consequence versus making this. We're talking about what is the rule.
Yeah.
What are your ethics?
Why that rule matters.
And no.
Yes, because what you outlined in my situation.
Will you stop talking for a second?
No, because I've barely gotten to respond. So can I just have like a couple minutes to respond to you?
No,
More than like two sentences?
You made an argument. You said, but they're both about the consequence.
They are, because what you outlined in my situation, the reason why you were concerned about the ethics is because of the consequence of my actions.
No.
Yes.
There's only one type of deal.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
I don't know what to say. Explicitly, yes. You said the reason why it's wrong is clients could hear that and think certain things that could be harmful to them. Them thinking certain things as a response is the consequence of my actions.
Yes.
That's why you think my action is wrong.
All ethical rules are based on potential consequences. Yes.
Yeah, sure. Which is
Your framing of this is dishonest.
How so?
Your question is because what we're talking about is my ethics are established. My ethics of transparency and authenticity, the ethics that you were singing my praises for at the beginning of this conversation. Mm-hmm. You are asking me to break my rules because of the consequences, potential consequences that you see. Just the same way Dr. K broke the rules of ethics that he adhered. So I made my own rules. You did not make these rules, and Dr. K did not make these rules. He is breaking the rules because of potential consequences that he saw if he didn't break them. I'm saying that I don't think once you have established your code, when a situation comes along that makes you want to break it, I don't think it's right to do that, especially just to cover your own ass. So the reason I express my feelings is one, it's part of my core mission to get people to be more vulnerable and honest about their feelings and empathetic.
Mm-hmm.
Two, transparency is very important to me.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is dangerous to go on a moral crusade, especially without being as transparent as possible.
Okay. I'm asking you to have a boundary. A boundary that you will not allow a mob to utilize your righteous anger.
Yes, but do you see how I'm saying, you don't have to agree with me, but do you see how I'm saying that the equivalence you're making here between rules being based on consequences and then saying, therefore, it's the ends justify the means? The
There's only
justification
one type of
part,
deal. Okay.
the rules are set up based on potential consequences. But then once you get into a situation where you're like, well, but it would be good for me to break this rule. It would be good for me to violate these ethics. You are now thinking with the ends justify the means, and you're rationalizing breaking your own code.
What
Now,
code?
if you don't, now what it seems that Dr. K's code does not align with the code of ethics.
I'm
Seems
not
he has his own
rationalizing
code.
breaking any code. I don't think I'm violating any code.
You're trying to get me to break my code.
No, I'm asking you to assert a boundary around certain things. As
My
as
code
this
is that
movement picks up speed, to establish a new boundary for safety.
Transparency is part of my code.
Okay. You don't think that there's any way to be transparent while also making sure that people don't weaponize your anger?
I don't know, but what you're suggesting is that I be less transparent. If you have a
Nope.
suggestion on how to do that, I'm all ears.
Okay. And genuinely, maybe we can find a solution because it's your ethic, and
I don't think, yeah, I don't think you should. Go ahead.
you don't
I'm
think
all
I should
ears.
which?
I don't think, like, I don't like it when journalists. I think all journalism should be opinion pieces.
Okay.
I think it would be great if every journalist, you knew when they presented the facts, you also knew what they thought about those facts and what they felt, because they're so actively trying to conceal it. It would be good to just know, like, not even in the same piece, but like next to it, like, here's why I wrote what I wrote. Here's what I think. Just more transparency, and then we don't have to be like reading between the lines of like, is this? Oh, this person. Oh, I see. This person's like a libertarian, or like, oh, this person hates Biden. That's why he's quoting him this way. It's like, just say I hate Biden in your byline, and then
Yeah.
I'll know when I'm reading it. Like, okay, this guy hates Biden. Now,
Yeah.
great. That'd
Yeah.
be helpful. So I want to do that.
Okay. What happens in a
So-
situation where your movement gets co-opted by an angry mob that is doing not just a disservice to what you're advocating for, but even to your emotions, and that they're making it seem like you were mad about things you were never mad about, that you wanted certain things that you never wanted?
I'm sure I will address. If people start misconstruing things I've said, I will tell them that they're wrong.
And what happens if somebody co-ops leadership and then people no longer want to listen to you because there's a figurehead willing to say what they want them to say?
Then they will listen to that person instead of me.
Okay. And that's fine?
No.
Oh.
That would suck.
Okay. Is there anything that you think we could do to prevent that? Because that's what I'd like to
That's what
prevent.
I'm asking you.
Yeah,
That's-
I mean,
that's-
and so I'm
I'm
trying
not
to
as
figure
worried
out.
about this as you are. So if you're, it would suck. But I would like to know if you have any ideas. I'm open to hearing them. If your only idea is don't talk about your feelings so much, then no, I don't accept that. Do you have
I-
another idea?
So, do you feel you're concealing yourself if you select different means for where you express your opinions?
Yes.
Yes. So if you say like you were choosing between like going to one newspaper or another, and then say you like brought me in, which you're not going to, I know you wouldn't, but you brought me in, and we like plotted this together, and you're like, should I go to this paper or this paper? And we decided
Yeah,
this
I
one.
underst-
Would
I
that
get where
feel?
I
I'm just
get where
asking.
you're
I'm just
going.
asking. I'm genuinely
Yes,
just
the
asking.
answer is yes. I already said yes.
Okay, so you would want to go to both because you've thought of both, basically.
Right. An artistic, emotional, or even emotional expression is like, it's like poop. You feel it forming, and once you know it's there, it has to come out.
Right.
And if you don't let
There's
it out,
only
then
one
you
type of
are
deal.
repressing.
Okay. There's only
Like
one
when I'm
type of
talking to
deal.
Shaylin.
Okay.
Shaylin?
If I
Is
notice
that
that
is
I'm,
that
if
your
I'm-
fiance? Sorry.
Deal. Okay.
Well, we're not engaged.
There's only
Oh,
one
sorry.
type
Is
of
that
deal.
is that the person you're in partnership with?
It is the person that I'm in partnership with.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what language you prefer. Sorry. I'm not deeply familiar with like
I prefer
your
girlfriend.
relationships. Okay, yeah, I have no idea.
Girlfriend?
I probably should have guessed that actually. That was a bit of a misstep on my part to not assume that you would prefer. I genuinely thought I had heard somebody had told me that she was like you two were engaged, so I apologize. I had clearly completely misheard. But
Well,
I didn't do a ton of fact checking.
I'm sure
on
we'll get married one day, but
okay.
Right now, we're not engaged.
Okay. Sorry, that's an aside.
I just don't feel that we've earned that from each other. No, I don't have anything to say about that.
Okay.
When I realize I'm mad at her,
Mm-hmm.
once it's articulated in my head, then I have to tell her. And if I don't tell her in the words in which I want to tell her, then to some degree I'm holding it in, repressing it, or sugarcoating it.
Okay, right.
So if I think, wow, that was really fucking annoying, but then what I say is, you know, it would be nice if sometimes when you are going to do that thing, if you would just do it a little differently. To me, that's like some kind of repression. I gotta say what I was thinking.
Okay. I'd be curious, is there any time where you've been able to like in any way like caution your speech for whatever purpose where you didn't feel like you were compromising yourself? Like, has that ever been something that you feel like you were able to do?
No, there's certain situations where I'm willing to compromise, obviously.
Okay, yeah. So,
okay. My relationship with Shaylin and my YouTube channel are compromise-free zones.
Okay, what about with newspapers? Or what else had you said? Newspapers, talking with other gamer coaches, which is totally
there's a certain amount of decorum that you can have in a different format, but YouTube is not. That's
like a sacred. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. Would you go to... here's an alternative. Maybe rather than being preventative, there's a way that you could protect this situation without... I mean, I guess I should ask, to what extent do you care about protecting from this situation of this becoming a like a witch hunt, basically?
A lot. I don't want anybody to...
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure.
I don't want I want people to talk about Dr. K. I want people to ask Dr. K tough questions that he has not answered.
Okay.
I want him to be held to account. I do not want him to be harassed. I do not want people to insult him. I do not want people to attack him. I don't want people to spam his chat. I don't want people to spam anything. I don't want people to do anything that interferes with the I want his own fans, his own audience to ask him about these things I'm raising if they want to know about them. I do not want my fans going over to his channel. I don't want people doing anything that interferes with his normal day-to-day life.
Do you think there's any way that you could like to some extent like discredit yourself in this is like going to be sounding like a weird question, but basically kind of like discredit yourself to some extent in the videos, particularly where you like scream and like I think you had said like go unhinged at the video.
I think that's pretty discrediting in itself.
I wouldn't say so. I think like once you have once you have like a relationship with viewers and viewers of a certain thing, like I think they tend to just want to believe what they see on screen. Right?
I don't agree. I think that actually prevents a certain amount of parasociality when you are like not telling them what I think part of what develops parasocial relationships is when you're telling the viewer what they want to hear. But I'm constantly telling my audience things that they're like, you know, I really liked your last thing, but like, you really have to do this? Like a lot of them are DMing me and being like, are you sure about this? Like, I don't know if you should go this far. I'm not sure. So I don't think I agree with you. I think that being more transparent actually prevents
So
parasocial
I
dynamic.
don't know if I'm convinced that the screaming unhinged would discredit you to some extent because people listen to Alex
you
Jones
haven't
for
seen it.
years.
There's only one type
Alex
of deal.
Jones is
And yet people took his
screaming
word
in a
as like
different-
gospel. And like he's literally memed everywhere, but there are people who absolutely took his word as gospel, right? There's
No,
memes
but
of him
Alex
being
Jones
like
is-
ingratiated with goblins and like all these like ridiculous things. But people.
Yeah, but he's not screaming in a way that discredits. It's not vulnerable. I think vulnerability can prevent some parasociality.
I would say like the vulnerability is going to make more likely to people like kind of buy into you because you're being authentic, right? Whereas if they think that Alex Jones is just putting on a show, you'd assume more people would be like, he's putting on a show.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I don't agree with you.
That's fair. I don't think vulnerability discredits you.
I'm very impressed with my own ability to not form a cult of people who agree with everything I say so far.
That's fair. I just don't think vulnerability discredits you.
Okay. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I guess I'm saying the transparency that comes with it.
Yeah, I think like
transparency
transparency and vulnerability are somewhat like not one and the same, but they're definitely like interlinked. Like it's hard to be vulnerable if you're not transparent to some extent.
Yeah.
That's why like you say with me as somebody as a practitioner, there's a certain level of vulnerability I probably am not going to engage in on my social media for certain like reasons, right? Which means people are going to honestly be like, you're not as transparent as like Mr. Girl, and I'm like, yeah, I probably am not.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't think
to,
your
like, mentally
vulnerability
fall apart in
Okay.
this conversation.
Okay, I apologize. Would you like to stop? Because I don't want you
Yeah,
to like get distressed.
I think no, I don't mean distress. I mean like cognitively, I'm starting to like
Exhaust.
disintegrate.
Okay,
Yeah, I think I'm exhausted. Yes.
that's fair. That's super fair.
Can you give your closing thoughts, or how do you want to wrap this up?
That's a good question.
It has to end.
Okay, closing thoughts. Do you think that we are still friends or have the potential for friendship?
Yeah, friendship is tricky when there's like money involved.
Yes,
Like
for
we're not
sure.
just chatting. We're working.
Yes.
I would
That's
say
true.
we can have a friendly colleague working relationship. But friendship it's never going to be pure.
Okay. Like in
I like you, as if that's what you're asking. Yes.
That's fair. I guess like there's definitely an interest on my part to be friends, but that's definitely like people would probably think that that's monetarily related. But I have a job outside of stream. Sorry, I'm getting a screaming cheer. I don't have my chat open, but every now and cheers have come up, and it was a really long one.
We're in a corrupt environment where you cannot proclaim your innocent intentions.
I want to be friends. That's as simple as it is for me. And I have a job, so like the monetary benefit is, yeah, I don't really care about the corruption. I'm just interested in being friends.
Well, I know, but if I blow up, being friends with me will also make you rich. So I think that we have to, like, and likewise, if you blow up, being friends with you will make me rich. So I think we have to acknowledge that.
Yeah. But that doesn't change that just like outside of that, I just genuinely am interested in being friends. Like
there is no
I would be game to like I'm pretty bad at video games, but I'd be game to like just play a game outside and things like that, you know.
Sure, we can hang out.
Because when you're talking about like money and stuff like that,
we're still coworkers. There's money everywhere. There's no way to escape it.
I mean, we wouldn't be making direct money if we just like hung out, but
and
for me, Twitch isn't work for me, right? I don't know. I guess Twitch isn't work. Fuck you. We're friends. We're gonna be friends, and that's fine with me.
You can't rationalize your way out of this.
Okay.
We're trapped.
You're gonna have to deal with it. That we're gonna be friends.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I have to go unless there's anything else you want to say.
No, no.
All right. Well,
thanks for chatting with me. I appreciate you taking the time. If you want to chat again in the future, even about other stuff, I'm very curious about your gender and sexuality stuff. I find it very interesting. So,
okay.
That
would
be
sounds
something
good.
I'd be interested in.
Let's do that, and let me know if you have any other thoughts about this.
Okay.
And let me know if you do my experiment with your colleague.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch your video, and then I'll message you back, basically.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Okay.
All right. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Let me just get my chat back up for you guys because I shut it down for the entire time. So I apologize if you were like screaming at me on chat. I completely, yeah. I don't know if Destiny, if you're around or watching, I don't know if you'd like to chat about anything. I think there's probably lots of people who are watching. I think. There we go.
There's
All right.
only one type
Got
of
my
eel.
chat back.
Okay.
Hi guys.
There's only one
wow,
type of eel.
there's a bunch of you still
Okay.
here. Thanks guys. Call Destiny.
There's only one type of eel. Okay.
I'll message
There's
him
only
and then he
one
can
type
come in.
of eel.
Okay,
Okay.
we're gonna chat. Me and Destiny are gonna chat now too and have like a decompression. That was stressful. That was very stressful. Not like unendingly stressful, but I think I was like struggling the whole time. Thank you for rating me, by the way, Destiny. I really appreciate that. He's just getting some stuff ready, so I will entertain you guys with random blather. I'm also very tired emotionally. Thanks, guys. He's an intense guy, yeah, but he's a really, really interesting guy, and I think he thinks about things like well, and I think he gets like a really bad rap of engaging in things in like ways that he's not. Please breathe because you want to hear me breathe because my mic was bad and you could hear me breathing the whole time. Because if you could, none of my mods told me that you could hear me breathing.
There's
so.
only one type
Thanks
of
for
eel.
the subscription, guys, as well. I really appreciate
There's
it.
There's only one type of eel.
Yeah,
okay.
ASMR, yeah. Yeah, what were your guys' thoughts? How did you guys feel about that overall?
There's only
all
one
of you.
type of eel. Okay.
On a rate of 1 to 10, how challenging was the conversation? I've had worse. Right, because like I've said, I've like worked in like forensic settings where like literally like my physical safety is at risk. So like even though the whole time it was like tense and intense, and I was really trying to like manage this like weird balance of like I genuinely like him and I like want to like I think something missing on Twitch is the like fakeness and toxicity that I think like you have to develop a callus to. And I'm not saying that I won't engage in that at all, but I genuinely think Mr. Girl is an individual that I could just have an authentic friendship with because he's such a like a deeply real person, basically. Like he really holds to that. I thought the lowest point was when Mr. Girl said Reckful was crazy. It's gone. I'm sorry. I'm not used to my chat moving this quickly. I really appreciate it though, guys. Just like spam it over and over. There are definitely ethical violations going on stream, just not limited to Reckful, but you are correct that Mr. Girl's righteous indignation experiments points. Yeah, I wasn't saying that there were no ethical things. I think like submitting him to an ethics board is fine with me. Like you can evaluate it. It's just once they decide, we should probably go with that, and we shouldn't try to sway their opinion. What was that?
One in chat if you survived the Mr. Girl stare wide peepo happy.
I feel like I did. I feel like there was only one time where we stared at each other, but it was like mutual. I don't know if I survived it. I feel like, yeah, I feel like one stare, 1, 2. I don't know what that means, what these numbers mean. It's very exciting. Now you have time would be good to hear about malicious definition. Okay, I think the definition of malicious is if you intend harm. Even if you later justify that it's for a good purpose, if you're intending to do harm, you're being malicious. To some extent, you could argue that yes, even Exterminator's being like kind of malicious because he's intending to harm the rats, right? It's just like not necessarily like as malicious as like intending to exterminate an entire race of human beings, right? Because socially we view rats as less valuable than humans. And Hitler isn't stupid. He knew that socially people value those things. So, yeah. Yeah, I desire to do harm, yeah. That was the definition here. I can show you the definition. that I found. Not that I think like Webster definitions are necessarily perfect, because they can't keep up with like changing language. Apparently there's a really creepy baby movie about malicious as well, characterized by intending to harm or do harm. Intending or intended to do harm. So, yeah. Well, it looks like my ad breaks have run. I kind of need to go to the washroom though, so it would be really nice if I could run something. Can you give a quick intro to people who you are and what your channel for new people? That's a really good idea. Thanks, chat. Brilliant. I'm not talking about Boss Baby. I'm talking about this creepy ass thing. So I am not so erudite. You can call me erudite or airy, although there's a lot of Aries, so maybe don't. 'Cause I think there's like aristocracy as well. So you can call me erudite. You can also just call me Kyla. That's fine with me too, whatever you prefer. I am a licensed addictions counselor,
There's only
not a
one type
psychotherapist,
of
just to be
veal?
clear. And I am a psychometrician. 1 second. Okay. I'll quickly blast through this. I doxed myself. No. Yeah, I'm okay with people like knowing my first name. It's not the end of the world to me. I'm going to do my master's in forensic clinical psychology in the fall, which is really excited. Not Kayla, Kyla. Very important. And I mostly talk about like social-political stuff. I actually have a big passion for like gender and mental health stuff. Like I want to talk about dating and relationships and gender because I think it's really important. And I think a lot of people just want a healthy relationship. Okay, I'm going to call Destiny now because he's waiting. I'm going to start the call. And hopefully he's okay there. I think I'm going to go on camera there and then I can stream there. Hey, I'm gonna stream on my side. Do you want to hop on camera or would you rather not?
I don't care, whatever you're gonna do. I'm not here for too long.
Okay. I'm
Do
gonna...
you have a big preference?
Sure, let's go on cam just because otherwise we're just staring at like a boring web page. If that's okay with you.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
Alright, what's up? How are you feeling?
There was definitely a couple moments where I definitely was like, am I dumb? Like, I feel like this is like an obvious thing and I'm arguing it and I don't really like it's like these basic presumptions that I feel like the malicious thing or like the Hitler thing. I was just like, I don't really know how to argue this anymore because I feel like this is like if you fundamentally disagree about like what maliciousness is, I don't really know what else to do there.
I think the feedback to this conversation is because Max is a pretty unique person, so it's going to be pretty unique to him. There might be some more general feedback, but some of it's going to be pretty unique. This works in kind of a general sense. Sometimes you run into people who have different definitions for words or different ways of understanding things than what you'd normally expect. And I think there's only one productive way to go when you run into that. I think it's just you ask them for their definition and then you just assume that to be true and then you just work from there. Because something weird that can happen sometimes in these conversations is you end up getting hung up fighting on like the definition of a word when it's probably not that important. If you just understand how they define it, then you move on from there. And some people have weird definitions, so it's like not worth fighting over. Or if that's like in the if your goal of the conversation is to have like a good conversation around a topic and you want to talk about that topic, that's the way to go. If you're looking more for kind of like an argumentative thing or you want to challenge somebody to be confrontational, then you can start fighting on the definitions of the words. But sometimes people can define things in some ways that are so like arbitrary that it becomes meaningless. Like I think the malicious thing was what like it became so reductive that it became a little meaningless. Like, okay, well, would you not say that? So you're saying maliciousness requires intent. It's like, yeah, well, wasn't Hitler malicious? No. Well, why not? Because he didn't think the Jews were human, so treating them poorly wasn't a malicious act. Well, okay, well, who's malicious? Well, serial killers. Well, what if serial killers dehumanize their like victims first? Well, like it's such a weird reading of that word that it's almost not even worth like debating on that because why do it?
Yeah. That's probably the first time I've encountered that to such an extent. Like, I feel like I've encountered a fair bit socially just, like, in my practice and stuff that I just, like, I was like, I don't know what to do with this. Like, but yeah, I definitely probably just should have moved on quicker.
Yeah, there was something that he said, though. When people have weird definitions for things, I think as humans, we try to understand the world in different ways. I think that there was like one nugget of information that he had there that would have been more interesting to tangle with, which I think I actually agree with him on, in that it's very rare when a person is just like outwardly malicious. Usually people are being kind of selfish, or maybe somebody is just being inconsiderate, but like it's pretty rare that somebody's like being outwardly just, I want to harm a person, you know? So maybe like extracting that nugget of truth and then moving the conversation in that direction is good, rather than coming back and fighting on that word over and over again. Because some people will have definitions of words and it's like, okay, this is like, I'm not gonna, and a lot of people will build a lot around these definitions of words, and you can't change their mind on it because it would require them to like rework a whole bunch of their ideology. So it's better to just like, okay, tell me what you mean, and then we'll move on from there rather than trying to fight it, I think.
Okay. So rather than tangling with like what maliciousness is, kind of engaging with this idea of like being outwardly malicious but not intending to, or like not
Kind of,
claiming
yeah,
that you're
basically.
being malicious.
Yeah, and it's
Okay.
hard. The onus is on you to extract the general meaning. But like,
Yeah.
let's say I'm having a conversation with someone, and they're like, "I think Biden is a fascist," and I'm like, "Okay, when you say fascist, what do you mean by that?" And they're like, "Well, I think that you're a fascist whenever the government is engaging in a whole bunch of social spending." And it's like, okay, well, so at this point, it's like, do I want to argue? Like, it seems like they have a problem with social spending. Let's talk about whether the government is engaging in too much social spending. I would move the conversation to that part rather than, okay, hold on, your definition of fascism doesn't make any sense. Let's fight over that because it's just not really relevant. Like, once we finally agree on what the definition of fascism is, they'll say, okay, well, he's not a fascist. He's just somebody that is in favor of a lot of government spending. Well, we're going to talk about that anyway. So there's literally no point in like cleaning up the definition, you know? So like, say with Max, you ironed out what malicious meant. He might say like, okay, fine. Well, I would say these other things are malicious, but I don't really think that that type of maliciousness is bad compared to this type or whatever. And it's like, okay, well, now you're just moving the conversation to the next part, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so the best question at that point is to be like, what is an example then to you of maliciousness? So you can like, if you can't agree on the definition, then you can get like a working operational definition of what they think.
Or they
it
have a
is.
definition. What do you think it is? And then you would understand that and then move on from there. That's what I would do. Otherwise, yeah, you get bogged down all day in fighting over weird semantic stuff that, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about? Oh, sorry. Go ahead if you have more on that.
Yeah, I'm going to be super critical because you just did it again. You have to be more assertive. What the fuck?
Yes, I think so. That is an area where I'm noticing my like counseling skills are struggling because like the whole point when you're trained as a counselor, and this is where being a counselor is tricky because like
You don't
things
want to
that
interrupt your client.
things that you're trained in become just habitual even if you're not the client, right? Because it's just like I'm just trained to build rapport to some extent, not because like, and I'm trained because I like doing this job, right? And I like building rapport with people because I like people by and large. So yeah, that's definitely I'm noticing in like these type of spheres I need to get over because it's not my modus of operandi when I'm talking to somebody that I don't know, right? If it's a friend or my family, like fuck it, whatever, I'll do whatever I want. But when it's somebody I don't know, I kind of go back into like, let's find and build common ground first. Yeah.
Which is okay, but you can still be assertive. If it's an argument, it's important that you get your side. People like get really scared when you say like debate or argument. Like people have weird stigmas on this, but like you are in a debate, you're in an argument. So I think it's important to represent your side. Because if you let the other person take the reins all over the place, you kind of end up getting dragged from point to point to point, and then you never even really get to fully flesh out. Like, I must have listened for, I don't think I'm exaggerating, but it was like a full like 7 or 8 minutes, I think, where you were trying to get out like one answer, and you never actually could do it. You kept and it was like, oh my god, just finish. Like I think I was screaming, she was like, just fucking finish, just fucking talk over, just finish the answer. But you like kept letting him like drag you off into another area, and it's like, what the fuck? And then I think he even said at the end of that, he's like, you won't answer my question, whatever. And then you actually finally responded, like, I'm trying to. And it's like, yes, Jesus Christ. Yeah,
it's tough, right? Because I don't think I like he like when we had chatted a little bit like through DMs before, he was really open about being like, I'm mad, this might be an argument or a debate, which is super fair. And I was like, that's fair, I'm hoping it's discussive because like I genuinely really like Mr. Girl. And so I think I was trying the whole time to approach it from like, I don't want to fight you or debate you about ideas, I want to like talk with you, which maybe is just like dumb to do on Twitch, I'm not really sure, but like genuinely like the thing of like I'm interested in just like authentic being friends is legitimate.
Sure, but I think it's fair to say that we have different goals with different conversations, right? So your way of talking to a patient in terms of building rapport, that's a highly effective way to build rapport with somebody. That style of conversation would probably also work on like dates, right? Where you ask people questions, let them talk about themselves, and then they feel like you're genuinely interested in what they have to say. But my understanding is this conversation from the outset was probably a little bit more confrontational. You already knew largely, or at least you had the general outline of what he believed. There might have been some things you wanted to clarify points on, but you wanted to stick at a position that was in contrast to his. So when the goal of the conversation changes, I think the conversational style probably needs to adapt along with it, because when you're using an inappropriate conversation style and it doesn't match the goal of the conversation, then the goal isn't achieved, right? If I use if I go into a date and I'm asking something, like my goal on a date is what are the questions I can ask to get you to talk the most about yourself, and then be reflective of that back at you because it feels like I understand you and we're having a good conversation. If I have that kind of argument publicly with a Nazi, it's going to look really bad for me, because he's like, fucking Jews run everything. They're ruined. It's like, yeah, man, I understand why you say that. Like, white people are being genocided. Like, yeah, amen, dude. Like, it's good. That's going to be a weird, right? In a confrontational conversation, my goal is different. So the style of conversation, I think, has to be significantly different.
Yeah, I think maybe that's something that I should have clarified at the beginning was our goals, right? Because fundamentally, I accepted this chat with him before this Dr. K stuff really started to fully, like, I didn't even know he had a strong opinion about Dr. K when he originally approached me for the conversation. I was just like, oh, sweet. Sure. I really like Mr. Girl. This would be super fun to talk to him. Okay, he wants to talk about like this random psychiatrist that I've literally never listened to. Sure, I'll just do a bunch of research so I can engage with him. And then as I saw like the momentum around this growing and growing, I was like, oh gosh, like my goal for this conversation was completely different, which is like maybe I should have like messaged him back potentially being like, hey, like we can talk about Dr. K if you want to, but like just so you know, like I'm not super invested in the Dr. K stuff and you are. And so like it might be better for you to have a debate with somebody who has like a really, really strong feeling, maybe averse to or pro Dr. K. So like perhaps like establishing, like being more clear. Like I felt like I was clear about how I was like feeling and thinking about stuff, but perhaps being like, just, like my goal is like, I think it would be good if he like changed his like approach to these things. But like overall, like I'm like, if he doesn't, that's not going to change. That's not going to change what?
It's not going to change your view of Mr. Girl, or what?
Well, I'm trying to decide if that's would it change my view of Mr. Girl.
Whether or not Dr. K changed course, or whether or not he was an effective advocate, or artist.
Yeah, like kind of how he goes what direction he goes with this. I think like it might a little bit, just because if I think like he engages in like somewhat like bad practice or like bad engagement, I might be like, I don't disagree with that, but like you can be friends with somebody that you like think that they've like.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, not on Twitch, but ordinarily,
true.
Yeah. No, I understand. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, which I think is like what he kind of is alluding towards the end of him like being like, well, I'm realizing the sphere is really different, so like, and we'll see, which is fair. I think it's fair. It's just like a new type of engagement. I'm like, I feel like I'm like, when like you're brand new in like fucking like junior high and you're like the new kid and you don't know any of the social cultural rules. That's for sure my perspective right now. Like I didn't even watch Twitch until I really started like thinking about getting into it like 2 weeks ago. So. Gotcha.
I kind of feel like once I got out of high school, I realized that everything in life was like high school, and that's been my guiding principle for all forms of social interaction, whether it's corporate, work, Twitch, but yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. I think that's horrifying to hear, depending on that person's experience with high school.
A little bit, kind of horrifying, kind of comforting. I think people are pretty predictable. I don't think that like people are crazy. I think people just are a little selfish. I think for Mr. Girl, I think it's possible to maintain a friendship with him while disagreeing, though. He seems like that kind of person that you could have disagreements with and still be friends with.
Yeah, I agree. Which is why I was like, we could actually maybe be authentic friends. Even in a Twitchosphere, which would be kind of cool. It would be like something that people don't usually do, is like actually maintain a legitimate friendship. But
for sure. What else was there? Be more assertive. Don't let people cut you off so much. Okay. Did you take any classes on ethics or anything? Not like medical ethics, but like philosophy of ethics or anything?
I've taken like a couple 100 and 200 level courses, yeah. And then in my training, obviously, I've taken tons of ethics courses.
You probably know more than me then.
Probably not in the philosophy. I've done a lot of like ethics of psychological practice, which we don't get into philosophy. We do one chapter where we outline the definitions of like deontology, consequentialism. I know those terms more from my philosophy classes. We more so just go through like the Canadian Code of Ethics for psychologists and then do case studies on it.
You said something one time that I thought hit on a really good point, and then I never heard you bring it up again. I would get, unless you're, it's, I don't like it when people bring up philosophy terms outside of very strict philosophy debates, because a lot of these terms are very loaded and you can go to very weird areas very quickly unless everybody has a very thorough understanding of like what the debate topic is. So something that he brought up a lot, and I think he used it to get out of answering a lot of difficult questions. He kept saying this, like, I don't think the ends justify the means. I don't think the ends justify the means. When it comes to like a consequentialist approach to something, or when it comes to like a deontological approach to something, I think that largely when we get to our applied ethics positions, regardless of your normative framework, so being consequentialist or deontological, your answers are going to look pretty similar anyway. Like the classic question is, a Nazi comes and knocks on your door and you've got Jews in the basement and he asks you, do you have any Jewish people in your basement? Well, would a deontologist really lie there? You know, you're breaking your principle of lying. It's like, well, okay, you know, fuck, like, I'm not going to give the honest answer here because he's going to go and kill these Jewish people. And, you know, maybe a clever deontologist says, like, okay, well, you know, the principle isn't about lying. The principle is about lying to do harm or lying to do something. It's like, okay, well, but now we're talking about the consequence of your lie. And then even for, like, a consequentialist, you know, like, there are ways where you can break a consequentialist. So like, okay, well, maybe principles are kind of important sometimes because holistically, if we all adhere to certain principles, like, for instance, like, could I rape somebody who's asleep if they'll never, ever know about it? It's like, okay, well, from a strictly consequential point of view, like, maybe there's no harm, but like, do we really want to live in a society where people are trying to rape sleeping people? Probably sounds like a really fucking horrible, right? So, and anytime somebody brings up like, I am deontological or I am consequentialist as a way to escape answering difficult questions, I would push into that a little bit more and I say, like, well, at the end of the day, are you really like strictly consequential, strictly deontological? Because you said something, I'm sorry, to bring this back, you said something really smart where you asked questions about like, what if you did something with Dr. K like, what if the ethics rules end up not being beneficial for patients holistically? And he's like, well, it's about the principle or whatever. And you were like, well, what if the principles are leading to bad outcomes or something? He's like, well, I don't think they generally do. And it's like, well, if they do, you said, maybe we should change the ethics code, which is that's a good response, right? And I don't think he really grappled with that. I think you just kind of moved on, but I think that's a good way to push into that. It's like, well, what if it was the case that if we follow the ethics code in philosophy, you know, or I'm sorry, in psychology, you know, to the letter, and it caused more harm, wouldn't we change the ethics code? Isn't that the point of the ethics code, to minimize the amount of harm to people? I think that's a good way to push back on that.
Okay, that's a good point. I'm
Because
curious.
rules do change over time, right? Yeah.
I'm curious what you think about kind of this like artists, social advocates, and like the responsibility piece that comes with it, right? Because I think I was struggling because it felt like he was saying, well, I'm an artist, avant-garde, so like I don't feel a responsibility. And I'm like, you might not, but I feel like you still do because you're shifting into like social advocate territory. And like whether you want the responsibility or not, you're wanting to do the advocacy. So you like, I guess in my mind, I'm like, you fundamentally like should take on the, like, you don't have to, you're not obligated to, but you should, right? Especially somebody like, I think he cares about harm and stuff like that. Like, I think he genuinely would care about that stuff. And I was just really, I didn't know what to do with that precisely.
I like the way that you phrase that right there was perfect. I don't always tell people that they have to act certain ways. You just need to be aware of what the consequences of your actions are. That's the important thing. So if you don't want to call yourself an advocate, or you don't want the responsibility of being an advocate, that's fine, but that doesn't free you from the consequences of being an advocate, right? If you don't want to harm, or if you don't want to attack Dr. K, have your fan base covered, blah, 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 okay, that's cool that you don't want to, but it doesn't really matter, right? If he's an artist, you can attack him with the concept of the death of the artist, which is once you've released art into the world, people are going to engage with that and use it in ways that you never could have imagined. Now, whether or not it's your responsibility to be aware of that engagement, I mean, that's a conversation you can have with an advocate or with an artist. You know, both of those people deal with that. Advocacy and art can be closely intertwined with each other. Lots of popular culture movements, lots of avant-garde art movements have incorporated forms of advocacy. I mean, art is traditionally like a pretty progressive institution that challenges cultural norms. So, I mean, yeah, I think you're right there, but I think that was where you could have abandoned the word and just talked about what you were trying to summon behind the word. So rather than saying like, you're an advocate, and then he's like, I'm not an advocate. It's like, well, you're kind of an advocate. He's like, no, I'm not. What you should have just said is, the things that you're saying are going to drive people to do certain things, or you might create a group of people that are driven to do a certain thing. Are you okay with that? Are you okay if this group of people takes your message and applies it in a way that is ultimately harmful. So rather than calling him an advocate, just talk about the consequences of his advocacy without using the A word, and then maybe you can have a conversation there.
Okay. This isn't relating as much to Mr. Girl, but it made me think of this, which is like, I would say like he wasn't as bad as like I've come across some artists that like seem to really be averse to responsibility for their actions. I'm just curious basically if you have any like thoughts on like maybe that's just like my selection bias of the artists that I know. But it's something that's like been frustrating is like artists kind of being like, the art is the art for like that, and like the effects and consequences of it don't matter, which I've always been like, I don't know if that's an artist thing or maybe I've just like, and I don't think this is exclusively.
Yeah, it's a very naive reading of all art. The only reason why your art means anything is because the society that it exists in is giving it that expression and its power. So for you to say that all of the expression that exists in society matters up until the point to where your art is created and after that the impact you have is irrelevant is just an incredibly stupid and naive reading of how art functions in the world. Right? No piece of art stands on its own. That doesn't make sense. It has to be perceived by humans living in some culture or some society. And you're going to give something back when you create that art. Now, if you want to say, I don't give a fuck and I don't want the responsibility for it, sure, I guess that's fine. I think it's whatever. But at the very least, you have to acknowledge the impact that it could have, right?
Yeah. Okay. So it's just something that like have you noticed it as a trend in artists, or is that just my selection bias?
I hate artists. They give a lot of dumb fuck takes about literally fucking everything. This is from somebody that went to music school, so I love art. I love
yes,
music.
I always forget that you did music school.
I piano and everything.
I was gonna say I'm a booger eater. There's literally a saxophone and a piano right behind you, but some people are just hobbyists. So yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. My maid of honor actually is an artist and went to like art school, and so I've just spent a lot of time around her friends, and that was just always like really drove me crazy. It's
just like a really boring, immature, like you have to acknowledge that like the art you create is going to have like ultimately, unless you're literally making art in a closet that nobody else is ever going to look at, right? Ultimately, you create art for other people. You want other humans to have some sort of emotional reaction or engagement. You're invoking a feeling by creating a piece of art. Like, how can you say that it's not going to have an effect? Like, I don't understand. Like, to say that your art doesn't affect the environment around you is almost to betray the entire purpose of art. Unless you are literally just creating a personal piece of art to stash in a closet that nobody can ever see or interact with.
Right. Like it necessarily, like if you're making it to make a statement to the public, you like necessarily have to acknowledge that it's going to impact the public, and you are obviously the nuisance of that reaction because you put it out there. Okay. I'd be curious about, because we kind of got at the end into like that weird friendship conversation with Twitch, which I know I think you've had with Mr. Girl as well, and I imagine it's going to come up. I'm as somebody who's been doing it for a long time, you've probably had to deal with it often, because it seems to be like this hang up for, I don't know if it's just Mr. Girl, but he was very hung up around this, like if there's money involved, what is actually the nature of the friendship, which I think is a valid question. It's just not obvious to me that like a friendship can't be legitimate and there be benefits financially for both necessarily.
Yeah, it could be, but at one point you have to choose. There's going to be a situation where you have to make a choice, and it's going to be based on your friendship or it's going to be based on your financial well-being, and it's just going to depend on what you feel more strongly about at that time. My rule for people in my life, in my personal life, is I don't trust anybody until we've been through like a serious situation where you could have fucked me over and you didn't. Until then, I don't trust anybody. I don't care. Like no amount of words means anything, and then no amounts of like being friendly means anything, because that can always be like a business move. Right. If a situation comes up like tomorrow, where like the whole internet castigates, Mr. Girl, and it's like you're a horrible fucking person, you're horrible, and everybody that associates with you is horrible. But then you still talk with them on stream, you're like, oh, fuck it, people get mad or whatever, but it's okay. Then that's like an action where it's like, oh, okay, well, it looks like you're choosing for Okay, but in my personal opinion, I think you have to go through something. There has to be a big situation where you could have fucked somebody over, or could have like been,
like backstab them, or like just stopped platforming them, something like that.
And then you choose not to, and then it's like, oh, okay, then maybe now you can kind of see the true intentions of a person. Yeah.
Right. Do you think that the size of the streamer matters for that? Right. Because he kind of pointed out, like, there's no situation where like somebody as tiny as me is ever going to be able to backstab you, even if I tried. Right. Like I would have to work pretty fucking hard to do that. So do you think like size, like to what extent does size matter in these types of situations? Would you say?
I mean, it all depends. Like, you can obfuscate. I mean, you can just rationally think about this. Like, it might be the case that, let's say I'm friends with a small streamer and I'm constantly hosting them. They've got 200 of my viewers, and then some public shit comes up where everybody's attacking me, right? They're still technically incentivized to be nice to me, because if they left me, it's not like they're all of a sudden going to grow massively. In other words, that's just kind of like a calculation you have to make from person to person. But
Yeah.
I mean, like, the more time you go through, something, like the more circumstances you go through with somebody, and then the more you see how they act. Like, yeah, people talk a lot. Talk is cheap.
Right. So you're saying size matters. Just
I would say that it's more like how you use your audience than the actual size.
I was mostly making a joke at you, but that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
I take notes when I talk to people. I noticed you take notes when you talk to people.
Yeah.
I generally only do that in debates where I'm trying to hit every point at the end. I think that if you're having a conversation, I'm saying this to you, but you actually know this because you said this. It doesn't feel good to run down a list of talking points in a back and forth conversation. You want to have a dialogue. Because me saying like, okay, point 1, point 1, point 2, point 2A, 2B, 3, right? It feels like you're having like an Oxford style debate where you're just like running off things for the audience to evaluate. Yeah. But that goes back to just, I'm not saying don't take notes. You just have to really sort of in going back and forth on the dialogue.
In jumping in. I also have, like, lots of people don't know, but I have a brain injury. And so, like, my memory gets really hampered, and I get, like, especially if, like, there's things going on outside, like mods jumping in. Part of why I write it down is there's a good chance that if I, like, don't write it down, I might not actually, like, consolidate it fully, and then I just won't remember it all. So in general, like, I really prefer taking notes with those things. And I totally recognize the, like, effects that will also have, which is in part probably why I'm less assertive, because I'm taking these notes, so I'm just willing to sit back and wait. So that's valid.
And to be clear, even on a dialogue, there's nothing wrong with taking notes. But just when you're taking, it's good to have the dialogue, because if you're going to run down like, well, here's all the things that you said and then go through it, it feels like there's not as much time to go back and forth on each point, I guess. But yeah, taking notes is always good. I'll take notes even in casual conversations.
Yeah. Do you think that
wait,
the conversation...
do you not have any?
Sorry?
Oh, sorry. I was about to ask if you had any. You have long-term memories, right? You can still do that, right?
Yeah. It's just, so for me, what I find is, so I also have a bit of a short-term. So I was taking Vyvanse I had a lot of attention concentration issues for my brain injury. And then I had a lot of, so specifically, it seems to be my episodic memory. So memories for like events that happened to me is really shit. And so I started taking Vyvanse for the concentration for school, but if you take Vyvanse and you have an extremely sensitive little flimsy brain like mine, like I get hungover from like a single beer, regardless of the amount of water I drink. Like my brain's just really sensitive, and you can develop something called short-term memory injury from Vyvanse. It's not super common. I developed that, so I think right now particularly my short-term memory is bad. So if I don't actually like process it fully, so if something happens to me and I don't take a fair bit of time to like process it, sometimes I lose bits and pieces of it. And if I'm having a dialogue with somebody and I forget, like this will happen like if I'm like fighting like with my husband or something, like I'll miss just chunks, and then
Is this like a chronic thing now, or will this heal over time?
It's gotten way better since I stopped taking Vyvanse. Hopefully it's not chronic. It's gotten way better. I don't know if it's plateaued yet, but
Gotcha.
I find using the notes has actually helped to like, I think, repair that system a little bit. Like I'm trying to come up with ways of basically like building that system on my own. But one way I do it is like if somebody says something, I'll rerun through to my head a bunch of times so that it like actually consolidates properly. And it's not like I don't form any memories, like I obviously do. They're just very gappy, and so it makes issues in conversation because I like can't remember what they said precisely or something.
Okay, you realize this is like the 4th time you've repeated that to me, right?
I'm also long-winded.
I'm sorry, I'm just messing with you. I had a bad drug experience before, and people fucked with me that way.
I'm gonna use the G word. I'm gonna just start screeching it. I'm just kidding.
Jesus Christ.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, sorry. Any other parts of that conversation?
Do you overall think it was a good, fruitful conversation, or was it like mostly just a like bad, messy conversation?
It seemed really aggressive. I caught mainly the last half of it. I'm gonna be honest, I was very emotionally inhibited at the time because I was playing League of Legends, so it might have been not as bad as I thought it was. The most frustrating thing, I've told him this before, and we argue about this, is it feels like a lot of the conversation is restricted around just like really silly semantic distinctions.
Yeah.
Like, what does it mean to be an advocate? What does it mean to be malicious? That was there's sometimes it feels like there's a lot of meta conversation, and I think that and it sucks because a lot of the things he talks about, I think there's a lot of really interesting stuff to talk about. Like, in my opinion, the most interesting thing about the Dr. K thing is, let's say that there are major ethics violations of how a therapist should act, which I think is fully possible. But let's say he's doing overall, or he's contributing more good anyway.
Yeah.
Is the trade-off worth it? I think
Yeah.
that's the really interesting conversation.
Yeah.
Did you guys did you have that conversation at all?
It felt like we couldn't go down there because then it felt like it seemed like any time I tried, because I agree, like that's the thing I'm most fascinated by, because like I said, I think insurance companies have created certain like policies and there's just ethics that are too slow that actually are preventing psychotherapists. Like the fact that no psychotherapist wanted to get on stream with him is like, I'm like, that's a problem. Like academics need to be talking and educating people about this shit, but they're not willing to because of liability, not because of morals or ethics. But it felt like it just felt, I don't know if I like drove it in the right direction. It could have just been on me that I didn't like drive that point enough, but it felt like anytime I tried to go into that, it was kind of this like deontological, like, yeah, but it is wrong and it's abuse. And so like how, like, I don't know. I just didn't know how to drive it in that direction.
Oh man, he was hammering you on that one. You don't know what abuse is.
I was like, but I didn't want to like get into a pissing match of me being like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm going to get defensive here, because it's like, it's not helpful in any ways, basically.
Yeah, I agree.
But
yeah,
just
that
so
was
it's
another
clear,
one. Like, what does
I have
abuse mean and everything, right?
I have a pretty good understanding of abuse. I've worked with like women who have been abused, and I have worked with abusers. So like I have actually a decent good understanding. I'm not saying perfect, but I'm not like naive when it comes to abuse. Just for the viewers out there who are like, is she a naive idiot? I don't think so.
I also think I think it's worth it. You almost did this as well, but you let this drop a little bit. I think that working with counterfactuals is good too. I think you asked this one time, like, oh fuck, you forced him to give a counterfactual, but you didn't actually push as hard as you should have. You asked him, well, what would you have done in Dr. K's position instead? And the answer that he gave was actually incredibly ridiculous. I'll have a private talk with you and refer you to another private practitioner, and then you can go and have that therapy. Like, if Reckful was that easy to convince, he would have just had one, right? Like, he'd already had like horrible interactions with. Why would you talk to another mental health professional where if they feel like you are in imminent danger of hurting yourself, you're going to get committed again to an institution? Why the fuck would you ever risk that if you've already had that experience? Which I think is an issue that a lot of people don't understand sometimes, for people that have had, no offense to you or anything that you do, but I'm sure that you understand that it's not many people have a good experience with the state if they've been committed to a mental health institution against their will, and they can't leave until somebody signs off on it. It's a big difference between that. That was an answer, but when he gave that, you could have leaned really hard into that and have been like, okay, well, it's also not fair too, because you're working with the flawless, perfect information that now we know that Reckful has killed himself. And in an alternative world, maybe when Reckful doesn't talk to Mr. K or Dr. K, maybe Reckful is still alive. You know, that's a false dichotomy, though. It could be the case that if he never talked to Dr. K, maybe he would have killed himself a year earlier. Maybe he would have killed himself 2 years earlier. Maybe he would have killed somebody else and killed himself. Who knows, right? There's a ton of different potential things that could have happened that we don't know about. It's not like it's either Dr. K killed him or Reckful is alive and happy and healthy today. Those aren't the only two possibilities. Seems
distinctly not the case that those are the only two possibilities, right?
Oh, and there was another deontological utilitarian area you could have pushed him on. It's like, well, we can violate the principle of Reckful's patient confidentiality because he's dead. Well, isn't that like an outcome-oriented thing? Aren't we saying the ends justify the means there? Isn't that outcome-oriented? Like, isn't it the principle of protecting a bit? Now, you could argue, well, the only reason why we protect somebody's information is because it could do harm to them today. But now you've slipped into the consequentialist thing. He's like, oh, shit, well, there's harm being caused if we do an action, and that's why the action is wrong, not because of the principle. But bringing philosophy and ethics into normal combos is so cancerous, but yeah.
That was anything that got like too much into like evaluating Reckful in like a very practical way, I wanted to be really careful of, because the reality is like I'm completely new. I didn't know him personally or even as like a watcher at all, and it's just like it's such a like sensitive situation, and I didn't want to basically like push him hard and like make him look, because it doesn't look good, I think, for him with his viewers to like be saying things like that around Reckful, and I didn't want to push more and make him look worse, I guess, because again, like my goal was more like friendship, probably.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, much the same way that he said if Dr. K is going to talk publicly about Reckful, he's going to talk publicly about Reckful. If he's going to cite Reckful as an example for a great harm that Dr. K is committing to kind of bolster his argument against you, then you kind of have to be willing to play on the same ground if it is an argument you're going to have, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. I also think Reckful is a really interesting case to examine because he had a brother that was on SSRIs and he killed himself, which makes it really hard for you to get a prescription for any SSRI, sometimes impossible. And he'd already been committed once forcibly against his will. So this is like Reckful.
And he had attempted multiple times, right? Or just once?
I don't know if he attempted more than once, but I know that he went to an institution against his will.
Okay.
One time.
So that means there was probably a risk of another at least, because previous attempt history is really serious once you're looking at like a suicide risk assessment.
Yeah. He might have done it. He might have attempted once when he was 16 or 18. I don't remember.
He said 16 in the videos. Yeah, he said. I've spent so much time. I know those. It was 16, but I didn't know if he. It feels like he alluded to potentially more, but he didn't like specify dates or times, so I wasn't sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but so yeah, I mean, like the idea that he could have just been recommended to another therapist, I think is pretty silly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
What does it mean to? Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, here's the thing. I actually think ethically that might have been the best thing that other psychotherapists would, because people like this is the issue. Like, I'm sure he's watching, or he might watch this later, and he's going to be frustrated. But I really do think psychologists engage in, like, yes, they want to care for their client, but they also don't want to get sued. And I think like a large reason why like certain things happen is because of that. And I think like in the case where like a psychotherapist is basically like, I'm going to just refer you on, is in large part they kind of want to escape the liability. And I'm like, that's an issue actually where I think like we fail. And like some pretty major psychologists, like I don't know if you know much about Marsha Linehan. She's like the founder of DBT. She talks a lot about this, and like when she sets up DBT, she like actually like contractually sets up like basically completely different ethics that normally we would consider breaches of ethics for brand new clients, because she like recognizes that basically like as a mental health field, we completely fail to meet the needs of like acute and severe clients.
Gotcha. Where DBT was, I think, branched off from CBT almost specifically, I think, to deal with people with borderline, right?
Borderline and treatment-resistant addictions, I believe, was her main kind of two focus. But borderline was for her personal, because she has borderline.
Yeah. I always, one of the things I always tell people I have very, very, very small corporate background. I used to work in like a restaurant and a casino, and then I kind of got to management, and I saw how everything worked. Anytime you're confused about like why some people won't interact or engage with things in ways that seem like they should, it always came down to that, like, where is the liability at?
Always.
Because that can be an incredibly important thing. And then once you understand where the liability is, like, oh, okay, that's why this person doesn't want to get involved with this.
Yeah.
And sometimes that thing pops up in so many crazy ways, in ways that even I still miss it. I remember, I don't know if you watch any of like the cop videos. One criticism that I have of police officers so much,
like the body cam, like real life cop videos and stuff like that.
Yes, yeah,
okay,
yeah. When multiple police officers are interacting with one suspect, everybody is screaming, like, "Oh my god!" Like, put down the gun, put it, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, holy shit! Like in a high stress situation like this, why do you have 50 different people?
Yeah.
And I had, I believe it was an officer came on stream, and he talked to me about this, and he said the reason why we do that is because if somebody dies and they're not supposed to, and the precinct starts pulling body cam footage, the first question they're going to ask you is, did you give a verbal warning? Did you tell them to drop their gun? And if you say no, I thought Officer, Sanchez, or I thought Officer Jacobson, I thought he said it, and then he didn't. Now you are fucked. Your life might be over. Yeah,
that's
and it's like,
crazy.
And then when he gave that answer, when he gave that, I was like, yeah, fuck, liability. Yeah,
liability is literally putting people's lives in danger in that situation. This is why I'm like, part of me lists want to be like, Mr. Girl, it's the insurance companies. Like, we gotta get them, Like, but I'm like, maybe that's my bias. I fucking like have a big stick.
Not even really. Is it even really the insurance companies? You could also argue that it's the litigious society that we live in as well, right? Because even if there were no insurance companies, right, it might be the case that somebody's family decides that they want to sue a practitioner because, well, my son was in your therapy and he killed himself, and now I'm gonna fucking sue you. And I found out somebody else talked to him, or this person was talking to my son, and you didn't even have a real relationship set up. No, I'm gonna sue you, right? So it might not even necessarily be the insurance companies. The rules that they set up are probably strict, not because they're evil, but because they have to protect themselves and their clients who are the psychologists and the therapists from outside litigation as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, in general, as somebody who's like in the field and also like going to get trained to be a psychologist, I struggle a lot with liability all the time because I genuinely think that it like hampers our capacity to care, because there's genuinely issues like I can't really volunteer at like a local group to run, I think I've already told you this, I can't volunteer to run a group around addictions because I'm a trained professional, but in that space I'm working as like a volunteer who is a professional, and so like the liability's fucked, and I'm like, I get why there's these certain things. We don't want to con people who are vulnerable, but I think we've gone like so far that now like psychologists' hands are tied to the point that like they'll never go onto social media to like give correct information or like actually give good psychoeducation, which is just like so it's so frustrating to me.
Yeah, I agree, but I mean like the fuck, I just read my chat, just triggered the fuck out of me, and my thought just completely escaped my brain when you said that. It's hard for psychologists or therapists to do anything publicly because they're I remember saying the issue, the thing that sucks is that as much as we all hate that concept of liability, the second we turn our eye to a broader sphere and we see how people are acting, I think we immediately are like, fuck, that liability has to come back. We fucked up. It needs to be there. Like the liability doesn't need to be there for the people that shouldn't have a liability, but it's impossible to make that determination, right? There might be like a really, like the best intentioned person that knows their stuff and they want to go out and they want to volunteer and help people and they do that. And you know what, man, liability, it just hurts their ability to get things done. But there might also be another person who's like, you know what, I know how to fix people. It's a combination of acupuncture, astrology, and palm reading. And I'm going to go out and I'm going to give therapy to people and I'm going to tell them to stop taking their SSRIs and their antipsychotics and everything because I'm going to fix them. And now we've got a whole bunch of problems. And that person is going to look at you when you go to sue them and they're going to be like, well, hold on, I was just trying to help. Like, what was all this talk about you saying academics need to be more engaged? And people are like, is it just when they agree with you? Is it right? That's the issue you run into. It's like, fuck, okay. Like, one person fucks it up for everybody, basically.
Yeah. Like litigation is just so frustrating, especially with like civil courts of particularly like with American litigation, because there's a lot less in Canada that will like even get put through to actually be talked about. And I'm not totally sure why. My friend's a lawyer, and that's all I know about it. But because Canadian psychologists have like entirely borrowed our model from American, we basically like mimic all of these things, which means anything that American psychologists are like reticent to do, we are. Even if the like legal precedent isn't there.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Don't think so. Maybe I'll check chat and see if there's anything else. Pretty. Don't know. Do you have any opinions about Dr. K overall? Do you have like anything you want to weigh in or?
I feel like he does. I feel like he is exceptionally good at conversations. He might be really good at manipulating people, and I actually don't notice it. But I think I used to be really manipulative when I was younger, in my early 20s, but I've matured and mellowed. And I've had lots of conversations with lots of people, and I feel like he's genuinely pretty good at understanding and reaching people. So in terms of that, I think he does a good job. I don't think he's just like a manipulative, horrible person that's just trying to get people to cry. Although I understand that the allure sometimes for the chat can be at that. I think that his mission and everything, I largely think it's pretty good. The word therapy just sucks because everything, like conversations with friends can be therapy, right? We like
Thank you.
People trauma
I
dump
wasn't
on
out to
Twitter.
lunch when I said the what is therapy is an important conversation, right? Okay.
Yeah, and
I
you're
was
not
like,
gonna get
am
those-
I dumb?
Yeah, no, that wait, did he? I might have missed. Did he say there was like a strict definition for that?
He said like it's obvious, like it's very clear what is
Oh my
therapy and
God,
what
that
isn't.
is-
And I was like,
that
what?
is so
I was like,
absolutely not
maybe
true.
am I just this like terrible unethical practitioner? Like I feel like it's very difficult, especially as somebody like I worked in live-in residences where it's like, okay, well, I'm your therapist, but now I'm walking around the house. So if they talk to me even emotionally in that moment, is that therapy in that moment? Do I need to take therapeutic notes on that? Like yes, no,
Yeah.
like we always did just to be extra careful, but it's like
And even before, I mean, even there's competing therapeutic models between therapists that disagree on what therapy is. So the idea that there's like a consensus on well, this is obviously therapy. Like somebody that works in psychodynamics or psychoanalysis is going to disagree with somebody that works with other models or like that. Yeah, no, I don't know. That's kind of silly, I think, to say that it's obvious. And then there are tons of psychology is like philosophy. In that it doesn't really matter what you think about it, everybody does it. So it's important to try to pay attention to the details. Whether you like ethics or not, everybody practices ethics. Whether you like philosophy or not, everybody practices philosophy. Whether you like psychology or not, not in some ways, in every way. If you engage with another human being, you are practicing psychology. And there are things that you can even learn in therapy, like as a therapist, I'm sure, that are important to other interactions that you have with people in your life. Like there are techniques,
like basic nice skills.
Being like reflective with language, or like understanding, asking people like, how do you, like, it's very, very, very rare in real life that somebody has ever asked, how do you feel about a particular thing? People really like the opportunity to share that, right? That's like a therapy technique or whatever. There are tons of that would drive me crazy. I think I would jump down somebody's throat if they would have seen that conversation. That it's so obvious what therapy is. It's totally not.
It's really frustrating because like I've literally talked with multiple coworkers about this all the time, because it's like, okay, well, if my friend, like I've literally had situations where friends come to me and they're like, hey, I have this anxiety stuff, I'm dealing with this, and I'm like, okay, and they're like, I can't really afford a psychologist, could you just give me like a couple of tips? Yikes. Right? And you're just like, like I could just give you I could just like literally psychoeducate you for 2 seconds, and just like if you were an economics student or even somebody who's an economics professional, you could absolutely give people tips based on your expertise, right? But like it just stresses me out.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What do you think therapy is?
Was that rhetorical, or are you actually asking me?
It's like half glib, I suppose.
Oh.
You can answer if you want.
I don't know. I would say that like therapy, we might have disagreed on this, I think, in our first conversation. But like I would argue that like therapy is a place that you go to for somebody to help you acquire the tools to deal with problems that you wouldn't otherwise be able to deal with in your life.
Yeah.
So if there's some stress or anxiety, or if there's some issue that you're dealing with, and you feel like you don't have the appropriate mental tools or mental faculty to deal with it, then you go talk to a therapist, and then they help you acquire some process or some introspection or whatever in order to deal with those problems. That's what I would say therapy is. But obviously this can be a really good friend, a parent, a mentor, or a psychologist or a therapist.
Yeah, that's fair.
Unless medication is involved, that the line gets really, really, really blurry.
Yeah.
Man, even that, when he was saying like, I think Dr. K was was working as a psychiatrist because he was talking about medication. Even that's a really blurry line. Like that's a conversation that, like, if a girl mentions something like, oh, like I blah blah blah, it's like, oh, well, did you change your birth control? Like, am I a psychiatrist now? Am I practicing psychiatry because I'm asking a question like that?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, and like Dr. K was like redundantly careful about like anything psychiatry, anything medication, right? Like it's pretty obvious based on what I think that like Dr. K is pretty opposed to like most drugs, not like medications, but like psilocybin, I mean. But he really, really tried to be careful when he talked to Reckful about his psilocybin use, even though I think most people would agree it was probably more than was healthy.
He was doing 2 grams of mushrooms a day.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It was a lot. Yeah.
It's a lot.
Let's see what else.
Somebody. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'll ask. There's a chat
I write down
question.
my shit so I never forget.
Nice. Good lesson. Somebody was asking, it just disappeared. Shoot. Somebody was asking if they felt like there was logical inconsistencies in the ethics morality conversation. I think they asked on Mr. Girl's side. I'd be curious on either side, to be honest. I'm not just here to like throw somebody under the bus. Like I'm curious about both.
I mean, like I would say that there were on his side, it felt like he was more on the defense and you were on the offense, even though he spoke more, because he was kind of defending his positions. So if you were being inconsistent, it's hard to see. But the issue is, I don't know if I could say that he was being inconsistent, because he probably just has a different definition for literally every single term he uses than what I would use. So it's hard to say that like this is inconsistent, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. What about my position? Do you think that where I was delineating between like liability, ethics, and morality was inconsistent?
I don't think I heard you stake out as many positions because it felt like it was more of a conversation relating to his. Can you remind me or
I can
bring
just
up?
even state them if it's helpful. That might
Yeah,
just be
go for
more.
it.
Basically, I viewed liability as a question of basically insurance and like not
Mhm.
wanting to be liable. Liability bleeds into ethics because ethics, as far as psychological practice, has to both take care of the client, take care of the practitioner, take care of the field of itself, and
Mhm.
cover liability, right? Because anything that's outside of the ethics of the professional board, your insurance
Mhm.
company isn't going to cover you for. Um,
Sure.
and so I basically said, if you violate an ethics of
Mhm.
that's harms a client, it might be immoral too. Like it might be a
Mhm.
bad action. Whereas if you violate an ethical policy that's more about protecting psychology as a field or putting yourself at risk for liability, I'd say it's
Mhm.
not necessarily moral.
Gotcha. I think we would probably agree. The only thing is the words you use when you talk about liability. I think that liability is a real ethical concern that
Mm.
there is a tension there that needs to be like let's say that I can't pick my kid up from school and I need somebody else to give him a ride and that person agrees. They're doing me a favor. They're going out of their way to do me a favor. That's awesome. But if they get into a car accident and they kill my kid, I'm going after that ass. And if they're like, well, hold on, I was just doing something nice. Like, what the fuck? It's like, bro, you like when you enter into a certain relationship or engage in a certain action with somebody else, you are assuming some level, explicitly or implicitly, some level of liability for that person's care.
Okay.
So I've noticed a couple times it seems like you have, and I can maybe understand if you're working in the field, that liability thing literally just hangs over your head as a fucking insurance question. And also because personally, we don't like to think of ourselves as like liable in a way that we could do harm to somebody, because I don't think we generally think of ourselves that way. But I think there are like ethical. I think liability is an important concept, even in an ethics point of view, not just like for the damn insurance companies, you know.
Is that basically because of these like implied social contracts, sorry, and basically
Mhm.
certain liability accounts for implied or explicit social contracts that you should ethically uphold, regardless
Mhm.
of whether insurance would come after you. It just happens to be that insurance. So is it that liability is ethical, or that certain liability policies guard certain ethical principles?
Sure. Um, Wait, are you asking me that, or is
Yeah,
that the
sorry,
way
that
to?
was a question. Is
Yeah,
it
I
the
mean, I would
case?
say that like ideally, like ethics is here and like law is downstream from ethics.
Yeah.
So I would hope that like insurance companies and the values that they guard is downstream from whatever we believe is like morally the correct thing. That would be like the hope.
Okay.
But yeah,
Okay.
obviously it doesn't always 100% align in that way, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
But we probably largely agree there. I noticed that you frame it a lot in a pretty fuck the insurance companies kind of way.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, probably because in my position, I'm
mm,
frustrated often. But I can
yeah.
definitely understand that. It's probably just like anything that I think would like ethically be responsible. I think I'm a bit of like a virtue ethicist, so that's like anything that I think you're ethically responsible. I don't really care if insurance upholds it. I'm just like, obviously you should, right? But
Sure.
that's
The
probably
problem with
almost
the
arguably
virtue,
naivety.
yeah, the problem with virtue ethicists though is that everybody believes they're virtuous,
Yeah.
which is
Yes.
the issue because yeah, then every behavior becomes justified almost. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, the one thing that Dr. K does that makes me a little nervous, and I'm worried that I've been kind of like clip poisoned based on some of the things that I've seen. I have no problems with therapists incorporating spirituality into their conversations with clients as long as they're upfront about it.
Mm-hmm.
I know that it's relatively common if you see a therapist that has like a religious or spiritual belief, they should bring that up in session one. Do you want me to talk about it through this lens or not? Or if it makes you uncomfortable, you can find somebody else. I think that's pretty standard.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Dr. K gives the same disclaimer. I think he'll say, I feel like he said that to be like, do you want to have me talk about it through this lens? If you don't, then I don't have to. So I'm okay with that. I always get a little bit worried when it goes a little far. Like, I think that spirituality is a really good way to put a cohesive story to some kind of like discrete psychological or biological underpinnings that aren't as sexy or fun to talk about. I think that like stories and Ayurveda and all that can be a cool way to do it. But if it feels like that thing has become the driver instead of like the passenger, then I get a little bit worried. And I feel like I've seen some clips that make me wonder a little bit, especially one about how people's doshas could like predict the severity of their COVID-19 disease. That made me wonder.
Yeah, it didn't look great. I guess whenever I've watched him, and in fairness, I haven't watched all of him, but in the last week I've watched probably 18 to 19 hours of him. I find that he very much typically uses it in more of a like mythological archetype spiritual paradigm. And I would say, to be honest, I haven't heard him make many disclaimers of like, are you okay with this? Are you not? I think he does use it the first time, and then he kind of just always jumps into it as like kind of a firm thing. And so in general, like when I watched that clip, he was talking about specifically like dosha predicting, but the thing about dosha is it's very akin to like what we would just call like a personality test, it seems.
Yeah, this is what I was saying, is that like there's a name for this in stats, but like let's say that I create 2 new types, and I say like I've got like the Garba type, and then I've got the Durfta type,
Factor
and
analysis?
the Garftas are always wait, what do you say?
I think it's called factor analysis, where you're teasing apart separate factors.
Yeah, maybe, but there's some. The term was latent variable.
Okay.
It might just be that I've created a new class, and it maps onto some other variable that's way more explainable. It's not about the Gupta or the Dartha. It's that all of my Gupta people happen to have a BMI of 22, an IQ of 140, and no comorbidities. And the other people that I said were in the Dartha group or whatever, these people are obese. And it's like, wow, look at how strongly predictive my other thing is. Like, okay, well, hold on. There are other variables that are more important. And I don't know how like doshas are determined.
Yeah.
Somebody said you look at the veins in the hand. I don't know if that correlates or maps on to like cardiovascular health or obesity or anything. So
yeah, because it seems like he often tells people what their dosha is, and he obviously isn't like looking at their hands super closely on Zoom. So I don't know much about dosha, so I could be wrong. Like he could be interjecting spirituality too much. But at least in like most of the like conversations I saw all of the Reckfels and then Yanni and somebody else, I can't remember who else. I found that usually it was like exclusively archetype. And I just like, in general, I can understand if people are like problematic. It's just like archetypes that are oftentimes like deeply true for a reason. And my main contention would be like, if you're a psychotherapist who does this, there are going to be clients who don't like it. And so that's necessarily like either you need to change your practice for those new clients, or you need to like outline it from the beginning that you engage in more mythological, because some clients love that shit. Like it's so deep and meaningful to them, even if it's not spiritual. Yeah, so I never found too many issues. Obviously, if he's being like prescriptive about like whatever, I don't know much about dosha, so I don't really know. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Anything else?
I don't think so. Yeah, I can't think of anything else.
Who's your next big conversation scheduled with?
That's a good question. I don't remember, which is why I write everything down. But I'm not joking right now.
Are you worried about any of this stuff having blowback to your real life stuff, or?
Not at this point. I think like a lot of times, like most people in academia, they don't even know that like Twitch exists. In general, I should say I'm not. Of course I am, because I understand how like trial by media and witch hunts can work. And so it's like, regardless of if I've done something right or wrong, it could have blowback on me. I think because of that, there's been a lot of stress. Like it's definitely been stressing me out, because it feels like I can't just be above reproach. I have to appear well beyond reproach. That's kind of feels like the standard for, and I think that's why it's tough for professionals. That's why they don't want to get on like spaces like this, is because they have to be like, not just above, but beyond, right? And that's a really high bar. I try to do my best. I'm really trying to approach this as being like, yes, I've got my training in this, but I don't want to engage in like too much appeal to authority, and like, let's try to look at like data and evidence, not just like listening to me because of this. So like, I'm trying to do my best of like, if I have something to say, I should probably have 1 to 2 articles as to why I'm saying it. And if I don't, I should be very careful to caveat with my opinion, right? And so that's probably why I'm streaming less, because I find streaming right now has been very straining, because I'm constantly like running through like what I'm saying and thinking, because I want to be both as like honest as possible, without basically like giving people like too much ammo if they like decided that they like hated me and like wanted to tear me down or something. Because that would be my main concern, is like pissing somebody off and having it blow back in my face.
For sure.
Yeah. Or like misspeaking, but that hopefully I don't like say something so like egregious that yeah, that at that point.
In terms of like number of patients you had, would you say it was like above or below 50 unique patients?
Like over time, like in total?
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Would you? So here's the issue. I've done a lot of group therapy. So do you consider everyone in my group therapy sessions, which changed,
Sure. So it sounds like
patients?
you've had quite a few.
Yeah.
I would say that, yeah.
And
The
I've done like at risk, like in-house support work where it's like therapeutic. It's not therapy, but there's like 10 of them that exchange constantly. So it's like, are all of those my clients or only the ones that are like talk to? I don't know. So probably more than like at least 400. And then depending on if we say yes to like exchanging people in that room, more than like 2,000 minimum. Yeah.
I'll caveat this very carefully because it sounds a little bit cold to say this, and I don't mean it that way, and I know you don't mean it this way. Well, I'm assuming you'll agree with me, but maybe you'll totally disagree with me.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that, especially in a therapy setting where people are coming to you for help, after somebody has said a few things, you start to pick up the threads of like, I understand, like this is probably this person's problems. These are probably the questions I need to ask. We're probably going to get into this area, right? You start to develop like a feel for what's going on. I think streaming will get easier because I think that similar thing will happen where you'll kind of get used to caveating. You'll like the topics that you talk about will start to repeat quite often, and it's not like you're gonna have to need a new study every single day, but it'll be like, oh, it's this question again about like, are women happier today than they were in the past, or is medication actually effective? Do SSRIs work, right? And you'll have like this working library of like, oh, here's this, here's that, here's that, or whatever. So it gets easier over time.
That's fair. I don't know what the cold part was in that. Was that just like analyzing people from a kind of like a heuristic standpoint?
Yeah, but I think you have to be really careful when you do that because I don't know if you were aware of this when you first started. You might have been. I have really bad experience talking to people that have gone to school for psychology because they act very fucking cringe. Like they act in ways that I would expect a person that goes to psychology school to never fucking act. So the idea that like you talk to somebody for like 15 minutes and you're like, oh, I can tell that you have an avoidant dismissive attachment disorder, and I can tell that you're definitely like very high in neuroticism and probably low in and it's like, what? Why the fuck are you even like that? Kind of like the very cringe, like, oh, like I'm psychology and I am Sherlock Holmes and this is my mind palace and I've literally analyzed every single person I meet. So that isn't what's going on when you talk to somebody where you've instantaneously boxed them into everything. But like you develop like a feel for it's like when this person starts talking, it's like you can get a feel for where the conversation's going.
Yeah, and it's actually part of standard diagnostic process. You basically when you learn like a model of diagnosis, and it depends on what model of diagnosis you're working out of. Obviously, the one I like the most is you basically like you start with client history, and I try to approach it from like a bio first, psycho second, social, because bio is a little bit easier to track. Kind of. I mean, that's hard to say, but like it's a little bit less, there's less factors going into it than psycho, right? Where it's like what contributes to your psychological presentation is way more multifaceted. So usually I start with kind of asking about like certain like physical health stuff and then family history, right? So if I know that there's like a strong family history of like ADHD, I'm starting to create a hypothesis chain. So I'm like, okay, well, if there's a strong likelihood of these things, okay, well, anyone who comes in, if they're presenting with any mood disorder symptoms, those two, anxiety and depression, have to go immediately on the docket of possible diagnoses, right? And you start kind of going with like, what are the most probable, right? Let's go with things that are statistically the most likely. That's usually the best rule of thumb. And then you try to like basically disprove each diagnosis and be like, what are reasons that this doesn't fit? That's usually how I've been trained to approach diagnosis. And so like you absolutely use like tons of heuristics, right? Like especially if you're in a setting that works with a pretty regular set of disorders, right? Like mood disorders become like pretty easy to tease apart. And if somebody has something that like pretty obviously doesn't match mood disorder, it like sticks out, so that's been mostly my experience. You get to use like a structured interview style as well. So you have a guide to work off of as well.
I'm kind of curious, working in a clinical setting, do you ever worry that you start to run down a path on a certain diagnosis for an individual and that it might be very hard to break you out of that and that you might get stuck on one or two because, how do you deal with that? Or how would you in the past have dealt with that?
I would say like having coworkers that you like confer with is super, super helpful because everyone's going to have their own natural biases towards like diagnoses that probably we just find more interesting to some extent. And
Or
we maybe,
based on their clinical experience.
yeah, or like we like working with more. So like there might be this implicit part of like, oh, I hope people are this diagnosis because I definitely know what to do with this and I have a really good track record with them. So I think like that's why when somebody goes into like private practice, it's like fundamental that they find a peer group to like consult with. Obviously, when you consult in like a private practice setting, you have to be very careful about confidentiality, but you can broadly talk about clients in details of like diagnoses that you don't need to give them any like identifiers of like, oh, well, they're like 6'3" and like they live in this area, right? Like, I think that is the best way to prevent that. And the tricky thing is I actually think like we need to get way more structured. So the reason why I really like forensic assessment is because it's like math. Like you just go down a list of static traits and you just do some like 1, 2, 1, 2, math, right? And then you just kind of do the statistics around it and it basically just tells you, right? Like, and it's super simple because like human error is a really big issue in psychology, obviously. Like, yeah. So that's broadly... Is that answering your question? I feel like I don't need to go on if I've answered your question.
Yeah, conferring with other people seems to be really important.
Yeah.
Or using tools that are independent of your own personal.
Tools and stats are really important, like really, really, really important, and definitely like undervalued, I think, sometimes in certain fields. I also was going to say regarding kind of like how some people in psychology are like the worst for it. I would say like, first of all, students for psychology are oftentimes the worst for it. Usually people who are engaging in behaviors like that, I would hope that like the vetting process of practicums, working with peers, and the EPPP, which is like the formal test we have to take to be actually licensed as a psychologist. I basically hope that those people be vetted out because there's absolutely people who go into psychology because they're trying to understand themselves and their family. And I find those people are oftentimes the most likely to engage in like psychoanalysis and diagnosis of other people that is not wise to engage in.
The last time I looked up numbers on antidepressants, it was actually unbelievable to me.
It's depressing.
That
wasn't even meant to be a joke, but that ended up being a terrible joke.
I want to say it was, I don't want to misquote it, but it was something like, wasn't it like 35% of all women in the U.S. had been taking an antidepressant in the past year?
Look at the kids' stats for tranks, if you just want to like hate pharmaceuticals. Children under 6 taking antipsychotics.
First of all, that's pretty crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
You say hate pharmaceuticals. I think I see another divergence of where we are. Hold on, aren't you a big Peterson fan?
Yeah, I'd say I like Peterson.
Okay.
What do you think I think about medication based on that statement?
Well,
what heuristic have you applied to me right now?
What you're starting to fall in? Are you vegan? Just curious.
No.
Okay, just wondering.
Very opposite. I promise I'm slightly more interesting than I appear. Maybe. I don't know. That's probably not wise.
Do you think you appear exceptionally uninteresting?
Yeah, I feel like I appear exceedingly basic.
Have you thought about like dyeing your hair like crazy colors or getting a septum piercing or?
Well, septum piercing is difficult in my field for higher ability, but I will probably get a magnetic one.
I bet you could go to some office in fucking Vancouver or Toronto where they have fucking piercings and your therapist.
I don't want to go to Vancouver and Toronto. I want to stay in bumfuck nowhere.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Hold on. Okay.
Also, what does septum help? Because lots of white girls have septum piercings now.
True, but don't we? There's a weird social phenomenon where in order to be unique, we have to find the things that we all agree make you unique, which by definition makes you not unique.
That's true. Like a weird thing, right? I never thought of it that way, but that's true.
So yeah, it is what it is. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on.
I hate pharmaceuticals is what you're responding to.
Yeah, I know what I'm responding to. I don't need you to remind me. I'm just
okay, sorry. TBI,
I'm just projecting on you. The vector of attack I want to use on that. So I'll be the most charitable. I'll ask you broadly.
Okay.
Well, okay. I'll tell you what the alarm set off in my mind. After the insurance companies early and the pharmaceuticals now, I'm wondering if you think that like SSRIs and all of those, that whole classification of drugs are just kind of like a hoax, or they're not good, or it's placebo at best. And the only reason these drugs exist is just so that pharmaceuticals can fucking milk us for all of our fucking money. And
goblins. Yeah. I'm glad you're asking to clarify that.
Yeah.
I am by no means anti-medication in any way. I am concerned with our prescription levels right now. I think it is self-evident that there is an over-reliance on prescriptions. And I don't think that's just practitioners' fault. I think basically, if you're not willing to prescribe as a doctor, usually they'll just go find somebody else who will prescribe it to them. So it's both. I definitely am not like big pharma's mean. I think like big pharma has certain benefits. They don't look great with the opioid crisis, right? So there's definitely some sus weird stuff going on. But then we have the opposite where people just want quick fixes.
It's really hard to talk about any problem because I feel like incentives can be aligned in so many different bad directions. And when you talk about certain things, people get really mad. A really good example of this is a while ago, a lot of people got mad at me because I said the housing crisis in the United States was also driven by a lot of greed from individual homeowners. Now, they weren't the primary cause and they weren't the only cause, but people wanted to get big fucking houses that they knew they didn't have the money for, and they fucking did it because
think about the proletariat, Destiny. What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Shut the fuck up. Don't even say that word. You're demoralizing, right? But I noticed, I read this. It was on one of the medicine subreddits. I don't remember what it was, but it was a doctor that responded. It was a really interesting. It was a really interesting post. But basically, somebody made a post where it's like, pharmaceutical companies just trying to sell us medication. Doctors don't give a fuck about making us healthy. They just want kickbacks from big companies. And I think a doctor responded, and he was like, are you actually fucking serious? Do you want me to give you a real response to this? And the guy was like, yeah, what are you, a doctor? And he's like, I am a doctor. I'll give you a real response. And the doctor's response was basically like, half the patients that he sees come into his office, if he was to write them a real prescription to make their lives better, it would be like, you need to exercise a fuck ton more. You need to stop smoking. You need to go on a diet. But he can't write that prescription as a doctor. When patients come into his office, they expect some sort of solution for the medical problems they have. So if they have hypertension, he's going to prescribe something to lower their blood pressure. If they're like pre-diabetic, he's going to get them on an insulin pump or something. The only thing that a doctor can do once you presented with some condition to a medical office, they can't make you a healthy person. All they can do is make you not dying, is to get you to some baseline. And there's a big frustration because citizens or people on the internet or whatever will have this adversarial relationships with pharmaceuticals and doctors, like, well, all you guys want to do is fucking medicate us. And it's like, well, yeah, that's all they can fucking do. And then what's worse is what you said, and this was true of the housing crisis too. If I go to a bank and they're not going to give me one of these awesome, sexy loans for a home, well, fuck you. I'm going to go to the bank down the street. So now the bank is like, okay, well, fuck. Should we write some of these irresponsible loans? If we don't, and we decide to be the good company, well, now my employees are going to go, fucking starving because I can't pay the money. My business is going to go under. The people that owe me are all fucked. And I think it's similar with doctors and therapists too, where it's like, okay, well, if everybody's saying that SSRIs or, Vyvanse, ADHD drugs, whatever, we have to have these things, and, you're not willing to prescribe them, it's like such a toxic environment. It's so hard to, I don't even know where you would begin to break through. It has to be like a holistic change in the whole system, from the pharmaceutical to the doctors to the patients to culturally how we even view medication and everything.
Yeah, totally, right? Because I'm sure most doctors would love to tell people like, hey, if you have like pre-diabetes, like here are some like basic health changes that you can make. And the reality is like, no, everyone's gonna be like, fuck off, I don't want to do that, right? And they might be willing to do that, but then the likelihood of relapse is also like 60% for people who are like pre-diabetic. So it's just this like noxious cycle. So I'm definitely not anti-medication. I am concerned when doctors are putting children on tranquilizers, mostly because I think that that's a situation where the child isn't like desperately begging for the tranq. The parent might be, but I think because parents are actually typically, when we take care of people, we're more willing to do more work on their behalf than we are even for ourselves, right? So if my dog is sick, I'm gonna like give her meds right on time. I'm gonna make sure she's eating the healthiest food and she's walking every day and everything that the doctor prescribes and then some, because she's something that I take care of. And then you fucking ask me to do that for myself. It's unlikely. And so my concern with doctors prescribing young children tranks at a high rate is, yes, you're like solving the parents. And you could argue, well, the parents might just doctor shop till they get a doctor who will give them tranks. But I imagine that there's a bit of both going on. And it's deeply like strong stimulants and tranks are very scary to me to put children on, because I don't think we actually know the ramifications of putting developing brains, particularly on tranks, because of how important engaging with like new experiences and stimuli is for a developing brain. Like tranks actually scare me more, even though there's less damage that they do to the brain in like a physical way.
Yeah, I think I agree. One thing that I kind of worry about, and it's kind of like this is a very normative, very ethical question to ask, and I know that psychologists and probably everybody that's like a scientist hates the idea that like it's not about philosophy, it's about science or whatever. But it does seem like there's a huge philosophy in what we pathologize, and it makes me a little bit nervous that society kind of becomes so hyper restrictive in terms of the types of minds that we can have. Like in the Western world, we're looking for minds that can sit in a classroom, be very attentive, absorb a lot of information.
Yes! Thank fuck you're talking about this. This is so important. Yes.
It's like that's the only type of mind that we can accept. And I think that when we look to pathologize things, we're not really looking at we are looking at what's healthy or unhealthy, but it's what's healthy or unhealthy with respect to the current society we have. And as that window narrows for acceptable minds, more and more stuff becomes pathologized. And it's like, well, is it really that surprising that ADHD is like fucking however, whatever percentage of kids are being prescribed medication when like that's like the only mind that's compatible with today's society.
When the level of attention that's required of a 6-year-old is probably at like the third deviation of what most children are ever able to give at any time.
I had a trauma response.
Wait, should I interrupt you and be aggressive here?
The first day that I dropped my kid off at kindergarten, I felt so bad for him. Like I was like, dude, you're actually about to suffer, because I hated school. I fucking hate everyone. And I dropped him. I was like, oh my God, I feel so bad for you. But sorry, go ahead. I did cut you off.
No, you're good. Yeah, it's actually why genuinely I think I'm going to homeschool my kids until at least like grade 5 or 6, because I think like the demands that we put on like really, like when people are like, not only am I going to put them in kindergarten, but I'm going to put them in pre-K by 3, and I want them to know like their mathematics, and I'm just like, why? Why?
Oh, because you want to be that fucking kid in kindergarten that can already read on the first day, that the teacher's always calling on while everybody else is still learning their fucking psych words or whatever. Fuck yeah.
And I'm going to give a spicy take. I actually think that this is where actual white supremacy is happening, because I think a lot of times...
Oh man, hold on. You might venture off into some shit where we're going to super fight. Go.
I think actually where a lot of the expectations around certain things about like what makes somebody functional is like deeply prescribed with like what is like, and when I say white supremacy, I don't really mean white people. I actually mean more like inherited from like traditional European-centric worldviews around like Protestantism, work ethic, Enlightenment era, that kind of stuff, which I'm giving the label white, not because I'm like slapping it on only white people. I just think it's like an easy heuristic.
We have a traditional structure that was largely inherited from Europe. The only thing is I've seen people say things like black people don't learn math like white people do, and it's like, I don't know how I feel about that.
That's cringe. That's real cringe.
It's just but like I do agree that there's like a hyper.
Yeah, we kind of do like this is right, and it's like being Protestant and like working until your body breaks and like all these things is like right and moral, and I'm like, that's not fucking moral. The fact that we're moralizing it is actually the problem. Like it just is. It's just a cultural thing, and there are other cultures that don't give a fuck about climbing like the academic hierarchy, or they don't like care as much about like certain things, and that's fine. Like you don't have to care about like attending and reading like every fucking book of research until you're like 21 and you like are an encyclopedia. Like it doesn't matter. You might be like super nice.
So I think I was going to ask this question, and then you sidetracked me by baiting me with the most hyperbolic statements possible.
Sorry, I'm learning to be a rhetorician. What can I say? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, good one. Good one. There's a lot of people that are dealing with issues related to like depression and anxiety and shit today in society. Wait, hold on. Okay, if I'm keeping you up late, you can tell me to fuck off also.
I think you're 2 hours ahead of me, so more so if you need to go to bed, just let me know.
Okay. I can go to bed when I need to go to bed. I don't need your permission. I'll just hang up. I'll just fucking hang up and leave. Okay? I don't need your fucking permission to go to
Mommy
sleep.
Kyla's sending you to bed, Destiny.
Okay, calm down. All right. Okay. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I'm sorry. Do you think you have any experience with depression?
Personally?
Yeah.
Yes, I had one major stress episode where I was actually like kind of suicidal as well. I was like passively suicidal.
What was the experience like for you?
What do you mean? Like, do you mean it in like a physical, like how did it feel, or what was the like? What do you mean by that? Like cognitively?
How would you describe it cognitively?
Oh, deeply self-focused, and I don't mean that in a moralizing way of being like depressed people are selfish, but self-focused in like a really terrible way of like constantly like focused on like where I was suffering and unable to get myself out. And it's not because I wasn't willing to, or I was just trying to think about myself, but because it's like something like within me was constantly driving me back to just like look at the fact that I was suffering and struggling. Does that make sense?
So you're kind of like sucked back to focusing on something. Would you describe this as like maybe thought spiraling or something?
Yeah,
Or
and like ruminating, but it was like
okay.
by the time I was in this stage, like I had a decent number of like counseling CBT skills that I knew, and it was like it didn't feel like I could get out on my own, in large part because like the major stressors that were triggering a lot of this stuff weren't alleviating. And so it was like no matter what CBT I did, I was like, yeah, but here's like this evidence of like why nobody fucking likes me. And then I would like be analyzing like all the reasons why, and I was trying to dig myself out by being like, maybe if I can like self-improve, then people will like me and then I won't be sad and stuff like that. And it just is like this toxic cycle of like, now I'm more sensitive and like focusing on myself and reading into how people are viewing me because I'm constantly worried that people think I'm a bad person. So it was like very much like an internalized self-view.
If you felt like you had the tools as a therapist, why couldn't you just work your way out of it?
Because
Wait, hold on. Don't give me the answer of like because this is how this thing is. Just from your personal perspective, why not?
Yeah, no, I wasn't gonna do that. I like smile because I'm
Okay.
like, ugh, it's so complicated, right? There's so much. Probably in large part, why couldn't I get myself out?
So you have the tools necessary. If you were talking to somebody else, you would be trying to show them the way
There's
out.
only
Did you
one
see the
type
Marvel
of heal.
movies?
Okay.
Which ones? Sorry, I've
The
seen a lot of
Infinity
them.
War?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, the guy he's like, I'm guiding you to a treasure that I can never possess or whatever. That was
Yeah.
a lot for just a shitty, quick Marvel reference. But like, you have the way to guide somebody to like, okay, well, if you have depression, this is how you can help you. Why couldn't you just help yourself? Why couldn't you figure your way out of it?
I think for me, so I have a lot of like pretty early childhood stuff. And I wasn't actually aware at the time. I actually didn't find out until about 2 years later. Just like childhood abuse and SA and stuff like that I had no idea about because I was an infant at the time. And so I think for me, a lot of like distress that I have, like you can argue that like depression can be a top-down process where like your thought spiral, and CBT treats that really well. But for me, depression very much felt like a bottom-up experience where I constantly had this bottom-up of like the deep trauma that I had bubbling under the surface, and then when something from above, like my environment, added a stress to that, it's like I crumbled and I couldn't get myself out, and I couldn't think myself out now because I had to fix like what was going on at like I don't want to say a body level, but kind of like a body level, where it just like it became this like self-feeding like like the snake Ouroboros that like eats its own tail. I felt
Did
like
you feel
I
like you had
Sorry.
like access to that area of your mind, or was this like in an area that was?
I just felt like my brain. So I hated mindfulness. Like I knew I should probably engage in like meditation stuff because I like knew statistically it helped. But anytime I would like do a meditative practice, it was the most deeply distressing thing. I would describe it as like I literally felt like I was peering into like a chasm of just like darkness, and then at the bottom there was like somebody screaming, and I was like, oh fuck, I don't want to do that. Don't even want to look in there because it's really distressing to me. So it was like a very deeply like mind psychological thing.
How many people? This is a hard one,
Oh.
and I understand if you're not comfortable giving an answer. How many people that have? I'll ask this in two parts. How many people that say they have depression do you think experience depression like this? And how many people do you think that are diagnosed with depression experience depression like this?
That's a really good question. I don't know if I could give you any numbers even guesstimating.
I'm just I don't want you to like 42.87%, but like you think that like the majority of people that have depression are probably having an experience that is similar-ish to what I'm describing, versus there might be a lot of people that are just like pretty sad and unhappy, but they don't have that experience.
I think a lot of depression is more. I feel like I'm projecting with this. I feel like the reason why I resonate with a lot of people when I like talk about my experiences with certain things is because I think it seems to me, at least anecdotally, that a lot of people struggle with just that like sometimes thinking your way out of something when you're just like deeply unsatisfied doesn't really work, because you can't think your way out of being unhappy with like your entire like quality of life around you, right? Like no thought challenge is gonna like fix the fact that like your life maybe just like kind of sucks a little bit, but you don't know what's wrong and why. I think a lot of times when people like experience depression, it's kind of like a catch-all label of like, to me, depression is mostly like a flag of like system-wide there's something going wrong. But to say that it's just like a lack of serotonin or like a thought spiral, it's like, first of all, there's like two forms of depression that we're pretty aware of now, which is a stress depression versus a biological form of depression. I think biological form of depression is something I don't know at all. My mom has it, and I don't experience it because it cycles regardless of events. I think the struggle for me was that, like, I think so there's people who like just their life kind of sucks, but it's not deeply traumatic, right? I think there's a lot of people that are trying to justify the level of distress they experience by calling certain things traumatic that maybe they were, maybe they weren't. And then there's other people who have just like actual trauma. And I would say like the depression is arguably probably actually some sort of diagnosis we don't have yet, which is like childhood trauma syndrome, whatever that diagnosis would look like, right?
Gotcha.
I think something's going on in like our society specifically that is like causing people to be deeply unhappy, even though there isn't like a specific thing they can like put their finger on and say like, this is why I'm just not very happy or content in life. That's just my experience with it, at like purely anecdotal. I have no evidence for anything I'm saying, but yeah.
Okay.
Is that answering what you're asking?
Yeah, I think so.
Is there a purpose behind the questioning? Like, what's the goal of the question? Because there's a distinct line of thought that I think you're having.
Oh, yeah. Good job, because I'm asking a lot of questions about a certain topic. Nice.
I'm an empath, okay?
Oh my god. Wow, you're totally in my brain. I have like up until I was 30, I have I don't know what it is, but I have a very, 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 very high degree of resiliency. No depression, no, like even in the worst parts of my life, like I have a very like go get 'em, move forward attitude. I have to work 60 hours, 8 hours a week, whatever, fucking do your shit. I'm relatively happy. Even when I'm like miserable, like my baseline is still like really high, really good, everything. I had a really, really, really big drug experience when I was 30 that just destroyed my world. For a solid year afterwards.
Was it acid, or can I ask which drug?
It was a lot of mushrooms.
Okay, psilocybin.
Yeah.
Was it all for sure psilocybin? Because sometimes people sell the wrong.
It was absolutely psilocybin.
Okay, so you were tripping.
Packed the mushrooms, and and I thought that like I'm gonna do a huge dose because I don't think it's real or whatever, blah blah, and I just fucked my shit up.
Okay.
But after, in the year that followed, I ran into a few emotional problems that I'd never had in my entire life. One was panic attacks. I'd never in my entire life had a panic attack. I don't want to say that I looked down on people that had them, but they just seemed so stupid. And I remember the very first one I had, I was on my computer, and it was just very strange. I was on my computer, and then I felt like my heart kind of went up a little bit. And I thought, and I actually, the second it happened, I even thought, because I just joked with another friend earlier that like, oh my God, like what if you could meme yourself into having a panic attack? And I remember that I got up and I turned around and I started walking up the stairs. And by the time I got to the top of the stairs, it's really hard to explain it. I've heard it described a lot as like an adrenaline feeling, but it's not at all a fight or flight. It's like this absolute impending sense that you're about to die. I don't know how to explain it any other way. Apparently I was hyperventilating. I wasn't aware of that at the time, but when I sat down on the couch, the person that was with me was like, yeah, you're like breathing a ton or whatever. And then after that, I dissociated for the rest of the day. And I've never had that experience before either. Like sitting in a room, staring at a wall, feeling like everything is not quite right or not quite real. There's not like a word for that. It's just very, very, very strange. But then after that, like on and off, I had these very weird periods of something that I would describe as, I tried to look up a word for this. I think it's anhedonia.
Oh, loss of pleasure?
Yeah.
So like you can't, like things that you enjoyed before were just like empty. It's almost like color came out of the world at an experiential level.
Yeah, I am such a high driven person. When I wake up, I want to play games. I want to play music. Everything is just so like, everything is like so much fun for me. I love doing everything. And I'd never in my life been in an area where I was like sitting down and everything just seemed like impossible to have fun with. Like listening to any songs, I wouldn't do anything. I have no drive to play games. I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to do anything. And the coming into the drug experience and then coming out of the drug experience, I kind of had this vision of my mind where you have this like 5% of this kind of like unconscious mood that sits underneath everything. And then about 95% is like, this is the part of your mind that you can control. You can exert a great degree of influence over your mood and your behaviors and your feelings and everything. And then coming out of that and then moving through those periods of like minor mental illness bouts or whatever, it flipped completely to like, I think I have like 5% is like my cognitive processing, and there's so much going on underneath the hood that is like inaccessible to me. That was very, very, very scary to me. You used a lot of different words than what I would use when you talked about your depression, but it sounded like a similar experience. I think the way that I ended up explaining this was because like before my mushroom trip, I think I talked well about mental illness. I'd have people email me like, "Oh, it seems like you understand." It's like, "Yeah, I do." Ha ha ha, whatever, because I could say the right words. Even though I felt like I had a decent understanding, I knew I would never ever ever take a drug. I would never take like a pill to like fix my mind because I'm too smart for that. I'm too cool for that. I would never do it. But man, when I got hit with this shit, I was like, I would have done electroshock therapy to get out of whatever that was. And I had this feeling that I'm so smart and I have so much control over my mind, but it felt like every single thought that came into my head was already poisoned. It was just like you didn't have the opportunity to think your way out of anything or to work your way out of anything, because by the time you already got it, it's already fucked. And to be robbed, I think, of that like cognitive faculty, to already be like losing before you can even have a thought, that was like such an alien thought to me. And that it was just working through. I say working through it, but I didn't. Thank God, it all just kind of like came and went in these very short periods. And I remember that like I had like there was a period where I look back at these texts sometimes. It was so unbelievable. I'm like texting my kid's mom saying shit like, "I'm a horrible person, like take Nathan away from me. I don't ever want to see him again. Like I'm a horrible, don't blah blah blah." And it's like I'd never say anything like this in my life. I'm the most high driven, like confident person. It was like crazy to me to see it. But I sometimes when I listen to people talk about mental illness now, I don't want to say that I'm not trying to be gatekeeping or anything, but it's hard to tell like what are the experiences. Like, is this a person that's been sad for a long time, or it felt like after hitting some of these periods, there's like this whole world of emotion or something that's beyond normal mental health that you can sink into. And the two worst parts about it was, one, after I got out of it, anytime I would have a day where I would feel slightly off, I was horrified that it was about to come back and there was nothing I could do to stop it. And then the second thing was, when I was feeling it, it was like this indescribable feeling of like being in the bottom of a pit and everybody else is just like walking past you and you have no connection to them.
Yes.
And you have no idea like what you're thinking of or your thoughts are feeling. You're
That's a really good description. I remember, so for me, the depression wasn't as intense for me as once. So when I realized just a bunch of details in my life came out that like it made it pretty, it was like it's tricky with this childhood trauma that I have, because it's like I don't have a memory of it because I was too young when it happened, and the like details around it are really, really fucking sus. But obviously I can't say 100% because I don't remember it, and like it was never documented. It's just like all of the situations around it, and basically certain mental health things that were like weird, like panic. Like I had kind of trauma reactions when like men would touch me and stuff, when it's like I had no negative reactions to men. I had no negative experiences with men in my like memory. That just like added up for me. And I remember, so my anxiety around that is kind of similar to where I remember I'd be walking around and my body was like, something's fucking wrong. And I'd be just like listening to soothing music. And I was like, what do you mean? And it was just this weird experience of like realizing that this trauma had happened. I feel like for me, I really process and like experiences at like a body level. That's the best language. Like in psychology, this thing that you're describing is kind of
it's not what's happening. You're not responding to the environment. That's the scary part. And every panic attack was like that. It was like if I have a panic attack, something scary is happening. That's awesome. That's great. Because if I remove that stimulus, then I don't have a panic anymore. The worst part is like shit what just happened and that disconnect. It's
awful. You're like, I'm literally walking home. It's bright out. I can see for fucking miles because it was a very wide boulevard of like, it was like an open courtyard to my home basically. And I'm listening to literally calming, like intentionally calming music. And I want to fucking sprint home because I'm so afraid. And it's like, why? There's nothing in my life. I've never been attacked on it. Like there's nothing. And it's so distressing of this moment of being like, it feels like your body, it's like really why I can understand why there's like this dualism of like the mind versus like the brain, right? Because it's like, it feels like your like mind or your body is like actively at war with your like cognitions, where you're like, I'm not thinking anxious thoughts. My body wants to fucking sprint and save me and like keep me safe, and I don't know why, and there's no reason for it. It's very strange, and I actually think that it's something in psychology that people are really just starting to get into. And the problem is that there's a lot of good research coming out about it, but it's like, how do you study it? I think
because we can't communicate the experience to each other. It's so
like,
fucking frustrating.
define empathy in an operational definitional way that I can measure it, right? Like, good luck. Maybe if we can find some like brain pathway that does it later. And so, yeah, there's kind of this like, that's why I think I mentioned to you before a book called The Body Remembers by Babette Rothschild. She's an excellent researcher that really taps into basically like these weird things that happen where basically like we have this like bodily response that is completely contrarian to our mind, like our thought life. And it's so deeply strange because trying to explain it to people is like the worst fucking thing ever. Because if they don't get it, they don't get it. And there's no way you can give them the insight. It's like if you can see it, you can, and if you can't, I don't know what else to do other than being like, probably don't get it, right? And it's very tricky, and it brings up something of like why a lot of psychotherapists have kind of argued that like CBT is insufficient. Like CBT is a band-aid therapy. It works really well for certain very specific things, but overall, if somebody's having something like what myself or you were having, I would argue like my thoughts were fine. My thoughts wouldn't have changed anything. It was my body. And I don't even know if it was my body. It just felt like that's the best.
Or some other part of your mind. There's something deeper than your thoughts. It's like the foundation. Yeah. I think it feels like one of the worst things is that if a person doesn't have a frame of reference for the experience, they'll fundamentally not understand you. And then that lack of understanding leads to a lack of, I don't want to say empathy, because people can empathize for you, but they just don't really understand, Eventually people will get tired of like, okay, like you've been sad or whatever, but it's time to like move on. You don't have a reason to be sad. Like if you don't have that experience, it's really hard to empathize with it. And it feels like an incredibly alienating thing.
Yeah. I feel like at this point I have to be like, are we having therapy? I'm just kidding. I'm totally shitting with you. That was a joke.
I'm not your therapist, okay? Yeah.
Yeah, are you giving me therapy right now, Destiny? Because I feel healed.
Hold on, what time? Okay. If you want to go for too much longer, it's $150 an hour. Steven.bonnell.ii@gmail.com. That's if you want the creator coaching package, because technically you're a streamer now, so I would have to bill you at the higher rate, unfortunately. So
true. What benefits and costs would be, other than the actual cost, what benefits would I glean from this package deal?
That's the benefits are incredibly personal, and that's for you to explore and discover. What you get out of it is what you put into it. So,
Okay. I think I'm gonna pass for tonight, mostly because I'm broke as fuck. But what if somebody seriously takes you up on that, and they genuinely think you're offering
coaching or therapy?
Yeah. What if somebody listening is like, really? Would you ever do coaching or therapy? Like for like as a business strategy? Like what's it called when you're not a therapist? You're a life coach.
Life coach. I feel like it sounds really sad to say this. Man, this is really depressing. Maybe this isn't true. I'm just full of shit. It feels like most of the major parts of your personality are like pretty in place by the time you're like 16, 17, 18. And those don't move much as you age without like a huge earth-shattering experience
like a
to kind of like move you.
Yeah.
That like, I know like brain doesn't start or stop until you're like 25, around there developing. But like it feels like if you got a person that's like 17, 18, they've got like major self-esteem issues. By that point, by the time they're graduating high school, I never see these people like through college like, oh yeah, like I fixed all these issues. And I'm like, it seems like a lot of the major parts of your personality. I feel like there was more research coming out recently that shows the like your first like 4, 5, 6 years of development are so important to you as a person,
Yeah.
which sucks.
Yeah, like
um,
so it is literally your foundation for your emotional regulation.
mhm.
Like foundation. And
Yeah,
so if
and
you
you
have to
know that
rebuild it
because
later,
even in like
fuck.
yeah, even in like kindergarten and first grade and second grade, you know there are those kids that like studied super fucking hard and did all their homework and they had perfect handwriting and shit. And they were the ones that in like high school and college were the really good studiers and everything. Like it seems like a lot of those get set like pretty early. So like when people ask me questions or whatever, I feel like really high self-esteem is like the foundation of almost every single like major personality thing that you can do. It's the foundation for your relationships. If you don't respect yourself, if you don't have an idea of what you want, you can't like. It's the foundation for your business relationships, your confidence, and your navigating these types of things. The foundation for sexual, for literally every relationship. And if you don't have that self-esteem thing figured out, you're pretty fucked. And you can try to fake it till you make it, but like something is going to break around the edges because you don't genuinely have that in place. And I don't know how to tell somebody to develop a high amount of self-esteem or resiliency. If I did, I wouldn't be streaming. I'd be selling like $1 billion book tours or whatever.
Yeah,
Because that would
true.
be like the most important question to answer, I think, of all of humankind. How do you genuinely make somebody have like high self-confidence, high self-esteem, like truly like themselves? Yeah.
Yeah, like literally most of psychotherapy could be solved if we could figure that out. I mean, I do think that there is something that you can do for it, but like you said, it's kind of like those rare, like damn near conversion moments, and it like requires like so much work. And like the reality is like this is where I think like psychotherapy could be actually really deeply meaningful if we could like this is where I think psychotherapy can be an art, and I actually think that this is where Dr. K is like most artful at, which is like because for me I actually had really terrible self-loathing after being like uh I would say like broadly overall, but especially in high school when I got like bullied a fair bit and afterwards. And it's taken me a long time, and I actually rebuilt most of it pretty well. Like I definitely have down days, but overall I can navigate it. And like honestly, doing kind of like this type of like almost like narrative therapy where you kind of like go back and it's very psychodynamic-y and it's extremely woo-woo sounding. For me, that was like the Clint, like that was what made the shift. And I actually didn't even like do it in psychotherapy. It was like mostly in talking with like my partner and stuff like that. But yeah, in forensics we actually talk about how like one of the best ways to like actually guarantee that a client isn't going to recidivate is to like
Oh
have
man.
them experience a religious conversion. Like that's one of the best, like legitimately, which I know a lot of
I
people are like
wonder.
but it's like it seems to just it's very similar to what happens I think with psilocybin and stuff. Is there's like this convert, like there's almost like a restart in the brain.
I wonder if yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. I think the biggest thing, yeah, I say one thing. You worked in addiction. So this is like quadruply true of the people that you work with. The one of the most important things in determining your success is your environment. I know that you've probably counseled people and you've sent them out the office knowing they're going right back to a group of friends or family that are users and
Yes.
they're fucked. There's less than 1% chance that they're going to be on a track to success. And I feel like you could probably expand that to a lot of therapy to where, and it's depressing. Even conversations I'll have with certain people. Like I know that like back in high school or college that like no matter what we talk about, like you're going back to super shitty parents, super shitty friend groups, like the support structures that exist around that person almost demand failure.
Yeah.
There's just like no way that an individual, like the only type of individual that could thrive or have the resiliency to make it out of that environment wouldn't have been in therapy in the first place. So like the people that need the help the most are in the environments that like fuck them the most. And it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in addictions, we encourage people to move cities when they get out of rehab. Like, don't go back to the same city and cut off all your friends. And the reality is, most people aren't willing to do that, and it sets them up for a whole bunch of other risks. Yeah, overall, like, I mean, this is where like this is an area where I think like psychology bleeds into like politics and society, right? Is like I think it is self-evident to me that like society is failing as far as like dealing with emotional needs of people. I don't think like we'd be seeing the rates of mental health problems that we do if there wasn't something off with society, right? But it's like, how do you solve that problem? Okay, well, we could talk about like housing market and being like, probably people shouldn't own single family homes. Probably we should have like community-based apartments, and like really only the people that need a house are like farmers who like actually live like where they need a ton of space, right? Yeah, it's just it's so difficult having a client, and like this is why I genuinely say like I think therapy needs to broadly be long term, and group therapy should become bar none, that like a standard, because then you can offer them a new environment potentially, because even though they go home to the same things, if you even have like two friends, like when I think about like my area episode in stress depression was really bad and I was getting passively suicidal, I had two friends who were fucking on top of it, and they didn't even live in the same province. They just called me. One of them took it on them to like call me every day just to like check in and make sure I wasn't too lonely and stuff like that. Man, if you can give
that
people
having that person that can like get the fuck out of bed, we're gonna go on a walk, is probably one of the most important things that you can have. It has to be somebody that has an understanding of like, I remember that I did this for my ex had issues related to her mental illness, and sometimes I would sit in on some of the therapy sessions and learn like the coping mechanisms or like the tools that they would use to like, where is your mental status at right now? Like I think they would use like, are you at a 1 to a 7? If you're past a 3, what are the tools that you need to apply to bring yourself down to a 1 to a 3? And then you can kind of, it was the CBT stuff, right? Yeah, to work your way through it. And she's a very smart person. She's not an idiot, she's very, very, very smart. But sometimes having like me there just to say like, hey, like, are you at like a 5 or 6? Like, do you need to do this? Like those kinds of like reminders. But it sucks because so many people that suffer from these issues don't have anybody else in their life to do those things. And they're like fucked.
And they have to be open to receiving it. Like I feel bad for my partner sometimes, because it's like, because of like my weird family dynamics and stuff, like sometimes you don't want to like, sometimes the things that are like making your life the most problematic isn't just like I'm sad and anxious, it's like I'm kind of being an asshole and people are leaving me as a result, right? I think part of like in the midst of my depression, what was going on that was like making it so much worse is like I was assuming everyone was being mean to me, and necessarily I'm probably not treating them great. Like people don't like being assumed that they're being like terrible people usually. And so like I think that's the really tricky is like there's a lot of people who say that they're like willing to be there for people, because when they think about it, they think about like the nice stuff, like being like, hey, if you're sad, let's go on a walk. And like most people, I think, I wouldn't say most, but I think there's a lot of people that are willing to do that. The problem is there's not a lot of people willing to be like, hey, you're being really toxic right now. I still love you, but holy shit, like this isn't okay and we need to talk about this, right? Like that's a whole other level of engagement that is actually oftentimes required, especially if you've got somebody with mental health problems who had like not like an abusive family, just like kind of a weird broken family dynamic. So they learned a lot of weird ways of engaging around emotions anyways. And like our culture, like if you have like any Protestant history, you might have like a lot of shame around like any bad words. So if they say like, hey, I think you're being like kind of manipulative, they're going to be like, you're saying I'm evil, and they just like will absolutely refuse it because they can't acknowledge that they're evil. And so it's like I don't know how we do this, because it sometimes to like be that person to help somebody like pretty mentally unwell like through everything requires you to be like so solid yourself, basically.
Yeah,
kind of the anchor point. And that creates a weird dynamic, because a lot of times like people don't want to feel like lesser in a relationship. They don't want to feel like like it's going to be frustrating if this person's like kind of always right, and they're going to be like, oh, you're just like being a dick because you're saying that you're always right, when like they literally might always be right, because like right now you've got like some serious mental health and you've got like some weird childhood stuff that causes you to like not engage well with certain like emotions and feelings, right? Yeah,
that's something that I, even when it comes to advice on anything, I have to check in with people sometimes, like, do you want me to mention anything about this, or should I just shut the fuck up? Because I'm definitely a very hard-headed person. I don't mind feedback or whatever, but I can get like irritated sometimes. But so I don't want to be the person that's like pissing somebody off by offering unwanted advice. That's a difficult.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough because it's like it's easier to help people who like deeply know themselves, but usually people with like decent mental health problems don't, right? Because it's so hard to tease apart what is my mental health, what is me. Like that's so complicated. And so like, I'm decently hard-headed, except for when I'm having those weird days where I'm just hella insecure. And then it's like, don't critique me that day. I'm just going to like cry and think I'm a terrible person. But normally it's fine. Like it's literally fine. And I think like I've grown hopefully enough that it's like when I'm having those days, I'm getting a lot better at being like, just so you know, I'm a sensitive little bitch right now. Like just go really easy on me. I'm taking everything personally. It's not you, it's me. But like if you've got serious critiques, maybe another day.
When you have days where you feel like insecure, is that similar to like the depression like feeling, where this is like some all-encompassing foundational thing that's just creeping that you have no control over?
Yeah.
Or
and then you like you talked about like the crazy text you'd like send X, like that. I mean, I've learned to like not be like I mostly just suck at texting people back, but yeah, it's definitely like that. It's like all-encompassing, and then I can go to sleep and like wake up the next day and it's like, LOL, remember when I was kind of crazy yesterday? Like, right? And then we like joke and kind of move on, right? or we don't,
Gotcha.
because then sometimes like you feel like a bad person because you're like requiring so much of your level. Like it's so complex, right? And that it's like, this is why I actually think like the conversations around like actual modern relationships I think is like so important, because like we don't barely know how to do friendship well, let alone like intimate relationships. And the landscape for relationships has changed so much that like what it means to be in a partnership has totally changed. Yeah.
Dude, I always wondered if like I always wondered, because women have periods, if they are more able to deal with some types of emotional or mental mental illness swings than men. Like as a man, we don't really, or at least I'm not aware, we don't have like a once a month thing. And I get it varies from person to person how much of a mood swing you'll have from PMS or whatever. I've always wondered if like, because it sounds crazy. I've been with some women that don't, they just get a little irritated, and then some that go crazy for like 1 or 2 days.
Yeah.
If that like enables you to deal with mood swings from other emotional things, or if it's just not at all.
I don't. I have no idea. That's a good question. It's probably a better question for my husband than for me, to be
Because like
honest.
for me,
'Cause
like
I'm
I
like
can
somewhat
never.
unself-aware.
Yeah, because I couldn't imagine just like feeling like really out of my mind for like 1 or 2 days, like every month or whatever. It just seems like a really weird thing to me.
Yeah, and then it's frustrating, right? Like it feels frustrating, like you're getting infantilized when people are like, yeah, but you're just being kind of crazy because you're PMSing. And I think like I can understand why women get so frustrated with that, but like we have to do the dual side of like some women get really, really affected. Like I have a chronic gut problem, and when it flares up, like because I'm really reactive to like fiber, it's really obnoxious. And when my gut acts up, that's oftentimes really connected to the same days where like I'm having a really low mood and stuff like that. But sometimes it's not acting up, it's just like something environmentally happened like 2 weeks ago that I'm sad about now. And so it's like it's so tricky, because I think like we very much think that we're like these drivers of our brain, and like we're the ones steering the ship. And then when somebody says like, hey, just so you know, like you might not be driving the ship today. It might actually be like anxiety driving the ship. It feels like you've just told me that I'm not a valid person, right? I think like for a lot of people, like the emotional landscape becomes like reality. And I think for women, we are more likely to fall into that pattern of viewing our emotional landscape as reality, because I think like socially we're taught that it's more okay for women, because like emotions are more okay for women, like, and that's why you run into situations where like and I'm not like throwing other women in the bus, like anything I say like women do, like I do it sometimes too, right? Which is like, and men do it too, obviously, as well.
I was gonna say, yeah, because men definitely will get violent or some
Yeah.
crazy thing. And
Yeah,
for
exactly.
some reason, yeah.
Exactly, right? So maybe I shouldn't say women, but like there's definitely this emotionally immature thing that happens, and I feel like I've maybe dealt with it more often from women, but that again could be a selection bias, where it's like, I feel hurt, therefore you must have hurt me. And it's like, maybe, but like maybe you just have like something. Maybe your gut's just really fucked up today. Maybe the fact that like your boss said like that shitty thing to you 2 weeks ago is like actually kind of like at a bodily level being processed. Like who knows if you're hurt because I actually hurt you, or because if you were it was a different day you wouldn't care.
Yeah, but it's impossible to point that out to a third person unless you have to have like like with my kid's mom, I could tell her like, you are PMSing hard because you're getting really mad over dumb shit. But we'd had those conversations a lot, and she was like, yeah, I am. Like, just leave me the fuck alone for a day and I'll be fine. Yeah. Or like with my kid, like it is. You don't have any kids yet, do you?
No.
Okay, it will become painfully obvious to you when you have a 5 or 6 year old that needs a nap. Okay,
yes.
They're bitchy, cry, whining.
I've nannied a fair bit, so I've worked a lot with kids.
Yeah, it's like, bro, and they will fight you. I don't need a nap. I'm not tired. Blah blah blah. That's like, okay, and then I don't know if you've done this before, but I made the same deal every time. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Okay, you don't have to take a nap at all. I just want you to lay down for 5 minutes, and if you don't fall asleep, you can get up and play video games. Right? I made that deal with Nathan like 100 times, and he would lay down, and he's absolutely out in like 2 seconds. He's like, you're so tired, you just can't realize it.
Yeah.
But it's like, that's like a very like parent to child transaction. So to tell another person that you're more cognizant of their emotional state than they are requires like a lot of trust in that relationship.
Yeah, so, especially if that's been weaponized against them, which like people.
Yeah,
like,
which people
this
do.
Is the shit is like people weaponize your emotional state, and this is why women get really like testy, is because it's kind of this like archetype of like, oh, you're just a crazy, silly woman, and the problem is that women use that as sometimes both an out, of being like, haha, sorry, I was just being a crazy woman, and then sometimes it's like actually meant derogatorily, and so it's like I
can understand both reactions, and it just makes it so messy. Like, how do you navigate this? And it's not clear. I find like I don't know. My theory is kind of like, at a very generalized level, it seems to me that like women generally, like their emotional and social landscape are so real that they like can't disentangle themselves sometimes from it. And for men, it's like their emotional side is like kind of been culturally taught to be so unreal that they like reactively spew it out on the side. Yeah, that like rather than right, because when men kind of like blow out in like aggressive rage and stuff, it seems like it's more of like it's sliding out the side and like smashing people in the face on the side. Whereas like women, I feel like they often, again, these are generalizations, will like put their emotions on other people and be like, my emotions are your responsibility right now, right? And it's like, how do we navigate this?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just gonna open your brain on everything. I feel like there are 4 things that solve every single mental health problem.
4 things, okay.
The 4 things, okay?
All right, hit me, Sensei Destiny.
I don't know.
Or should I say Therapist Destiny?
Only after the PayPal transactions come through.
Okay, well, that's going to take a year at minimum, so just
I feel like diet, exercise, sleep, and like active social life, I feel like are the 4 like pillars of like mental health.
Okay, you're going to hate me, but Jordan Peterson says the same shit all the time.
Ah, fuck.
It's not wrong. That's the problem, is you're right.
Does he really say those 4?
He says the first 3.
Oh, okay. The social part is important. You need.
It is important.
You need
people, and I think he would agree.
You need friends and shit.
Yeah, but usually he recommends, because the social support is more complex for people to work on. So I think he usually recommends. I also usually recommend the first 3 because that's something you can entirely take care of by yourself, regardless of what other people do. But yeah.
Gotcha.
You have a little budding Peterson fan.
He has such a nuanced understanding and view of psychology, and then when he talks about politics, he's just so fucking stupid. I don't understand. Oh my god, it hurts to listen to him talk about politics. Jesus. But regardless, okay.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Overall, yes, I would say. And one thing I would add to that is there are not enough mental health practitioners recommending that first and foremost.
Yeah. I don't blame him because it's like
I always do. Always.
Oh, sure.
You can
it's good, but it's like
it's
one of those things where it's like somebody comes in and like, what should I do? And it's like, well, clean up your diet, get some exercise, and make sure you're sleeping. And they're like, okay, well, fuck you. Obviously, I know I should do that. I don't need a fucking therapist. I'm not paying you $75, $80, $100, $150 an hour to tell me that I need to.
I mean, I'm a little bit more tactful, I think, in how I work them in. Usually, I select like one at a time that they think is the most problematic, and I tack it onto their homework plus other psychological stuff that I get them to do, so that they're not just like glaring at me because I'm like, okay, your homework is, eat well, exercise, and sleep well.
Yeah, live. What is it? Like live, laugh, or some shit.
Yeah, and then I give them one of those posters and then walk them out, and then they crochet me a picture of my face on a pillow next week. Yeah.
What do you think about do you think that Dr. K is overall a positive or negative for Twitch in the world?
I think he's an overall positive.
Why?
I think he's brave enough to give like the psychoeducation that people need. In a really honest way. I think he's actually a really good psychotherapist. Actually, I would argue this might be an issue, is that if people watch him and then they go and see a therapist and expect kind of this like really narrative style of therapy, it's some like practitioner style, right? Like I use that style sometimes with the right client if they really enjoy it, but it's definitely not like CBT is a pretty standard style for a lot of psychologists, which is fine. That's the most like often recommended. It's probably the most empirically sound overall. And so that's one thing that I'm concerned about, is that people will be disappointed when they like are like, oh, okay, I'm willing to go to therapy, and then they expect Dr. K, and they're not going to get Dr. K, right? Because most people like don't go into like all of this like mythos archetype narratives, I guess the main reason why I think he probably is a more positive than negative is like honestly like probably not the best metric, but like it seems to be broadly that people are responding positively to it and highly reporting that this has been really helpful to them, basically. And obviously, like, there's going to be a selection bias, but I find like there's a certain bit of like honesty, especially when you start getting like mass amounts of reporting, right? Like, if like 10 people say that they love this guy, okay, well, whatever, you know, if you've paid enough for something, you're obviously, or like spent enough investment of yourself, cognitive dissonance dictates that you're going to want to say something positive, or people are just like nice. But once you start getting into like really big populations, especially on like YouTube, that are like diligently ruthless a lot of the time, and you still see consistent responses of like, this was so helpful, this like changed my life, they like helped me like actually like finally get purpose in my life, I'm like, I can't dismiss that. So I'm not going to say outright like I 100% think that he's only doing good, but it makes me lean that he is doing probably broadly more net positive than net negative. But I think the ethical stuff, to be honest, I think if he's big enough that he wants to like risk the ethical violations that he's like towing on, he should just honestly start advocating for why certain ethics might need to change. I think that would actually be like best practice from him.
Gotcha. I think I largely agree. I think it'd be hard to advocate for an ethics change that directly benefits your for-profit business model.
Yes.
Would probably be a hard one to do, but
yeah. But start talking with colleagues about it and really encouraging it and challenging them on like why it's not, right? Which I don't know if he does, right? But yeah.
Sure. Okay, final question. The edgy one to round out the night. You said that you caught some of my earlier conversations that I was having today. Do you have any strong opinions?
Oh man. Anything specifically? I caught like, so I'm gonna be honest, I was painting and trying to get like the rectals done and everything. So I got like 5 minutes of scream raging, and I was like, I'm already kind of anxious for this talk today. I need to not. And I think somebody sent me a message. What did they say? It was one of my followers. They're like, Destiny's debating about this. What did they say?
I'm pro-rape at the moment, so I was just curious if you were anti-rape or pro-rape. But...
Destiny basically victim blamed today. Are you okay with that, or are you going to read this and then not respond? I think is what somebody.
There's only one type of deal.
had said.
Okay.
Is that true? That you're.
There's only
what
one
had you
type
said
of deal.
actually?
Okay.
Okay, wait, hold on. Come back from the computer, okay? We don't have to look at actual tweets, okay? I can paraphrase.
Sure.
Okay. There might have been some questionable phrases like retarded children thrown around in there, okay? But we don't have to worry about the specifics of the tweets, okay?
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Real quick, let me set the stage, okay? So, I feel like I'm going to say in the late 90s, early 2000s, because this is my whole fucking life, because I'm only 33. Are you taking notes, or are you looking at Twitter?
I'm typing something, and I'm trying to figure out, is there any chance I could get you to consent to pause for 2 minutes? I've needed to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, you're
I've
good.
been streaming for 6 hours.
Yeah,
so,
you don't need to ask my permission, okay? By the end of this conversation, guys, she's going to be pro-rape as well, okay? I'm a master debater. I can get everybody to move over to the pro-rape side of Twitch, apparently. I gotta go delete all my tweets real quick. Hold on.
There's only one type of eel, okay?
What do you think about therapy in person versus video chat? I've actually thought a little bit about it recently. I'm not sure. I think that video chat might actually be better, but I don't know. I think that if it's like a dating or romantic thing, I want to see people in person because that I get a way more holistic sense of who they are by interacting with them in person. I wonder if having a video chat provides some level of separation that lets you understand like a therapist-patient relationship better than like fooling yourself into thinking your therapist is your friend. Or maybe it's the case that your therapist needs to be your friend for any good therapy to happen. I don't know. I want to think about that more. Hey, what's up?
Hey. Do you want? Did you delete all your? I have a wireless headset, just so you know, so I can hear everything while I'm walking around. I just have my mic muted because nobody
Oh
needs
shit!
to
I
hear
don't
that.
think I didn't say anything too stupid.
No, you just said I'm gonna delete all my tweets.
I'm just kidding. Okay.
I mean, I'm not gonna
So-
look them up, so it's fine.
I think that especially through the early 2000s, and then prior to this, the way that a man has sex with a woman is the goal is like you're kind of like a hunter or a trapper, and you're kind of getting the woman to make all the wrong steps while you're like getting her in the perfect position so that you can do the sex to her. That's like the goal of like how it works.
Right.
So I'm gonna take a person out, hopefully get them a nice dinner, hopefully get them to drink a bit, maybe get them to go back to my place, get them in a room, and I want to get them to a point to where I don't. But the goal is you get the girl to a point where she can't say no at this point. It has to happen, you know.
Right.
That
Right.
seemed to be like the way that we would operate. I would argue that in a way, I think it's easy to say this is kind of like rape culture. The
It's
goal
definitely
is that
rapey. Yeah.
yeah, you're push, and when I finally broken down all the defenses, I can finally get in.
Yeah.
I think that it's a really bad way of going after sexual interactions for a wide variety of reasons. I talk a lot about on my stream that like negotiating consent before any sexual interaction is really cool. Negotiating consent during sexual interactions can be tough for a variety of reasons, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think that I feel like we never move in a good direction. I feel like the pendulum just swings so far in the other way sometimes that I agree that, okay, past all that shit, okay? Hold on. I don't want people to say that I'm misrepresenting what I said. So if somebody links me my original tweet, I'll read it. But basically...
Oh, that's
it's
what
getting-
Dylan was talking about, that you had a spicy tweet that everyone's getting all
Oh,
dramatic
no.
over.
It was spicy tweets. There were a lot of them, okay?
okay.
I was real mad. I get really upset because 85% of the people that talk about sex on Twitter are fucking virgins. And
Terrible.
I can tell by the way they type in it. It just
Everyone's
triggers
terrible.
everything, right? But the thing that irritates me the most is that I'm about to borrow so much verbiage from conservatives in the early 2010s, and I never thought I would do this, and it sucks to do this. But have you ever heard of the concept of like the bigotry of low expectations?
Yes.
Okay, it's a while ago that was a super bullshit concept.
Yeah.
But today, I don't know sometimes.
Yeah.
Where like there are times when as a woman, I definitely think it can be scary to negotiate certain types of consensual activities in the middle of an encounter. Absolutely, I can empathize with that. But if our default expectation, and this was the debate that I had with Hans today, if our default expectation is that a woman can't even like verbalize a boundary, or if a guy is like trying to break a boundary or whatever during sexual intercourse, if a woman can't even talk, that expectation doesn't exist, then I think we need to take a step back and we need to like stop telling people to have casual sex. Like we need to say like, hey, if the default expectation is a woman can't even like verbalize like, hey, I don't want you to do this during a sexual encounter, if that's what we're going to expect, then we shouldn't have casual sex anymore. Because like why that just feels ridiculous to me.
You're gonna get me to get canceled before I even get
Okay,
started.
yeah, wait,
here.
hold on. Let me read the tweet so that you know before you hop onto this, because I want to give you plenty of opportunity to say I do not endorse anything that he said.
I probably don't endorse the way you said it, that's for sure.
That's good. Okay, that's good. So I think the issue is that somebody had tweeted out basically that I want to find. Hold on, I have to find the. Okay. So a person tweeted out, okay? A dude slipped his condom off during sex after I asked him to wear one this week, and it's been bothering me, but it was too awkward to say anything. Not even the first time this has happened. Stop doing this, man. So somebody quote tweeted that, and they said, if you knew he took off the condom and you couldn't even bring yourself to say anything, you shouldn't be having casual sex. Now, I agree with that. Now, a lot of people got mad because I retweeted him, and then my next tweet was, if you are noticing someone is taking a condom off and you can't say anything, you probably don't have the emotional maturity to engage in sex. You should just grab a caretaker or something and stick to masturbating to furry porn. Sorry. And then the next, I'm just giving you the most extreme ones so you know before just why people might be mad or whatever. And then people got really mad that I said that. And then I quote tweeted myself and I said, sorry, I want to apologize for my last tweet. You should treat, okay, these sound worse when I read them, okay? But hold on. Okay, Jesus. Jesus. Okay. You should treat every single woman you come across like a retarded child who's incapable of voicing an opinion about literally anything. Ideally, you would bring her dad along to every fuck so that he can guide her through the process. That was my okay. Okay, so now a little bit spicy, for sure. Okay, these are a little bit more spicy now that I'm
shit!
okay.
What the fuck, Steven?
Okay.
Holy shit!
They're a little bit spicy. Okay, a little bit. I would give it a 6 on the 1 to 10 spicy meter.
Yeah,
okay?
I give it like one spicy pepper out of 3.
1 out of 3. Okay, that's good. Maybe 2 out of 4.
No, it's
Okay,
for sure like fucking maxed out, as spicy as McDonald's goes.
Sure. Okay. But like, holy fuck. Like, if you are noticing somebody's doing something and you can't even like just say one thing, it feels like if that's the default expectation, why are we recommending anybody have casual sex? It sounds like everybody's just gonna get raped.
Okay, so
Go.
okay. I'm so mad at you for bringing this up because I've been fucking thinking about this shit for so long. It started on TikTok where I saw this chick basically being like, look, like it's not my fault that I like got into this like really terrible relationship. Like I didn't pick them, they picked me. And I was like, what? Like, what do you mean? And then I was like, okay, but really emotionally immature. You can have that out if we are like, yeah, you're just like pretty unwell, and so it's like fair enough that you can maybe be like, I'm a victim of like basically something that I couldn't resist because I was like not mature enough or whatever. Thank you. But then I like was scrolling. Fuck, I'm gonna sound like such an ass. I'm so mad at you. I expect you to Venmo me, fucking fax me $150 if I get canceled tomorrow.
Oh no.
I was scrolling through her page, and then she has a lot of things like girl boss, girl empowerment, like I'm a strong woman, stuff like that. And I was like, okay, I'm all for empowering women. It's actually like even though like women hate me and think I'm like a pick me half the time, at least on TikTok, I'm so passionate about equipping women to navigate like dating landscapes as like a mature, capable adult, because I actually think that we've absolutely infantilized women. And I think we always have. Like, I think historically we infantilized women. And it's like this weird, like actual patriarchal, like view of women that it like feels like we're like weirdly holding on to. And I don't understand why. Because I think like the reality is that it's not saying that you aren't a victim of actual circumstances. It's saying, honestly, if you're not able to like say the word sex, or if you're not able to say like, hey, these are my boundaries and I'm not okay with it, maybe we should just evaluate certain circumstances to make sure you stay safer. Like, how do we do that? Because casually, like,
don't have casual sex. Yeah,
that's a pretty good rule of thumb. And if you want to, like, that's what we have to talk about. Is like, we've been like so as a culture, like so like rah casual sex, and it's like sure, fuck whoever you want. I don't give a shit. But we've had major sexual assault like problems come out of this, like major sexual assault, major consent problems, because consent is a fucking mess, right? I'm just so frustrated by this.
And then the issue is that like and I will admit that I engage with these in relatively spicy ways, okay? But I've been like a huge advocate historically on women that have like weird issues. Like we talk a lot about consent, and I give a lot of advice on the guy side for like ensuring the safety of the person you're with and how all these things. But the frustrating thing is that like it always feels like everything has to come from the male side because women have to be treated kind of like retarded children. Like, if I ever say anything related to the agency of the woman's side, it's basically shut the fuck up. If a man is there and decides he's going to do something, by God, that woman is going to sit there and fucking take it, because she's going to have a freeze up traumatic reaction response if she sees the guy do literally anything that's not like coinciding with her expectation of the sexual, like, and then the words get thrown around. And it's like, do I think that, like, you're familiar with the concept of stealthing, right? The taking off the condom. Oh, it's like taking off your condom during sex. Yeah. Okay. Which is like, I don't know what word I would use for it, but it's absolutely fucking horrible.
Horrible.
Like, it would be like if I was giving advice to a friend, that would be an absolute deal breaker. Like, you would never see that person again, because what the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
That's
absolutely
fucked up. Yeah, it's just like violating consent as much as possible in the sneakiest,
there's no
slangiest
coming
way.
back from that. STDs, potential pregnancy, like just respect for what you want, right? Yeah. But it feels like, and I feel like every time I get into these things, whenever I'm giving advice from the woman's side, it feels like I have to type up a 7-page story. I was like, okay, guys, I just want to clarify my position. I am anti-rape. don't rape women. Men shouldn't rape women. It's not the woman's fault. Like, it feels like if I ever talk about, like, okay, as a woman, you should be able to tell a guy during a sexual encounter, hey, I'm not okay with that. And oh my God, why are you victim blaming? Why are you making this about her? It's the man's fault we're doing. And it's like, and then my response afterwards is like, if you genuinely feel like you can't do this, you shouldn't be having casual sex. Like it's really simple.
It's
You
really
just shouldn't be having
dangerous.
casual
It's
sex.
and this isn't about being like you're a bad woman for having casual. Obviously you're not. The problem is that like there's something going on that is there's something going on that is causing you to be put in these really dangerous situations. And why wouldn't we advocate for you to like be as safe as possible? Like I totally understand these women. Like I didn't engage in much casual sex at all because I had fucking panic attacks when men tried to kiss me. So like obviously I'm not going to like go beyond that. I mean my panic attacks were like, ending the engagement on their own pretty easily. But like in that situation, like it's like of course you want to like think about how to keep it safe. It's like there's no conception in this dialogue, especially around sex, right? It's like it's so weird because like Christian land was so uppity about sex that we couldn't really talk about it because they're like sex is bad and like unless it's a missionary it's bad basically, right? And it feels like our culture has done this like aggressive snap to the other side where we still can't talk about sex. Like not really, not the like deep, like we can talk about like sex positions and all these like kinky things, but we can't talk about the fact that like a lot of times it takes two to tango, and it's not about saying like one person's bad and one person's good or one person isn't perfect. If somebody fucking stealths, that's gross. That's super gross. And as a woman, you should say something. You should absolutely say
But it feels
something.
like we somehow horseshoed our way back to this position where it's like when two people are having sex, like everything it's a lot for both people.
Yeah.
Like, and everybody is like very empathetic to the woman's side. Like obviously women are fragile, docile, demure creatures that are just too stupid to say or do anything. But like men are the ultimate, like you should be in control of your emotions. You should be in control of your erections. You should be in control of the sexual encounter. You're keeping your horniness under check. Like men can be the absolute domain of this like stoicism where you approach the situation in such that like I am here to penetrate you and I'm going to be in control of everything the whole time. And it's like men could just as easily fuck up during encounters too, right? Like maybe she said something like, oh, like I don't know if I'm wet enough, and you heard like, oh well fuck, maybe she wants to take the condom off, and you do something. You shouldn't, and it's stupid and it's dumb. But like you said, like sex shouldn't be happening to one person and from the other. Like it's a two-person thing that requires two mature people to have some sort of back and forth. And there might be times in a sexual circumstance where somebody is pushing on a boundary or even trying to beg around it, where the other person needs to say like, hey, don't do that. And you should feel like you have the ability to do that. But everything is so fucking hyperbolic. And it's like the response is like, that guy might fucking murder me then. And it's like, damn, dog, are you approaching every casual sex with like, this guy's gonna fucking kill me if I say anything? It's like, if that's the case, why are we telling so many people to have casual sex?
Yeah, don't sleep with them. If you think there's a chance, if you think genuinely, if there's a chance that if I say no to this guy, that he's going to strangle me, why the
There's
fuck
only
are
one
you going
type of
into a
deal.
private space alone and having sex with him? Like, why would you do that?
Yeah,
And this
and
isn't
people
to
are-
say that murdering women is good.
But that's what it sounds like you're
Obviously.
blaming. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then people were responding, was like, Desi, you don't understand. She made other tweets. Like one of the other tweets, like, this has happened to me like 3 times before and I was raped. And it's like, oh my God, stop fucking. Like, go back to the drawing board and like think for a moment. Like, okay, well, hold on. Because something in your strategy here is not working. Okay. Something is misaligned. But yeah, it's so hard to push on the other side at all without like victim blame, like pro rape.
I know. I
oh
made
my
like
God,
one
yeah.
TikTok talking about how like it would be wise for women to learn how to reject men in like a palatable way. And and I didn't say like just be super nice and never say no. Obviously. I'm literally talking about rejecting men and being like, hey, like just to be clear, like when you treat men like creepers and like really fucking psycho when they're like approaching you and just asking like for your number and stuff, like that really sucks. What if they have ASD? Like people with autism might not even be reading your cues, and then you're treating them like this psychopathic freak when they're just like, I just didn't realize certain things, right? And like man, the amount of like comments I've had to respond to have been like, oh, well, you're basically just saying that women should put their actual life in front of men's fifis. And I was like, who's saying that? Also, to be clear, it is not casual encounters that are killing women. It is domestic partners that they have been with for a long time. That's who's assaulting and killing women by and large. That's the stats, right? And so it's like
I think that's another huge misunderstanding too of like, and it's again, I hate the fact that like rape means so much. It's such a broad, like if somebody tells me they were raped at this point, like it could mean something like one of the worst things ever, or it could be like
Or like
not really
catcalling.
that big of a deal at all.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, it's like, or like even the stealthing, like something that's shitty or that's horrible, like that shouldn't happen. Never see that guy again. But like this isn't like there's a huge spectrum of experiences. But it feels like to this idea that like like we just have to do everything we oh god fuck you mentioned the thing about like putting yourself before the male oh shit sorry I just remembered oh god the male Fifi, I've heard that line before and it triggers the fuck out of me like oh you're so upset that like I care about my life more than your fucking feelings like bro you're not out here on the fucking in like Fallujah battling in Iraq okay Jesus Christ calm the fuck down
And
not
like,
to say that there
why
isn't
are you going to
any danger.
nightclubs if that's the risk? Like literally, why are you doing that? Because I certainly fucking
you-
wouldn't
like
be
the
going.
rape capital. Yeah. I think there's a big misunderstanding about where like a lot of rape and where like a lot of like fucked up sexual encounters come from too.
Yeah.
Where like people think of like when you think of how does the average rape happen, it's a guy trying to roofie a girl and then drag her body off somewhere, and it's like that's not usually what's happening, right? Like I think, and maybe I'm getting a little. I don't want to say anecdote because it sounds like I'm raping people. That's not what I mean. But the feeling that I have about a lot of this is that like most like kind of like rapes or unwanted sexual experiences are probably like from guys that are just trying to push it as far as they can, and then they're not getting no's, and then they kind of go for it and they get it, and the girl doesn't feel comfortable saying no or whatever. Like I think that this is where the majority of these types of sexual encounters come from, and that's not to excuse it or say that it's good. It's not. That shouldn't happen. But when our understanding of men is that, well, rapes are when a guy decides that he's going to fucking rape that girl and murder her if she says no. It's like, well, that misunderstanding is leading you to give really bad advice to people. Like, if you're a woman and a guy is pushing, don't say anything. He might fucking murder you. That's incredibly rare. I think that the vast majority of guys, if you say, hey, no, I don't like that, like some of them might be dicks about it, but I don't think the majority of them, like it's going to be like less than 1% are going to be like, fuck you, I'm holding you down, I'm going to do this regardless. Most will probably fuck off.
Yeah, and they might call you like a couple names, which is shitty, like it's
Sure.
garbage, and we can call out men for like saying like don't be shitty and garbage when people reject you, right? But yeah, I think so. There are some scary stats, right? Like most sexual assault encounters occur when both the perpetrator and the victim are drunk, right? So that means both the victim is struggling with
Are
inhibitions,
inhibited.
and the perpetrator is inhibited.
Yeah.
And a lot of them have patchy memories. So the perpetrator claims absolutely, I swear there was at least implied consent. And then the victim claims abso-fucking-lutely not. I wasn't interested. And the problem is that both of them might be right. Right? That's the issue. That's the issue we're running into, which is why it's like maybe like I don't actually believe this, but it's like maybe the Puritans have it right. Like maybe that's why we should just like save sex to like very, very intimate long-term relationships, because it at least reduces like these types of specific issues, because this isn't to say that when somebody feels like they've been sexually assaulted, right? That's regardless of what happened, that is a very distressing thing, right? But the problem is that like the way that we go, like it's like this, it's like the pedophile conversation, right? It's like if we can contribute things that are going to reduce the likelihood of that, isn't that what we want? And if some of that is teaching women how to say no, or saying, hey, just so you know, not saying no is usually more dangerous than just like being passive and not knowing what to do. It's very unlikely that he's going to attack you, right? It's much more likely that he's going to like leave, maybe call you a bad name, which sucks, but it's a lot better than being like assaulted because you just didn't say anything, right? Oh, I feel like that.
Yeah.
This whole conversation is just opening up such a big can of worms that it's like, it just feels like our society is not ready to handle this. Like we are not ready to have the conversation because we mishandled sexual assault, particularly towards women, by like power dynamics, especially like all the Weinstein shit. We mishandled it so bad for so long that there's no social will for any more nuance, because it's just like, nope, believe victims. They're victims. They're kind of like the holy victim. And don't fucking talk about what they could have done to keep themselves safe. It's not their fault. And I get it, because victims blame themselves, right? So this is like where it comes from. Like a lot of victims engage in self-guilt, and it's like, how do we have the conversation of being like, it's not about saying that you're bad. It's about saying, how do we protect you from this happening in the future? So
But any amount of
absolutely things.
agency all of a sudden becomes responsibility, which becomes fault. There's
Right.
like that. It's like it's not even a slippery slope. It's literally like a fucking sheer cliff that you drop off.
Yeah.
And there's no other situation in society where you could make where the implications are the same. Like if I leave my car in a neighborhood and it gets broken into because I leave all my windows open, like we can talk about responsibility there. Blah, blah. And some people might even blame you there. Actually, like there are times where people will actually
Yeah.
defend fault. But but the sex thing becomes so crazy. One thing that upsets me too when you mentioned that phrase power dynamics is like there are a lot of power dynamics at play when it comes to sexual interactions, but it feels like people only want to look at a couple of them, namely the ones where the man has the imbalance of power. But like as the traditional like gatekeepers of sex, like women definitely represent like a big imbalance of power as well, and that like oftentimes it is the man that's pushing way fucking harder, and that woman does have something that the man definitely wants. Not to say they have the caveat rape is bad, but like there's definitely like an imbalance there, and that the man is willing to go like really far, do like some crazy shit or whatever sometimes in order to go after the sexual gratification they give for a woman, and like that thing can make people do really dumb things as well. I remember logs that I saw a long time ago that made me really angry, and it was complicated. There was an Overwatch player who was 19, I think, and he was sexting with a girl who was 16. So young,
yeah,
and
young,
bad, and he probably shouldn't do it. But man, dude, this girl's first of all, I don't know if it's just because I'm 33 now. Like, even when I was like 25, goddamn, I was so fucking stupid. Holy shit! But I can't imagine like 19. This girl had logs coming out where she was saying shit like, if this guy like ever fucks me over, like I can ruin his life. And it's like, damn, I know that the guy's 19, which technically makes him older, age of majority and shit, but like he's like a stupid 19-year-old nerdy kid. Like there is a huge power dynamic here. One of the best ways I'm gonna stumble into something that'll trigger the fuck out of you, but maybe not. Maybe we disagree on this. One of the biggest ways that I see that power dynamic exploited is guys that are kind of like, I'll say, perpetually friend zoned. So there's a guy that really wants a relationship with a girl. Girl kind of knows it, and then she kind of exploits that power differential to get him to do things or be friendly or be a shoulder to cry on or like get all this other support. Like people, it's irritating that the infantilizing happens on the woman's side and all the agency is presented to the man when the man might be inhibited in some ways as well. Not to excuse any of it, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. The issue is like there's just no nuance to talk about this. There's no space for it. There's no like will to address the imbalance that is happening towards men for lots of reasons, right? Like MRAs fucked that shit up like hardcore, right? Like there's lots of reasons why there's like no will for it, but the problem is that like we're missing like a large part of the equation by not talking about it. And I talk about in another video that I did this like issue of men being in kind of this catch-22 where it seems like men are expected to be like damn near perfection, like emotionally mature, stoic, but in touch with their emotions. So we don't mean stoic in like the cringy way of being like, oh, I'm just a rock, but being like stoic in like I engage in my emotions, but I don't just buckle to them, right? I respond to them. And we want them to be like decently attractive, and we want them to be tall, and there's all these things that like we expect of men, especially emotionally and sexually. And they're probably like we socialize them and parent them to be the least capable at doing these things. Like what do we do to men? Like in general, we say like when children are growing up, boys broadly tend to externalize their emotions. So when they're sad, they're more likely to want to throw shit. They want to stomp their feet, tantrum. You have a son, so I'm sure you've like probably seen this firsthand, right? Whereas girls generally tend to internalize. They cry, they curl up, they kind of like want to hug, stuff like that, right? They get really like anxious and scared. And the problem is that like our society, has very much painted like externalizations as just like bad forms of emotion and emotional expression. The reality is like you have to express emotions at some time. It's about like teaching children how to do it appropriately. And so like we've got a bunch of boys that we've said like, hey, I know you're feeling sad, but if you're feeling sad and you're gonna throw shit around, go the fuck to your room and leave me alone and deal with it on your own, right? And that's not how you actually teach children to regulate. You have to co-regulate with them. You actually have to teach them how to get through their emotion. And so I think like by and large, we've like socialized lots of men to be like probably the least capable to like navigate their emotions, to like be the most emotionally available. And yet we're like expecting this standard of them. It feels like we're in this like weird like situation where like we mostly want modernity as far as certain values, but damn, we love some traditional values a lot that particularly benefit women, and we're not fucking letting go of those for the world. And it's like, why? Like if that, like you can't have your cake and eat it too sometimes. Like, that's the thing, is like, as you gain certain like privileges, there are responsibilities that often come with it. And I'm pro all the privileges that I think women have. Like, I'm pro those things. But with that comes, like, you have to be a capable adult. Like, you have to engage as an emotional being. You have to take responsibility for your own feelings. You have to voice what your needs are. You have to voice what your boundaries are. And it just feels like there's no space in this conversation, because then, yeah, you're just like a pick-me or a victim blamer or like whatever else they're going to throw at you.
So would you agree then that society sometimes seems to treat women like retarded children?
I will never agree to that statement.
Okay, just checking. I was just quoting something on Twitter now. Those aren't my words, but
Yeah, he sounds like an agitator.
maybe. I don't know if you've had a lot of experience in public speaking. Or
A
like
lot.
speaking on a public platform, I should say.
No, public speaking, lots.
Yeah, what you mentioned about MRAs, it's so annoying to have arguments on either side of this, because like, man, people want to take what you say. Like, if I ever tweet shit out like, man, you know, women need to have more agency in sexual encounters or whatever, like the types of people that are agreeing with you are saying shit like, yeah, like women go out in mini skirts and expect men not to rape them. Like, how stupid are you? And it's like, okay, hold on, that's not what the fuck I'm talking about. Like, Jesus Christ, you know?
Right.
Yes, like everybody's, yeah, fuck.
It
feels like all of the conversation around consent is literally just like, we need to figure out how many different ways we can say men shouldn't rape women, and that's basically the extent of like the conversation that you can
And
have.
like,
that's all
we love enthusiastic consent, but what's enthusiastic enough? We'll never know, because we don't want to victim blame somebody by saying they weren't quite enthusiastic enough, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cringe. We just have like dog shit takes when it comes to sex, which is why like when people are like, man, like these silly like religious groups, they're so like repressed on sex. I'm like, I mean, I don't know if we're doing it much better. Like, it doesn't seem to be the case that we're having much more like intelligent conversations around sex. And it's just frustrating, because it means that like people are just going to continue to get hurt on both sides for like forever and ever, until somebody's willing to actually like talk about it. And yeah, and it's this optics game of being like, I don't want to be like lumped in with MRIs. I disagree with them, right? I think like people who try to like argue that like, I think pickup artists are super slimy, right? They're like this is how you get a woman. Like, it's super creepy and rapey, and it's very like pushy. But then I hear women be like, oh, this man didn't like pursue me hard enough, so that's why I said no to him, right? And it's like, okay, well, like, what's the narrative that we want to talk about? Probably women need to be calling out other women for saying dumb shit like, he didn't pursue me hard enough. Because I'm like, just so you know, you were telling men, be a little bit more rapey with me, right? Be a little bit more like aggressive, and don't really take my boundaries seriously, which is a terrible thing to tell young men to do.
Yeah, this is kind of like what I said. Like, I've said this in the past, that like, you shouldn't really be surprised that like every now and then a guy rapes a woman, when the onus is on the man to push at every part of the interaction. At some point, people are going to push too much. This is a numbers game. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
The idea that you have to eternally be the one leading into the interaction to move it forward or to escalate it to the next step, but you also have to be perfectly in tune enough to be aware that the child that you're interacting with, who is incapable of voicing any contention or saying anything or asserting any boundary or whatever, that person, you have to be aware of all of that. It's like, it's impossible. Like, people are going to fuck up over and over and over again. Like, that is not a recipe for success.
No.
When you're in those types of situations. Another thing that frustrates me a lot too in regards to these conversations is people are always quick to throw out the baby with the bathwater. So we've talked a lot about Peterson, where I say that like Peterson gives pretty good takes on psychology. Anything he says about politics is cringe. People will see him say anything, and immediately, because it's Jordan Peterson, they'll just throw all of it out immediately. Like, oh, fuck you, you're totally wrong about everything. Fuck you. And it's like, well, hold on. Like, is he wrong about everything? This happens a lot with like, I'll say pickup artist stuff, where pickup artists will give certain advice, and people on the left are like very quick to like, oh no, that's bullshit. That's not. Hold the fuck on. A lot of this shit works really well.
Yes.
So we need to take a step back, because when you start saying shit like, oh, like women don't just want a guy that's tall, handsome, and has a lot of money. That's bullshit. Like, excuse me. Every motherfucker can look around and like see the world as it is. Like, that's come on. Like, let's be honest about what's going on, you know?
Yeah.
And I noticed that like you have to meet some of these people on descriptive grounds. Like a pickup artist is going to say some things that are like just correct, and like their analysis of some things is correct, or rather, an observation will be correct, but the analysis will just be super fucked, and everything downstream of it will be super fucked. But you have to like at least be willing to concede at the beginning, like, okay, there are some things that women value, there are some things that men value, right? Like, and we need to be able to have a conversation around these things, because when we pretend that they don't exist, and then you tell everybody it, like, to come up into a when we talk about creating a society and a conservative or libertarian says, I want to create a colorblind society, everybody immediately says, hold on, there are very real racial inequities that exist in society that we need to address.
Right.
But when it comes to like things like sex or consent or gender stuff, all of a sudden we want to be genderless. We want to pretend like there's no difference between men and women and we need to treat everybody the same. But that's not the case. Like there are so many differences, whether biological or environmental, they exist. And when you ignore them, like everybody is set up to be like the ultimate fucking failure or rapist or rape victim or whatever.
Yeah, and I would argue, like, to be honest, like, this is kind of the bone that I have with feminism is that, like, a lot of time it feels like radical feminists are, like, trying to outline this like archetype of what like the modern ideal woman should look like, and the reality is it doesn't actually meet what a lot of women actually want and are like happy with.
There's only one type of
And so we
deal.
get like these
Okay.
these people who like can't be honest about what they want or what they need because they need to appeal to like what broader society says that they should want and need, which isn't actually what they want and need, right? Like there are some girls who I think like genuinely, and men who would be happy with a very traditional relationship and they would be like content with that, and that's fine. Like that's fucking fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. Sorry, I like started talking and then I lost it. Oh, the pickup artists. Yes, right. When I said like pickup artists are super cringe, it's because they're like kind of rapey, and the way they approach everything is being like, how many notches can I get? But
Yeah.
they work, right? Men who are good with women get women a lot. Right? This is actually like an issue that we see with dating apps, is that like it seems to be about 10% of men get about like 90% of the women. And so it's like there's something going on here, but like hell, if you like mention like, hey, maybe there's like something there's to learn from a pickup artist, it's like throwing the book at you because you're just like an insensitive bigot who like wants women
Well,
to
and
be
to be clear,
victims.
like the problem is that like a pickup artist will they'll make like they'll make an observation that's true, but the description it's on is really wild. Like a pickup artist might say something like women are attracted to men that have like a lot of money and are far in their career, and that's because women are mindless, successful cock hunting monsters that are only looking to inseminate their womb with the strongest, most alpha male. Like it'll be like, okay, you started off on the right track, but then Jesus fucking Christ, like that's like every PUA shit is it always ends up going too far. But yeah, when you're on the other side and you just pretend like these things don't exist, I think that you lose a lot of people in the middle because they're like, well, hold on, we're looking at things that seem to be real, but yeah, nothing is lining up with what you're saying.
I think the thing is like pickup artists capitalize on like one main thing, which is perceived competence. Like they appear in exceedingly competent to women, and I think women are really drawn and attracted to that, right? And so it's like what we need to do is we need to have like decently healthy men that are really good with women who also know how to form like decently long-term respectful conversations, being the one leading more rhetoric. But it's like those men are like fucking probably like working jobs and have kids and don't give a fuck, right? But like we need to like have these people like making the space and just kind of like changing popular, I mean, you're like the master of like creating like new cultural like waves, it seems, because you were the one who kind of like drew Twitch to the left, and now you're the one
yeah.
drawing like making new space for kind of like the centrist. And so it's like,
I hate that fucking word. Don't say that nasty fucking word. But yeah,
do you want to be called a moderate instead?
we're omniliberals. Okay, we're above and beyond. Okay.
Omniliberals in the
Yeah.
face of the enemy.
Oh. Final point. When the fuck are you getting a real microphone? Holy shit. Do you know who Tyler 1 is? That's the mic you're using right now.
I know, it's so bad. Hey, everyone's like, it sounds great, and I was like, no, it doesn't. It sounds terrible. It's ordered. I just need to drive into the city, but I haven't been paid in 2 months by my work, so I am trying to get paid so I can buy gas and then drive into the city and pick it up. I mean, to be honest, let's be honest, that's a cop out. I have like a credit card, so I could put it on my card. It's just I've had other priorities.
Okay. Well, I think that's about all I got.
Okay. If you're ever, do you think, I guess here's a question. This is kind of what I'm trying to do, right? I think like the best way to like call out issues around women is probably like, I think having in-group members call one another out is usually more effective, because I don't want to equip women to be like victims and like go back into the patriarchal system. I want to like help women keep themselves safe, have relationships that they want, and enjoy sex and like have the sex that they want, right? I just like think that we need people to talk about it in a different way, because I don't think the rhetoric right now is actually helping.
I mean, I agree. Yeah, it's fucked.
But you don't think like a female calling out other women for certain things is going to help because I'll
You
just get
you
slapped
used
in the
that word earlier, right? The pick me thing. So
Yeah.
it's always hard, like, because it's so hard because you can be tokenized so easily as well, right? Like,
Yep.
are you going to be the brave woman that calls out other women for unhealthy standards, or are you going to be the new, the woman version of Milo Yiannopoulos or Candace Owens, or now you're the new token figure of like, oh, this woman is base, she shits on other women and realizes that they're the problem. It's like, it's exhaustingly stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, it's frustrating, and I try to do my best to like have that balance, right? If I hear people, even in my like comments, getting too much, I'm like, yeah, women are just dirty sluts who manipulate men. I'm like, whoa, that's not fucking true. And also, men do lots of slimy shit, so like, calm the fuck down, like, relax. But yeah, I don't. I think I'm just like trying to figure out this Reddit because I think it's like. I think it's something that I'm just like passionate about, and obviously like don't become Candace Candace Owens 3-head is like
Yeah.
yeah.
The dream is to get like fuck, I'm trying to find a word besides moderate. But if more like women and trans people could come to Twitch that were a little bit less fucking insane, I think it would be so helpful for those demographics. Yeah, I was surprised. I'm embarrassed to even say it. I think I even said this on stream. When we agreed to talk, and then you showed up on a panel show, and I didn't connect the dots that you were the person I agreed to talk to. And the other girl started talking, and then as soon as you started talking, I rolled my eyes like, okay, we have two ultra far lefty women, because every woman that comes on any of these shows is going to be like an anarcho-communist fucking whatever. And it's like, oh, you weren't. You were more moderate. It's like, oh, that's really refreshing, because every woman, every trans person, every sex worker, like all of these people on the internet, their representation is like the farthest fucking left possible that you can be. And it's like, fuck. Having more moderate representation would probably be really helpful, because I'm a white guy, and so I'm like the archetypical, like, this is the default person in society. So it sucks when I'm giving my opinions on these things all the time, because I don't want to be the one talking about like what is like the poor black experience like in America, what are the best ways for women to approach consent, like what are the difficulties that trans people have when it comes to getting medication. Like I feel like I'm inserting myself a lot in a lot of these conversations. Like fuck, it sucks that sometimes I feel like other representation isn't here, and I have to step in. Like I wish that there were other moderating voices here, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think my hope is that like there will be more. Like I feel like we're on like the precipice of like actually like like I'm scared of having a snap right. Like I think snap rights are like really dangerous.
So I the honky boys outside.
I live in a very small town, so
yeah. I don't know how far you are from wherever the fucking big truck shit is going. I don't know if they're still out there.
Oh, in Ottawa, very far from Ottawa.
Boys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
You do know Abba and Preach, correct? Like you've talked with.
I think I would say I'm friends with Abba. We talk quite a bit, yeah.
I think like they're a really interesting case study where they like I first of all I fucking love Abba and Preach. Like I've probably watched every video of theirs because they're hilarious. But they're really interesting because I think they do this well where they like fight back against like certain views that are like way too far left, but they don't become a token to the other side. And it's like, I just want to pick their brains and be like, how do you do this? Okay. Because like I don't want to be a token ever. Like I'm not here to throw fucking other women under the bus and call women dirty sluts who are like just like responsible for their own assaults. Obviously that's not the case like at all. And I think like it's really hard to be that voice of reason. But I think it's
it's really hard not to define yourself as the antithesis of whatever it is that you hate. It seems like that's a very natural reaction. I disagreed with some of the rationales that they were giving relating to some of the vaccine stuff, but I super appreciated that like they explained their position. I didn't really fully agree with it, but like they didn't go 180 into the other territories. Like this is what I feel. It's like okay, sure, I can respect it. It's really hard to find people that do that.
Yeah. So I don't know. I guess like I talked with a really small time trans streamer named Skylar Rain, who was like so wonderful to talk to. You honestly like I don't know if their pronouns are she and he. They're just the most refreshing. I just loved them. They work in disabilities, so they have an MED in psych, and they're so reasonable and like pretty consistent and solid. Like they were so wonderful to talk to, and I'm just like, how do we get like individuals like these voices like into better spaces and heard more? Because I think where rhetoric is going is like just like dumb on both sides. To be honest.
Okay, true. All right. Anything else?
Nope. Other
Okay,
than
cool.
don't forget to send me a receipt for a session.
Absolutely, I'll invoice you for sure. USD or CAD?
How about like yen or something like that, just so I can like play a little bit with Forex.
How about in fucking Bitcoin then? We're just gonna be exotic. How about we just do some crazy?
Dogecoin or bust.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Listen, I really appreciate the conversation. If anything ever comes up, feel free to poke me. I had the D&D today for 4 hours, so I didn't have a chance to get back to you before the conversation. But yeah, have fun. Be careful. Stay safe. Good luck driving into town on your fucking car or whatever and getting that microphone. Okay. Bye-bye.
Sounds good. Okay. Have a good night.
Bye.
Hey. All right. I don't know who's still up because holy shit, it is so late out. But yeah, hopefully, don't know how my chat was closed again because I just when I'm starting to get like brain tired, I can't do it.
Follow goal, follow goal.
Apparently there's a follow goal. I don't know if that means I met my follow goal or what, but thanks guys. I think probably we should probably head off for the night. I've been streaming for like 6 hours, which I know is not long in like Destiny terms, but for me is a very long time.
There's only one type of eel.
So here's the thing. Questions about like who I'm talking to next, I never actually answered. So maybe I'll answer that question for you guys if you're curious. I am talking
There's
to
only one type of
Bryce
eel.
Benedict next, and then I'm talking to Nefarious P. So I'm really excited. Yeah, quite a marathon. A very emotionally volatile marathon.
Shout all your shit before you're done.
Shout what my shit?
Shout out all your stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You can find me on.
No, not yet.
Not yet?
Finish what you're talking about.
Sorry, my manager's giving me some instruction. I'm just kidding. So yeah, we did it. We got through. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to I'm not sure about like me and Mr. Girl's relationship and what like potential or non-potential there is there. Where can you find me? Here, you can find me on TikTok. You can find me on Twitter, barely. I'll maybe tweet more, but I've heard it's a place where people say
There's
crazy
only
things
one
like
type of eel?
women are retard babies. So, not sure. You can find me on Instagram and YouTube as well now. So kind of the same thing. I might start streaming live on YouTube as well. But there's a good chance that I am going to be publishing these talks. I'm probably going to split them in two because they're just emotionally very different experiences. I feel very tired. I also haven't been able to thank people for subs because, like I said, I do my best to not get too distracted or I'll just fucking forget everything. My Instalink is broken. Okay. It's not really, I don't know if it's that important, but I'll keep updating my link tree. So if you're like curious later, you can always find me. I'm still working on the transition. I still work. So I'm trying to work on this transition of like, do I go into streaming more full-time or less full-time?
There's only one
do not
type of
clip
eel?
me.
Okay.
Giga Chad clip saying women are retard babies and make it the dono sound. Yes, seriously, just so I get insta canceled. I really appreciate all the subscriptions. It actually means a lot. My relationship with Mr. Girl is pretty fine. I'm surprised you don't realize that. I think it's because he actually said this already, and I think he's completely right. I haven't responded to him yet, but he said like the schema for how we talk about feelings is very different, and I would agree. And so it's like this tenuous thing of like I really like him, but I think I can't always like read him perfectly, and so there's kind of that tension of like not totally knowing. Whereas I feel like with Destiny, my understanding is like he just says how he feels. He's not really like there's not really like anything to figure out. He's just like meh. This is like what it is. So it just feels like a lot like safer and easier to chat about. Just play Halo with him. I'm so bad at Halo. He might actually literally come to hate me. Do I consider myself a booner because it's the second time of leaking Discord? Yes, I do consider myself a booner.
Thanks for the
Twitch.
good convos tonight.
Thanks. Yeah, absolutely. And thank you guys so much for helping me achieve my follower goal. That was very exciting for me. And Mr. Girl is a better empath than me, clearly. Might not be wrong. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys. So you can find me on all those socials. And to all the subscriptions. I can't even find you all, but I'm so grateful. You guys are really kind. Lots of you have been like gifting and all these things, and I think it's really nice. I couldn't quite follow the conversation, so you're anti-rape. No, I don't really know what you mean that question, but no. I'm definitely like, I mean, anti-rape is in like, what do you mean? Do I think rape is bad? Then yes, obviously. Okay, but what about Boss Baby? That's what I've been waiting for. I don't know why you think this fucking demonic shit over here is Boss Baby. I don't know what this is, but it's horrifying. Trigger warning. Fuck. Look at how, not only a trigger warning for how creepy that face is, but how terrible the CGI is at the same time. We wanted to start a raid. Who should we raid? And just so for those of you who are new, our raid, so our first tier of subs is Trash Goblins. So we usually jump in and, yeah. Trainwrecks or Stardust. Poll. Star. I am talking to Stardust as well. I'm talking to her. I actually got my schedule up. So if you go to my page, there's like a calendar because I'm not consistent. So you can just look and see who I'm talking to. And anyone I talk to, I will also post on YouTube. Don't ever raid train. I am for sure going to raid train. The least I could do is be benevolent and kind and loving and a nice... I'm flying too close to the sun. It's because I'm tanned. This combo is actually really nice. Thanks for making my long work way less terrible. You're welcome. This combo with Destiny or both of the combos? Okay, so when we attack somebody, our train word is Trash Goblins. That's how we attack people. Thank you again for all the bits and everything. You guys are super kind. Thank you. I'm very tired. I don't know if he's doing it. Going now. Okay. Good night, everyone. Get ready for drama tomorrow, I'm sure. Bye-bye. Trash Goblins out!